Secrets. Trust. Worth. The bond between souls intertwined within otherworldly intrigue. Michaela Jade brings forth the Elite Warrior series, a collection of dark fantasy romance novels set in a twisted world where power lusts in the hearts of men and devotion seduces the souls of women. Warrior's Secret. Warrior's Trust. And Warrior's Worth. Available now at authormichaelajade.com.
From author Brian K. Morris comes an epic tale of armor forged by a god, a hero forged by courage, and an ancient menace poised to re-emerge and threaten our world. Volcana, Rebirth of the Champion, is available on Amazon.com. Get your copy today.
The city of prosperity. Riches for some. But for the masses, scraping by is all they can do. Meet Bitna. It's a hard life with an even harder reality. Living in the roughest part of town, it looks impossible to make it big. But maybe she will find it in a simple dress. The Radiant Sight, a new romance story by Martin Fisher.
Author Cindy Kep is writing on the edge. Books include Remnant in the Stars, The Loudest Actions, Lines of Succession, Mindstorm, Condemned Courier, the Yerushalayim series, and Animal Eye. Find author Cindy Kep at CKOEPP.com today.
The original intention of the film was just for my personal use, but I thought, with it being such a unique thing, that I'd like to offer it to anybody who wants to see it. On the first visit, Jack took us into his another room, a separate room, and there were these brown parcels full of artwork piled up, And he said to me, "You draw like I do." We were in the studio for 5 hours, you know, it was fantastic. And there's this, he's got this desk, and everything he's ever drawn has come from this desk. And then I would just go with the flow, and that's what this film is about. It's just a unique film of him.
He says, "I beat you." He says, "They say we came in under the dead heat." He says, "That's not true because I beat you." And the American said, "Well," he says, "if you like to think so," he says, "but I know the real story." He says, I know I clearly won that one." Well, Joe is 6'3", and I was a run, say, from the Lower East Side. And being Joe's partner was an advantage to me because Joe was believable, you know. They would talk to Joe, and the Goodman brothers would get to know him. Martin Goodman owned Marvel at that time. He went to his mother and he says, "Look, Jackie got a job drawing." He says, "They're paying him part, they're paying him money for drawing." He says, "Suppose I go with Jackie." He says, and he says, "They'll pay me money." He says, "I'll draw and they'll pay me money." He said, "I'll give the money to you," which we did. We gave it all to our mothers. They called me from Nassau. You know, I lived in Long Island. And they say, "Would you like to come down and draw these guys in training?" I swear, this is not a story. And I said, "Yes, of course, I'd love to come down." And,
Nothing unusual about a 4 a.m. call to a back alley in downtown Kenton. A young woman lying pristine and unmarked on the cold, hard ground. I get to work quickly, but there's not much to go on here. No marks of any kind, no signs of struggle, just a dead Vic in the middle of an alley. And then there's that. Dead body in a dumpster that looks like a grizzly bear has crawled its way out of his stomach.
Following broadcast is brought to you by these sponsors.
Come get some.
I can't help it, Glenn. I gotta play it. Welcome back. Excuse me. Welcome back to day one, part 2 of CRoM Con 26, Brought to you by Committee Comics, Laughing Rogue, Critical Blast. You guys know what's up. I have my 6 o'clock guest in the backstage right now. You guys know him. You remember him. Jo from AboGrizzly.com.
Hey, what's going on, man?
How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing all right, man. I appreciate you having me on the show. Sorry I don't have my camera on, but I'm just recovering from Fan Expo.
That's all right.
I'm as pale as a ghost right now, man.
I understand recovery, my friend. I totally understand it. And there's people I know that just hide behind the avatar anyway, So, but I do want you and the missus to get better. I heard you got a little con crud.
Yeah, I got victim of that con crud, man. It put me down all week. So it kind of set me behind on my book, which was terrible, but that's the way it is.
Oh, well, I mean, I have all the faith in the world that you're going to be getting it done and getting it out, dude. You're one of them people that has a pretty solid schedule going forward with your project. So, I'm sure you factor in a little cushion, right?
Yeah, I have, but unfortunately, my cushion is running out.
Yeah, now you got to get to work. I know.
Yeah, I gotta get it done. I mean, the book is done. I finished the book.
Right.
I just got to finish the cover and some production stuff.
You're good, Dan. If nobody knows what we're talking about, let me pull this up. If you're not down with abominablegrizzly.com, you just don't know. You just don't know. Become an abomination. Pretty sure that's the phrase, right?
Yep, that's right. Become an abomination. Although we're going more for like what it really worked at the con when I was telling everyone that what we're giving them is magic, mayhem, and miniskirts in space. And everyone seemed to love that at Fan Expo. So it's basically the same thing what we're offering, just fun in a 24-page format.
Now, I've had a really crappy internet connection since the storm last week. So I'm just trying to get it to show me everything. It's taking forever to load. All right, there we go. Starting to load it up. You guys know what's up. AboGriz.com. Splinters of Yggdrasil.
Yep, that's right. It's Splinters of Yggdrasil. The book is what the book is about is that it's people have cut pieces off of the Tree of Life and forged them into magical artifacts and spread them throughout the galaxy. And these scantily-clad scoundrels have to go from planet to planet to collect them for bounties. Along the way, they go to different planets. It's just fun mayhem. We're gonna have a lot of fun on different cultures, different things, different enemies. We're trying to provide something new, something that's just pure comedy, but also a little dark.
It's good stuff. It really is. And you have it set up so that it's like every little sub story is like a two book thing, right?
Yeah. So each episode is split in half.
Yeah.
It's almost like a television show. It's like watching a show, and then you get the first half, and you have to wait for part B.
Yeah.
And then we put them that way so that we can make 2 in a year instead of people waiting a whole year for just one 48-page book. They can get at least half of the story and then wait for the other half to come out. But we decided that we are going to start putting them together because it is a little confusing for people. But we're still going to keep the black covers, but the red covers will start becoming just one book.
Nice. I have the first 3. And I encourage you all to go check this out because this is another one of those great deals, okay, where you're actually like, you're not getting crushed on cost to get a book. They're $5 plus shipping.
We used to give free shipping, but due to rising costs, we had to take that off. But it's $5 and then plus shipping. Yeah, $6 for shipping. But we try to give everyone more bang for their buck as much as we can. because it is difficult to get a content for a low price, but we don't want to skimp on making it great quality either.
Well, they are really good quality. And if I didn't have my sponsor stuff all over the top of this box, I'd show them to you. But I have the first 3. The story's good. I'm sitting here waiting. You guys just finishing up book 4, right? Or big 2B, however,
Yeah, episode 2 Omega is all the pages are done. All the artwork is done. The writing is done. All I got to do is the cover and then go back and correct a few panels my wife wants to improve on. And then it's basically good to go. That's a lot in this panel. I wish I could show some previews of this issue, but there's a lot in this issue that I don't want to give away anything. But for those who are following the series, I think you guys are going to love this issue. You're going to see something new while at the same time just what's familiar as well.
Nice. So as you can see, they also have attire.
Yes, exactly. There are panties, the thongs that the girls wear in the comics.
They got masks. They got thongs. They got the phone backgrounds or whatever you call them. All that, all kinds of stuff over here at the store. And this is the only place you get the book. There ain't no Kickstarter.
Yeah, we don't do any crowdfunding. We bootstrap this ourselves. We do that so we can have total control of our project. And at the same time, so that customers know that when it's done, they can just come to the website and pick it up. You can also sign up on the website for a newsletter, and then that's how we notify everyone when the new issues come in from the publishers, or the printers, not publishers, the printers. It's just the quickest way to find out as soon as they're here. I try to advertise it online, but the newsletter is the quickest way to get it.
Yeah, well, we'll handle spreading the word, bro. That's what we're for.
We appreciate it, man. We do.
I love seeing you out and everywhere now too. You're out there. You're getting seen. I realized last week was a little rough for you, but you were at Dallas Fan Expo. How'd you do?
We did okay. It was a great show. It was way larger than I thought it was going to be. I felt like a fish out of water. It was so large. It was just. I walked in there. I could not believe.
You felt like a small fish in that big old ocean.
Oh yeah, it was a totally different experience. I didn't expect it to be that huge. I mean, I walked in and they laughed at me. I was like, "This whole building is gonna be the convention?" They're like, "Yeah." I was like, "Whoa!" But it was a lot of fun. Met a lot of new people and some old friends as well. They came by to pick up the new issue as well.
Yeah, it's like I seen pictures of everybody. Andrew's there and Paul's there. Everybody's there having a good time. Like, damn.
Yeah, everyone was there. I got to see Andrew a few times, but he was busy and we were busy. It was mad. It was madness. I mean, I was not ready for that. I'm used to doing small shows, and it was a lot.
Cool. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad you did well. So, aside from getting sick, see, that's the worst part about cons. I'm always talking to somebody after they've been set up at a con, and they're always, oh man, I got something. It's like OD on vitamin C the week before the show, always.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Get out, everything you can get together to fight that shit off ahead of time and OD on it before the show. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I understand that. We usually try and eat, healthy, and we try to stay healthy and watch what we touch and hand sanitizer. But it was our first show, so I'm kind of out of practice, and so
well, I mean, it's a huge show.
I must have messed up somewhere and just caught something.
It's a big show too. I mean, small shows you have a little more control over that. Yeah,
it's true. It's true. But it was pretty awesome. I have to admit, it was pretty great.
And I'm assuming, since you said you had a good time, that you sold a lot of books.
Yeah, we were able to sell quite a few or a lot of issues actually. Someone from another Facebook group came and bought a lot of our books, so you can sell them on his thing, and so that was pretty cool. And then that's more exposure for us, so we're happy for that. But on top of that, we got to meet a lot of new customers and got to push our brand out even more and let them know what we're making and what we're about. And they liked what they saw. They liked the book, and then they were willing to buy it, and they were willing to buy all 3 issues at once. That's pretty awesome. So we're down to the last bit of the black covers for episode 2 alpha. So if you guys want to scoop that up, then jump on it as soon as you can.
Nice. Now, like you said, I got the first 3, and I'm just waiting for number 4. Definitely will be getting in on it. You know that. I'm in on this series, just like 47 Furious Tales, a couple of these other ones. I'm into the end on these. They're good stuff. So if you're not in the know about Splinters of Yggdrasil, and you're not in the know about Abo Grizzly and what they got going on, y'all got to go pay attention, man, because look, it don't get a lot better than this when it comes to cost and entertainment value. Okay, you don't get no better than this. You'd be paying a lot more money for this if a whole bunch of different people put this out. I like you guys. I like the way you guys are doing it. It's all about getting the book in people's hands. Then later on, you can make some money, right?
Yeah, basically, we're just trying to show people that because this is our first comic, so we're just trying to show people what we're capable of, and we're trying to show them that we're dependable, and we're just trying to put our best foot forward, so people can see that we're taking this seriously. Like I said, we've just finished 4. I'm going to jump right on to issue 5 because my cushion's gone already, and I have to get that one done before the end of the year. So it's just it's going to be madness again for me for the next 3 months again. But that's just the way it goes.
Now, this is our dude Abo.
Yep, that's our bear Abo. That's our mascot.
That's the dude that all this grew out of, right?
Yeah, basically we thought of our name, and I like the pun of abominable grizzly, so we went with Grizzly, and then I came up with these designs, and on the 3rd try, my wife chose this one, and this is the one that won.
And see, for us, it was like a little bit the opposite. It was like somebody drew CRoM, and then we named him and gave him life. But somebody had drawn it, and we didn't know. We had no idea that 2 years later he'd be a comic book character. But, that's how this kind of stuff works. But this is my girl right here. This is my favorite character. Welcome back, Doc. You guys know what's up.
What's up? Hey.
So tell everybody a little bit about Mo, because you asked me after I read him, who is your favorite character, Pops? And I told you this is my girl. So
yeah, Mo is she's like the brunt force of the team. She's super strong, super fast, indestructible, and she's a renegade, a loose cannon. Basically, is what she is. She's the kind of person that knows you can't hurt her. She's not worried about you at all, so she's gonna talk a lot of smack the entire time because she's just used to being overpowering on everybody. The only one she really listens to is her captain. And then other than that, everyone else has to deal with her attitude because she knows they have to put up with
it. And to me, she's like the Christy Shin of the book.
Basically, she's also like she's also the one that built Abo, so she's like unmotivated genius. She can do a lot, but she doesn't do it because she doesn't need to. She's just lazy.
Right.
She'd rather have more fun fighting. So she's basically that kind of character.
And the captain, you gotta love the captain. This is the character that Tank drew into the Cromtastic collage, Ms. Graven. Man, just lay off it with the porn bots already. Man, I hate that crap, man. It's like nobody here cares about that shit.
I already banned them. How'd they get past it?
They got like 8 They hit us earlier, 4 different ones in a row, dude. We blocked every one of them, and then there's another one. Boom, there's another one. It's
man.
Nobody wants your crap around here, yo. Nobody. We want comic books. That's what we want here.
Exactly.
Sure, you can find
half naked comic books.
I mean, they can be sexy, but
No, I mean, there's other places to sell that crap where people actually buy it. You know, we're not putting comic books on your porn site, motherfuckers. Leave us alone.
That would be hilarious, though, if we started spamming their site.
I think I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to start going and putting comic book link. No, I can't do that because then I'm associating people with porn. See, they win either way, man. They suck. Anyway, Miss Graven. She's the captain. And, a little bit Janeway, a little bit Hellboy. What do you think?
Yeah, a little bit of both. That's a good comparison. She's a hard ass, more of a hard ass though. But I would say more like a dominatrix Janeway.
Ooh,
and Hellboy.
There you go.
Just fur.
Well, that could be the Hellboy part, but yeah.
Mr. Tuvok, I want to see you in my ready room, naked, right now. Get your Vulcan ass in here.
She'd be yelling and screaming.
And then there's Betsy.
There's Betsy. This is a character that's she's the Green Witch or the healer. We put magic in our book, but my wife is very stringent on who can do what magic. She doesn't want it to be where everyone can do amazing things. So because of that, I decided to make it to where they have to use powders, liquids. They just can't use magic all the time.
That's cool. She's making it so that nobody's like overpowered with, and you want that. Everybody, there's got to be an equilibrium in the universe.
Exactly, and she's really strong about that because she wants this book to be easily picked up by casual readers. People who don't normally read comics, they probably pick this comic book up and understand it because it's meant to just be easily fun and understandable. We don't go hard into mythos or legends and things like that,
right?
Because we want people to pick it up and enjoy it. Just first read. Maybe your girlfriend doesn't read comics, but she wants to look at this one. Maybe she'll enjoy it. It's basically what we're going for in this book.
Cool.
Doc, you have to totally take over when I freeze up, bro. You know what's up.
Oh well, I've been commenting and talking. Doing my best there, Max Headroom.
Well, I mean, I have no idea because I can't hear or see anything. So I'm just saying, when I freeze up, you kind of got to go, yep, he froze. What's up?
Yes.
Whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, Max Headroom.
The problem is I never know what my facial expression. There's another one. See what I'm saying, Doc? Another one.
Man, they're getting you, man.
Dude, they were doing that today too, and it's like that just. It just makes me angry. It doesn't make me want to buy your product.
Well, they're bots. They don't care what we want, but we can.
Somebody's pushing them buttons.
Yeah, it's pretty automated.
Still, somebody's pushing the button. How did somebody subscribed to my channel? They went out of their way to make it possible to do that. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Somebody's behind that. It ain't just all automated. Somebody's pushing the button.
Hey, that's something to block that. Maybe they get paid for them.
Yeah,
I remember back in the day, AOL had an auto booter. Somebody popped in with that, it would just go boom, throw them out.
Well, see, the whole thing is that these guys can police your individual comment.
You froze.
Exactly.
Your individual comment and decide whether or not it should be seen, but they won't just nix that crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They must be getting paid for those.
So when I nuke one of these people, is it better to hit block, report?
I don't waste time reporting them because it ain't going to do no good, but just block them and,
I mean, hit remove or
all of them.
Yeah, whatever you can get on them. Oh man, I see him now. Dang.
See that? I hate that crap, man.
Yeah, they just look for a live stream and they go after it.
Wow.
And so we got Boro.
That's brutal. This is the alpha male, just pure testosterone. He's gonna be our guy. That's just fun to laugh at, just pure in your face. I'm a man.
A manly man doing manly things in manly ways.
Exactly. He's always gonna be like trying to compete with Mo because he doesn't like the fact that she's stronger than him, and because of that, he's gonna be all kind of shenanigans. Trust me, there's gonna be a lot of fun in this book. I got so much more coming.
And don't be fooled by the name.
And this is Fisty.
Tell us about Fisty.
Fisties are pro freedom, pro guns, pro gunslinger. No one's gonna step on my rights type of chick. She's her people used to be ruled over, and they fought for their freedom. And ever since then, their whole culture has become just no one's gonna step on us ever again. So,
Fisty taking the 2A to outer space, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically she's also like the old master. She kind of guides the girls along who work under her and gives them bits of wisdom, but not directly just like, well, here's what I think, and if you want to do it, then fine. If not, oh well. You know.
And Roxy the model.
We call her the model because she's superficial. She's all about her looks. She likes to dress sexy every time she wears anything, and it's always
kind of like me.
Yeah, kind of like you, exactly.
I'm too sexy, baby.
I ain't gonna act like I don't know people like that. Okay, go on.
Yeah, and so, but this is gonna be her character, but she'll grow as the series goes. Our plan is to make sure every character grows as the series progresses.
And what's it like teaming up with the wife on something like this?
It's great. I mean, I asked her to help me with this. She's really good. She's a great writer, and she's also she doesn't read comic books, and I wanted someone who doesn't read comics to help me make this comic because to me, if she enjoys this book, then I know I have a better chance of reaching people who don't normally read comic books. Right. And it's worked. I mean, we've had people buy the comic who I would have never guessed would have bought a comic book. Right. And they always say the same thing. Oh, I only picked this up because the art looks fun. And I read the first 2 pages and this is a weird book, and they want to check it out.
Yeah, that's what you want to hear.
Yeah. So it's great. And she's always helping me get out of my own head. So I had a lot of ideas where I was like, hey, I'm going to do this and this. And she's just like, that, no, because then you're just going to keep making it more and more complex. And no one's going to want to read that book. So it's like, and she's right. That's
good to have that kind of feedback available to you right there.
Yeah. And I love that about her.
Yeah.
And she's also brutally honest when it comes to art.
See, there you go.
So she'll tell me straight up, like, that looks terrible. That looks boring. Because I already drew the cover for issue 4. Or I have one rendition, and she looked at it and she was just like, nah, that's boring. That doesn't catch my attention. Good. And I tried to explain what I was going for, and she was just like, nah, you totally didn't get that. So
good for her, man. That's what you want.
A harsh editor who loves you is a good thing.
Yep.
Yeah. So she had another idea that I kind of sketched out, and I like that idea a lot better. So we're going to run with that one. And as soon as I get better, I'm going to finish drawing that cover.
There you go.
And this is the schedule for the full 12-issue series.
Yeah, this is our schedule that we adhere to. Like I said, my cushion's gone for this year. So as soon as I'm done with this book, I have to jump right to episode 3. Usually I have to give myself a couple months in between so I can rest. But I've kind of already lost that. So I have to jump right on it so I can get it done by the end of the year.
Weary, my friend. No rest for the weary and no rest for the proud and determined. And look,
Yeah,
I can stay listening all the way to the end. I'll be right there with you, brother.
Yeah, I like what Stephen Douglas said about deadlines. He said, I like deadlines. I enjoy the whooshing sound they make as they fly by.
Yeah, I really don't like missing my deadlines, and
No,
I'm already
I
2 months behind on my last one. It's just I tried to the beginning of this year. I started trying to advertise more or get the word out more because we didn't do that the first year at all.
Right.
And so we sold nothing. And then, but I didn't realize how much time that eats from your
Yes, it
so,
does.
Yeah, so now I'm just like, oh, man, I lost a lot of time.
The second most important part after the project, I mean, the project itself, the work itself is obviously the most important, but the next most important thing is telling everybody about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know?
That's what we realized after we made the first 3 issues was like, wow, no one's buying it because no one knows it exists. It's just,
yeah.
I mean, if we went to a con, we'd sell them, but other than that, we had no online sales at first.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, if they don't know who you are, and that's where most of us are as small creators, it's not like the universe is out there going, oh, I can't wait for this. They'd have never heard of it. Or you got to get out there. You got to sell yourself.
Exactly. And I got fortunate because I saw that Don Chen was taking books in for review. So I sent him a couple issues. And then we were fortunate enough to run to Andrew Mangum at one of the conventions, and he picked up our book.
Nice.
He enjoyed it. So he's been really great about offering his wisdom and his advice, helping us out.
Wonderful.
He's been like
man, I love to hear that. I love to hear those stories.
Andrew, I've known Andrew online. Obviously, we've had a friendship since 2017. He's just a good dude. Don, everybody knows Don. We all know and love Don. The Don.
Yeah,
the Don. You know. Yeah. And I mean, mainly it's all about having a good time. Now, there's another guy that's a big time mod in a lot of channels and has a creation of his own. And it's like, I don't know if you know, I know you've seen him in Don's chat. I know you've seen him in RJ's chat, but how many people actually know Heroineburgh?
Hey, Heroineburgh.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, folks.
All right.
So you're
Hail
over there doing
CRoM.
a con this weekend, right?
Sorry?
Are you at a con this weekend?
No, we were at one. We've been at 3 in the past month and a half.
Okay.
We were in Columbus, we were in downtown Pittsburgh, and we were in Altoona last weekend.
Well, I know you guys have seen each other. You and Abbo have seen each other in like Don's chat and stuff. And I didn't know if you guys had been introduced to each other or not. So, Joe, I hate calling you Heroineburgh.
Well,
Heroineburgh.
you could call me HB for short. That's fine.
All right. HB, this is Joe. Joe, this is HB.
Very nice to meet you, Joe. Yes, I'm familiar with Abo Grizzly. Yes, we may have crossed in, like you said, Don Chin or RJ's chats. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've crossed in the John Chin show.
Correct.
All right. So I like I said, like I always do, I like to introduce everybody so that you never know what comes out of networking and it's got to start somewhere, so I don't mind it starting here. Joe, as always, it's great to see you. I can't wait for episode 2B. You know what's up. You guys get involved in this one, man. You're going to like it, I promise. It's really good stuff. The story's good. It'll make you laugh. You'll have a good time reading it. And there's sexy babes, too. Guys.
And they're good people that are creating it. So back a good person and a good project.
There you go.
Thank you.
No, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Go get better, dude. Take care of the wife. You guys get back on your feet.
I will do that, man. Thank you very much. Thank you for having us on.
You bet. Anytime.
See you, Grizz.
See you later, guys.
Later.
Bye, HB.
Bye-bye.
Have fun storming the castle. What's up, HV?
Now, let me see what's up with this. See, we talk about Don Chin, and when you talk about Don, you got to talk about, the stuff that you win when you hang out with Don.
Oh, you win stuff. There's no question.
Pops does. The dude asked me those trivia questions, and I'm like, I don't have a clue.
I had to send a prize to. I had to send a prize to Portugal once, so Don's got some reach.
Oh, yes, he does. You had to send something to me too.
That is correct, but you're a lot closer.
Look at that.
Yes, speaking of babes.
There we go.
And number 2.
Correct.
Number 1 and number 2, yo. I didn't get a chance to thank you. I couldn't get a hold of you to have you come out for the unboxing, but thank you so much, man. I'm just jamming, dude. Jamming. It is in my stack to read. I have not read it yet. I have to be honest. The stack to read grew a lot over the last week or two.
Very cool. Yeah, you'll get to it. I think you'll enjoy it. You want me to tell you what? Give you a little hint of what you'll be looking at, I guess, or so. Yeah. I don't know how much. Pops, are you unmuted? There you go.
Yeah. Tell everybody a little bit about the story, the shows on your YouTube channel, anything you can get in 30 minutes, man. Go for it.
Correct. Okay, we got lots of time then. All right. Well, remember the 70s and the 80s? I do, and so do you. And so, yeah, Heroineburgh is basically a recreation of the comics and TV shows I liked in my youth. And we can start with, Adam West Batman, and we can go all the way to maybe, I don't know, as far as Black Scorpion in the 90s. But, yeah, I mean, you grew up and you saw, Isis and Shazam Hour. You saw Colonel Wilma Deering and Buck Rogers. You saw Wonder Woman, the Spider-Woman cartoon, Bionic Woman, all those things. And then, when you pick up comics, you start with some George Perez, New Teen Titans. You start with Dial H for Hero with Marv Wolfman and Carmine Infantino. Maybe a bit of Spider-Man and Black Cat, some Claremont X-Men. And there you've got a lifelong love for superhero costumes and superpowered adventures. And yeah, so other people may be kind of, pining for the 90s, and that's fine. And, I'm totally fine with the bad girl aesthetic and everything that went on there, including Billy Tucci and all that. But our aesthetic is a little bit more late 70s to mid 80s, called the Bronze Age, right? I mean, not just the major 2 companies, but the fact that there was tons of both color and black and white comics doing superheroes. You had the Elementals, you had DN Agents, you had Femforce, you had Flair and Champions from Heroic. Just a lot of really good books with incredible artists and, very bright colors. I mean, you had some darker stuff. You had Whisper on First Comics, or was Whisper on Kamiko? I forget. Or you had Sam Marie on Continuity, that was a Neil Adams book. So, yeah, a lot of stuff in that vein. I'm going to say black and white, too. I mean, you had I enjoyed reading Love and Rockets for quite a while, and, that was influential, too. So all that stuff is kind of and then, of course, the TV shows, all the stuff back then that came across my eyes kind of piles into the creation of Heroineburgh, which started in 2016. If you'd like to know how it started, let me know. You have any questions first? You're muted. Oh, Pops.
Sorry. The dog's up there just hollering at people. I'm like, it's like, so I mute myself so everybody doesn't have to hear that whole.
Oh yeah, no, I don't blame. Yeah, I understand, of course.
But yeah, I wanted to share the link to your page so people can go check out the episodes.
I can share screen. I can share videos. I can. I can even share. Sure. I would love to share the finished 8 finished pages of our issue number 3 too, just really briefly. But first, why don't I? Do you want me to start with how this whole thing started there? Yes. Pretty much.
Yes.
So I got back into comics in the mid 2010s after being out of it for quite a while. I was in the music scene, and just to be perfectly honest, collecting vinyl and collecting comics is very expensive if you do both, right?
Yeah.
Right, but at a certain point, I just got really, really back into comics. I think a lot of the Image books of the 2010s got me back in originally. We'll call it the second Image explosion, right? Um, and so at that point, I'll give you the origin story. I was volunteering over the summer of 2016 at an institution called Pittsburgh Filmmakers, which has since unfortunately folded. That's where Heroineburgh started. And while I was at the information and equipment desk, people could come in and take out equipment so they could make films and videos, right? And I was watching various shows on the CW. I was getting back into comics and, just catching up on the 90s, a lot of things. And I got the idea to make a superhero universe based out of Pittsburgh that kind of started with a whole bunch of members of bands from the music scene. And that's basically where the first wave of actresses in Heroineburgh came from, was from the Pittsburgh music scene. They were members of various bands. And so the whole idea was to make a TV show that evoked kind of the spirit of 1970s and 1980s shows that I'd watched. And I created a whole universe in Pittsburgh where a meteor explodes, giving women superpowers. And I decided rather than make the characters shallow and not interesting like that was happening at the time, right, at the big two, that I would give all of these ladies solid backstories. I'd give them, ethnicity, neighborhood, profession, interests, etc., and give each of them a solid origin. And then, by the end of the first season, have them get together and form a league that has to fight some of the bad guys out there. And that's the origin of Heroineburgh. For almost 4 years, it was just a television show.
So
and I had made a. Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
Does the meteorite that causes them cause the supervillains also?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Right. It's basically kind of the whole do you remember in the Flash TV show, the recent one, kind of the dark energy explosion from their generator? Yeah, kind of like that, except from outer space.
Gotcha.
So that, that gives the excuse to make the changes in the women's powers. But I used a principle called epigenetics, which is epigenetics is changes in your genes that are very small, which you can do at will, or can happen to you like cancer and stuff like that, right?
Right.
So I took epigenetics, and another word for it writ large would be Lamarckian evolution, right? There was Darwinian, and then there was Lamarckian, where the giraffes willed themselves to have longer necks so they could reach the highest trees, right? And that's basically what epigenetics is in this series, is Lamarckian evolution writ large. The women change based on their interests and their professions, and each of them gets a pretty unique power. And the diversity becomes natural; it's not forced, because all of them have exciting and deep origin stories. So there you go.
Carrie, just call him HB.
Hey there, Carrie. Yes, I'm HB, Heroineburgh from Pittsburgh. And so that's where it started. And like I said, for the first 4 years, it was just television shows, and people were downloading them from across the world. We would make an episode, and then, we'd have a few hundred downloads from across the world. That'd be fun. And around 2019, I got the idea to turn it into a comic book. And this is how it happened. One of my main actors, who was playing one of the supervillains, I found out that he was a aspiring comic book artist. His name is Benjamin Zeus Barnett, and I asked him if he'd be interested in collaborating on a comic book with me. So we did so, and he started work on the interiors. And meanwhile, I also found out around that time that one of my friends from the music scene was an incredible artist for DC who had over 600 credits with DC. He just kind of was in local bands and didn't tell a whole lot of people what his profession was, but he's a colorist who's been working for DC for the past 20 years, and also a little bit for Marvel and Valiant. and his name is Jason Wright. So I asked Jason if he would do the covers, and he did. He's done both covers for us, and he's done a lot of our stickers and T-shirt designs. And so, you know, he basically, even though he's a colorist for DC, his art is impeccable, and he's a really good painter as well. So he creates colorful, you know, well-drawn, proportioned superheroines, you know, who are similar to the stuff you might see in George Perez or John Byrne type art. There you go.
Right.
And yeah, that's Jason Wright's cover. He still works for DC. The next thing he's doing right now is coloring Young Justice. And last year he colored Shane Davis's Metal Men. So, and in fact, he's coloring Shane Davis's Inglorious Rex right now. As Shane is finishing it, he's coloring the pages. So he works both in the mainstream and in CG at the same time, which is unusual. He accomplishes that by staying off the internet, basically. Anyway, so we have Jason Wright, we have Benjamin Zeus Barnett, and then for the second issue, I found another local guy who was working on indie comics from a creator in New York. His name is Wayne Brown. He's also from Pittsburgh, and Wayne did part of the interiors for our second issue, and also both Ben and Wayne did some strips for a local newspaper. For about 6 months, not only did we have a comic book, but we also had a strip running in a local alternative news weekly, which has since folded. And so after those strips were done, we reprinted them in issue number 2 in the backs for some extra content. So yeah, we've been in newspapers, we've been in comics, and we're still making live action TV shows, half-hour TV shows, putting one out every 4 or 5 months.
Outstanding.
Yes.
Poor Pops.
Right there. You can go see all of it.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I can eventually show our website and YouTube stuff. But something I really like to emphasize, because people don't realize it if they come from the comic world, the ladies who are playing the characters, it's not cosplay; they're the actual actresses.
Yes.
So if we bring them to a convention, and they often come in 1s and 2s with us to conventions, you're not meeting just some cosplayer. You're meeting the original actress who is currently playing the part in our TV series.
Yes.
So,
Fantastic. Fantastic.
And
you can go cosplay as them.
What? Yeah, I could. Yeah. Well, you know what? I think we'll really have made it when we have fans who cosplay our actresses. That's when I know we'll really have made it, when somebody from another city, you know, or even another country says, "Oh, I'm going to be Savannah or Vendetta. I'm going to create the very same unique costume that I created for the character." I mean, now we're going as far as Baltimore and Connecticut with our heroines and villainesses. So it's very possible that it might eventually happen. That would be great.
So we, in the earlier segment, we had our friend Jason was walking around the floor of the G.I. Joe Con down there in Augusta. And we had a little cameo appearance of a WWE superstar. And Jason just sent me a message, and he said he's getting his contact information, and he said he'd love to come out and be on the show. Yeah, I ain't telling you who. You're going to have to watch the first segment to see who the WWE superstar was who made a cameo. And look forward to the fact that they're going to be on the show sometime in the near future. I love it.
You want a little Georgia-related story?
Sure.
And so you mentioned Augusta. Okay, well, we do have a friend. I believe she's in the suburbs of Atlanta somewhere, and we met her at Steel City Con in Pittsburgh. She was selling her art and her jewelry. We bought some. We offered to buy some jewelry from her. She gave it to us for use in the series, and it became part of one of our main villains' costumes. One of our main villainesses' costumes. So this is her name is Janet Gerard. She is the wife of Gil Gerard, who plays Buck Rogers.
Right.
And so now Janet Gerard's jewelry is is permanently part of the costume of one of our main characters, who will Dark Spectra, who will appear again in episode 21. So I don't know if we ever get down to Georgia, like the devil does. Hopefully we will meet up with the Gerards and say hi, because she was very nice to do that with us, and she's kept in touch. And Gil, her husband Gil, has the comics, so that would be pretty cool. I'd really love to go down to Georgia. I don't think I want to spend $4,000 on a booth at Dragon Con, but if we can figure out another way to get down there, I would love to do so. and Florida too, because of AC Comics and George Perez being from there, and Silverline Comics. I'd love to get to the South next year with some of our stuff.
Well, I'm working on maybe getting down to the South next month.
Yeah, MegaCon. I want to go to MegaCon next year with what we have actually is we have a group of creators in Pittsburgh called Comicsburg, and that includes Grant, who creates Beowulf, Mauricia, who creates Music Maker, Grant Lankard, Mauricia, who creates Music Maker. She also plays Vendetta in our series, and most of all, Marvin, who creates The Edge, and who was with Second Sight Publishing for a while. So when we go out, we usually go out in groups of 3 or 4 as creators. So hopefully when we go down to Orlando or, somewhere in Georgia, we'll bring the whole Comicsburg crew, stay in a nice Airbnb or whatever, and, have a good time over several days. Yeah, looking forward to it. But for right now, we're all over Ohio. We're covering the East Coast. We're all over PA and West Virginia. So we're doing pretty good with cons, within 6 or 7 hours striking distance from our center.
Right. Well, I think I might be in Savannah, Georgia at the end of next month for Comic-Con there, Savannah, Georgia, at the end of the month. And I think we might be doing this show from the floor of that show.
Wow. Very cool.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be a kind of a large undertaking.
Sure.
But so far, it's all falling into place. So.
That sounds great. I saw Patrick Thomas Parnell broadcasting from MegaCon. So yeah, you could do it.
Oh yeah. Well, we're talking about a Madness table, doing the show from the floor, actually having a table, maybe taking some stuff and selling it and promoting everybody, but also doing some live floor interviews as well as our scheduled online interviews, right? And have a big screen up behind us and just broadcast the show right there on the floor and out to everybody in the world.
Yeah, get that logo big. I don't know if you saw the Friday Night Tights panel at the Dallas Expo. That was really good. The people are coming on strong now, going to cons. I think it's not just about being on YouTube anymore. I think it's very important to be live, to bring our creators, bring our actors, whoever, out into the world and actually meet people face to face. When we were at Terrificon last year, I met people face to face that I'd only known from message boards or from YouTube chats. And it was pretty exciting, to put a face to a name and to, really cement those relationships.
Man, I'll tell you what, I when I started doing this, I thought it would be for the one summer of hell, when there were no cons. And I thought COVID. And now the cons are coming back, and I've started to feel like, okay, maybe I don't need to do this anymore. But then I put the sign-up sheet up, and the spots were gone in under 3 hours. We never had sign up that before. So,
highly commendable. Oh,
my internet connection sucks ass. As long as you guys keep signing up, I'm gonna keep doing this. So hey, and everybody isn't at every con every weekend.
Yeah. Right. Well, we can fill in the spaces with lovely YouTube experiences.
Yes.
I'm modding on several chats like Don Chin, Pop XP, RJ at Critical Blast, Joe Catapano, Joe Sontag. So yeah,
all over the place.
So yeah, so it's really fun, getting to see all these. Last night I saw an interview with Roy Thomas. Who can believe that kind of stuff?
Yes, I saw that too.
That kind of stuff would happen. That's it's unbelievable. So,
yes, I saw that too. I saw Billy and Niall talking to Roy. I seen it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get jealous. Y'all get him. I gotta get him now. I ain't gonna lie.
They're not stopping. They got Marv Wolfman next week too. What the hell?
I know.
So I got about 10 minutes. So what should we show the fans here at CRoM Con? Why don't I start sharing my screen here a little bit, and we could go over kind of what the Heroineburgh stuff is all about. It looks like I'm going to share my entire screen like that, and there we go. Are you seeing that? There we go. Now, are you looking at comic book number 1? Yes.
Yes, that's what I got.
So you're looking on the left. You're looking at Jason Wright of DC Comics and his lovely cover there with the 2 stories. You can see his little logo down there, Wright 2019. You can see an interior page by Ben and a back page by Marcel Walker, who is a local Pittsburgh comic legend. He has a series of books about heroes of the Holocaust, which is really good. It's a really nice black and white book. There he drew his girlfriend. His girlfriend, Kristen, is one of our super heroines. And so for his first assignment, I was like, could you draw Kristen in the costume? And he did a great job, obviously. And there she is, Jania, the mistress of the wind, flying above the city of Pittsburgh. You can see the point and the stadium and all those things. So, yeah, that's issue, a little glimpse of issue 1. What else we got here? Issue 2 is a little bit bigger because, like I said, it had the strips in the back. But on the left, you have Jason Wright's lovely cover from last year. You have Ben's first story, and you have Marcel's pinup of Poderosa in the back, and then Wayne Brown with the lovely battle in the air above the city of Pittsburgh. I got some inspiration from the Inspector Gadget movie where that was filmed in Pittsburgh, and Inspector Gadget battles some robots above the downtown city, and that's kind of what we did here. So there you go. That's pretty much what the comics look like. Not only are they available from our website and from us at cons, but we also have this thing called comic shops, which still exist. And here's a big list of about 200 stores which have the book around North America, not just in Pittsburgh, but pretty much in about 25 or 26 states. So, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. So this is our YouTube channel. The YouTube consists of hundreds of clips, both from Comic Cons and from trailers, trailers and clips from the episodes. And what I could show you here is the trailer for our latest episode, episode 20, which came out 4 months ago. Episode 21 is being worked on right now. And here is episode, 20.
Never mind what you heard, superheroine is the word. She's living fantastic dreams. She's shooting out laser beams, taking over computer screens. She puts her costume on, and she's feeling super strong. When deadly threats attack, she'll be ready to strike back. She's living in Heroineburgh.
And then here's something fun too. This is from our con from last weekend. We were at Sci-Fi Valley. Here's a very short clip of Vendetta, who is also Mauricia. She is the creator of the Music Maker comic. This is a little thing about her getting her new logo. And so that was Mauricia, who is the creator of Music Maker. She I'll stop sharing the screen. And that was her. We employed the in-house cosplay repair woman from Altoona, PA. Her name is Chrissy Martin. She calls herself Snow Tiger Designs. And all weekend she was, of course, repairing Mandalorian helmets and this and that, right? So we were like, hey, why don't we change her black V on her costume to a bright gold V instead, so it really pops out in the camera. And Chrissy was like, oh, I can do it. It's going to take 2 days. We'll do 2 coats. We'll spray a gold coat, and then we'll spray a fixer. And she did that, and that was the great reveal right there. So, yeah, Altoona was lots of fun at Sci-Fi Valley Con. That's some of the stuff we do to the costumes sometimes. Upgrade.
Hey, yeah. I mean, look, what you're doing is pretty amazing because, look, episode 20, working on episode 21. It's 21. It's not like you're not committed to this. How many books are there total in the comic series?
There are just 2 so far, but we are working on a 3rd issue. I know I only have about 4 minutes left, but I will say before even showing you that art, episode 21 is going to set a world record. It is going to have 24 super heroines and super villainesses in the episode. Actually, 26, including some side shots. So we are going to have twice as many superpowered women on screen as Endgame. And so I don't know if there's probably not a category in the Guinness for that, but we're going to set a world record for the most superpowered spandex women on screen in a single half-hour episode ever. 26 probably. And there you go. How's that?
Okay, well, I got to ask our next guest if that's factual. Will that be the most in one show?
In one show? It has to be up there. It's got to be up there.
And Andrew is my trivia guy when it comes to
Hi,
stuff.
Andrew.
So I actually have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure. As long as I have time to show those pages. Go ahead.
You're out here till we tell you you're not. How's that?
Okay.
You pretty much have my hour. It's all good. You mentioned something about the Music Maker, and was that the book that sort of had somebody doing something that was like trippy with music, and then there was QR codes in it?
Yes, it was. So the Music Maker is part of it's part of the Comicsburg group. Do you have it with you right there? That would be insane if you did. No, you don't? Okay.
The reason why I ask is that I think I interviewed somebody who worked on that book.
Well, yeah, you interviewed Mauricia, or S.K. Malvo. That's her writer name. Yes.
SK, yeah.
She plays the girl that you saw, the woman that you saw in the costume. That's her. She plays Vendetta, the Italian spirit of vengeance in our series. And she is a lovely actress and just a great person. So she creates a book called Music Maker. Like, as you said, you can, it kind of has, the art is a little bit like Eon Flux, I would say, maybe. And you can download, using your QR code on your phone, soundtracks to listen to the book while you're reading the book. Yes. So there you go. And she's part of Comicsburg. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, the reason why I wanted to do that, because I wanted to make sure, because the name and the project sounded familiar, but that was maybe like a year, maybe even 2 years ago. And I'm like, the name seems so familiar and the concept seems so familiar. And like, I'm not too sure if I'm right. You ever get that sense? Like, you're like, oh, it seems like what it is.
You're totally correct. And she has 2 issues out so far. She had to find a new interior artist, so she's working on issue 3 right now. But yeah, she's been selling both of her issues at cons with us. So she's been doing really good, and also, of course, appearing in our series as one of our main characters. Before I turn it over to you, Andrew, do I have time to?
Oh no! Look, Andrew does the same thing I do. He interviews people. He may have questions. Don't just run off. But yeah, go ahead and show your art.
Okay, I'm going to re-share the screen one more time, and what I'm going to just show you.
Take as much time as you need.
Yeah, here we go. I'll show you the 8 pages that Ben did for issue number 3. Wayne isn't finished yet, but Ben is, and here they are. Okay, so we're going to go in backwards order. Hopefully, I can open this quickly.
You're, like I said, you're good, man. You have as much time as you need.
It takes a little while to open here, but once it opens, I can flip quickly. So yeah, it's just taking a second. Here we go. So yeah, these are the first 8 pages of issue number 3. You can see the kind of level that Ben is getting to with the action.
Nice.
That is a splash page from it's the solution to the resolution to the cliffhanger from the second issue. There's number 2. You got some nasty stuff where they're bound to in a abandoned warehouse, and then a little science experiment is being done, and then a couple other heroines come in to help rescue them, and then the fight starts, and powers happen, and then here is Fennica the Silver Fox robbing a safe, and she is interrupted by 2 of the heroines there, Indara and Sabrina. And then the more powers happen and more fights and some slashing and a little bit of punching. And then she leaps through the ceiling there. And yeah, there you go. So that's, I'll stop sharing now. That you just saw, what you just saw basically was the first 8 pages of issue number 3. Those are done by Ben, and I'm just waiting for the other half of the book by Wayne, and we'll be able to put it out. Hopefully, I'm going to say late summer, early fall.
Cool.
Heroineburgh issue 3 in stores and at cons and from the website. Yes. So there we go.
So are you going to have like is it going to be crowdfunding? You probably just said it.
No, we don't need to crowdfund, and that's okay. I mean, I love people.
No, that's fine. I like to know, because I tell everybody where they can find your stuff.
Right. Right. Oh, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, we don't actually need to crowdfund yet. I'm going to save that for when we do a trade paperback. The same thing with Marvin. Marvin didn't crowdfund any of his titles of the Edge until this year, until last month, when he finally, funded a trade paperback for issues 1 through 4. So right now we have enough money to put out these books, and everything's done in Pittsburgh. So it's pretty simple and straightforward. So yeah, eventually we'll do crowdfunding, and I support tons of stuff on both Indiegogo and Kickstarter. Everything from Karen Nicole to Billy Tucci, to Shane Davis, to John Delarose, a few other things. So yeah, I support lots of crowdfunding myself, and I think it's I think that is the most active culture in comics right now, and the most creative. But,
well, definitely for the indie comics, it's like,
no question. Yeah, Joe Sontag too. He's killing it with Reaper Destroyer. So
he's a neighbor. He just lives up the road a piece.
I know. We want to get. I've been to the Motor City, but many years ago, I want to get to Detroit and kick ass with our comics. But yeah, why don't I go ahead and tell you where you can find all our stuff, and then we'll jump over to Andrew. Our website is heroineburgh.com, HEROINEBURGH.com, and then we have a full complement of social media that you can follow: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube, and also DeviantArt. So, and it's all called Heroineburgh, easy to find. There's nothing else that's called that on the internet anywhere, so don't give anyone any ideas. And there we go. Thanks so much, Pops. Hail CRoM. Hail to CRoM.
You're welcome. Come out anytime. You know what's up. Anytime you got something you want to tell people about, Monday Madness, whatever, just come on out, man. We got you.
When issue 3 and episode 21 come out, we'll be in full force telling people about it. Thank you so much.
One other thing I need you to do before you leave, my friend.
Okay. Some kind of promo thing?
Have you been given a wrench on the channel?
Not for yours. No, I don't think so.
Please say something so I can honor you with one of those.
Oh, I see. Okay. In the comments, in the
YouTube
gotta put
chat.
in the regular comments, right?
No, in the YouTube chat, you got to put it. You got to say hi over there.
Private or public?
In the YouTube, not the StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
You got to go to YouTube, and you got to go, hi, everybody out there on the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that as soon as I can hunt it down here. Yeah.
Right. Cool. So I can give you a wrench, man, because I give everybody a wrench. I want everybody to know that when you come to watch one of our the internet kills me. Self-promotion is the second most important part of every project. I'm just saying. So I give everybody that wrench so that you guys can all promote yourselves.
That's posted. I'm in there now.
Cool. There you go. And you
Thanks,
now have a wrench, my friend. All right, there you go. thanks for coming out, my friend. I will see you soon. Like I said, anytime you got something you want to announce or whatever, let me know. We'll get you on the show.
Good. Hey, thanks, Andrew, for mentioning Mauritius Music Maker, and I'm going to watch you now, okay? Bye-bye.
Hey, stick around if you want. I'm totally cool with it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll stick around for a little bit, but yeah, I'll probably go in a couple minutes then.
I wasn't sure if you had anybody coming or not, Andrew. So Simon had no power today and missed his segment.
Yeah, I don't have anybody that I think is coming. A few people I reached out to, they said they're going to try and make it, but honestly, at this point, it's just one of those weekends where nobody's around.
Right. Okay. So Sim, if you want to come out and make up for the time you missed too, you're more than welcome. You guys know how we do this. The power was out. He hit me up like pretty much after his segment was over and said, "Hey."
I completely understand how that works for everybody. People in life, things happen, things go on. Somebody wound up, messing me up last Wednesday night. I'm not happy with them, and I don't know if we're gonna reschedule, but things happen. But I actually found what you were saying. I didn't catch. What's your guest's name? Other person's name?
Simon from Natverse. Simon Potier.
I didn't catch, obviously we were talking about it, and I thought it was super interesting the fact that you're not crowdfunding.
Heroineburgh. Yeah, HB. We just call him HB, man.
Yeah, no, I find that to be so interesting because it's kind of nice, I think, to say, hey, we're kind of bootstrapping this. And
Abo Grizzly Abo Grizzly doesn't do the crowdfunding either. He's abogrizz.com. That's where you go get splinters of Yggdrasil. I'm a big fan of you guys not giving the crowdfunders 10%. I'm a big fan of that too. 10% is a lot of money when you start.
And you know what is? I'm going to be figuring out with my podcast and a variety of other things how to not crowdfund it. Because honestly, Kickstarter kicked my ass last January, and honestly, the community was not so receptive to the idea, and I'm kind of like, I want to control my own show. I want to be selective in a lot more ways, and I just think that, as you stated, it's 10%, and it's just a headache as it is. And running a show and running it the right way, like I'm at the stage where I'm like, I'm gonna go figure it out how to do it my way. I did write that. That was one article to write about.
Yeah, we got to fight the sex box too. It's crazy, man.
They're back.
How you doing, Simon?
Hold on, I'm checking for the bots. Okay, somebody took care of them.
Yeah,
I'm doing fine. Like I told you, I woke up with no power in the house. I'm like, okay, so I waited for the power to come back, and big surprise, I'm almost fully funded on Kickstarter already.
Nice.
Yeah, we're like $400 something away right now.
And you got to understand, this is a book that's already funded.
Indiegogo. Yep.
So
there's no risk. It's just more viewers. It's more people's eyes on the campaign. I'm just there to go see. Hi, here's the new readership. I'm here.
It's some gravy, right? Right.
And that's pretty much it. And my idea is like to add up to what I heard you guys say before. Is I was one of the first to actually try and push that thing with Shopify and trying to create your own. Because with Shopify, you can create your own pre-sale or crowdfunding.
Yeah, we do. We just do it straight through PayPal.
Yeah,
I'm gonna drop off the StreamYard because it's less confusing. But hi, Simon. Very nice to meet you, Andrew. Thank you, Pops.
Hey, anytime, man. Like I said, you got something you want to talk about, you let me know. We'll get you out of here, bro.
And what he's saying, that was the first way of doing it. It's to go with your PayPal and create yourself a sell button that you can easily put on a website. Like it's that simple. But the idea of being able to pre-sell a book, to put a quota of how many books you need to sell before it gets there, it's pretty interesting when you think about it. But the thing is, you have the trust issue. That's why I went with Shopify, because people don't trust a random web page out of nowhere to put all your credit information and all that. And it's one of the main things that I've heard people tell me. It's the fact that when they know that you're dealing with Shopify, they feel safer.
Yeah, there's a lot of
it's trust issue. You know, it's a lot of people are worried about their information, about getting docs and stuff like that, and that's why I've always had maybe a bit of an issue with those, and I'm doing that in air quotes, saying because big companies that do fulfillment for stuff where you have to send your entire list, right? Those big companies, they're taking that information for themselves too, and it's one of the big things from crowdfunding that they tell you should not do.
Yeah,
it's complicated. It really is. I mean, it's one of those things. But I'm at the stage where I have an eBay business, and I mean, people have to trust that I'm not going to like go sell their eBay information.
But then there's people who like, okay, you have a regular, okay, this is my PayPal, and they keep track. You do this much business, or you do this much, and then all of a sudden somebody gives you $18,000 and they freeze your fucking account because you don't do that kind of volume. What happened? And
don't forget one thing with PayPal. There's no tracking. There's no making sure to keep the address. There's no protection.
They're not a bank.
They have the protection of PayPal, right? But Shopify, what they offer you when you deal with them is you can just create your own product. If you're not doing any print on demand, right? Like right now, I have overstock a book, right? So I can just create one button. It doesn't cost me nothing with Shopify, and you can also use their shipping discounts. So you print your shipping label with them, and you get a discount on it. So the people actually get to choose if they pay the regular shipping, the express shipping, or not. You get the money. You print the label with Shopify, and it's gone. And then when you do your taxes, you have all that written down. It's one of the things that's complicated with PayPal, but it's a good way to go if you have stuff to sell. Like, I'm not dissing it. It's the first way of doing it is if you have something to sell, create yourself a button with PayPal.
Yeah, no, I mean Shopify does it. I think eBay, they have their own printing, same thing.
Yeah, you were telling me about eBay. I didn't know they were offering the exact, technically a similar thing. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not, but my business and your business are very different because I'm just selling books. I don't have my own book yet. So I use eBay because eBay protects me, and I don't want to go through Shopify. It's also the idea that eBay does essentially all the marketing.
Yeah, and the clientele on eBay, it's mainly for that too. Yeah.
So, but I love eBay because it makes taxes so much easier.
I know. That's why I like Shopify. And when you told me the same thing with eBay, I'm like, okay, yeah, go. If you can do on eBay, go try it. To me, it's like we need to be everywhere.
Yeah. I'm
sorry. Yeah, it's the same thing with every company. There's no company that just decided, oh, no, I'm just going to sell there. No, they sell everywhere.
I mean, I'm scared of Facebook Marketplace, guys. I'm scared of that because it's just inconvenient for me because then I have to do all of it myself. And it's just like,
Yeah, I just heard like horror stories from the marketplace on Facebook.
That's Indiegogo. Damn it, that's not the one I want. Give me the Kickstarter link. Damn it.
Hold on.
Every time I pull up Tails, it pulls up the Indiegogo. I don't know why. Probably because I pulled it up a million times and my computer just recognizes that one. There you go.
I got to put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Well, while you're pulling that up, I do want to show what I pulled out like last week.
What is it?
This is a Roderick Strong 1 out of 49, and it's number 1 out of 49.
That's a wrestling?
Yeah, I'm a huge wrestling fan, and so I bought this. It was like a $20 pack, and I'm like, oh, snap. Like, what were the odds of me pulling out a 1 out of 49 of those cards exist, and then number 1 out of it. So there you go. This is what I'm sharing.
Brian's here. Okay, I gotta go.
F you, Stem.
You know I don't mean it.
No, I know. Much love, brother. Much love, brother. You know that. We're good.
So, Andrew, I brought you some guests, bro. What do you think of that?
What up, Andrew?
I don't know you, but nice to meet you. And you came in totally like girling out over wrestling.
This guy right here is Mr. Six Gun Gorilla, bro. All 8 issues is this guy right here. So
all we had to do was ask for an interview at one point.
What was? Yeah, I mean, I've been like busy doing like a bunch. I've been multitasking like crazy today. Who was the wrestler that you had on?
Oh, it was a cameo, right? It was just a cameo. He waved. He said hi to everybody. But
Yes.
Afterwards, Jay went back and talked to him, and he said, "Yeah, hit me up. I'd love to be on the show." So we're gonna be talking to the fucking king, yo, Jerry fucking Lawler, dude.
And thanks, Heroineburgh, for the link. I just followed you, intro.
That's what I have to say to that.
Yeah,
oh
dude.
My
Jerry
God.
Lawler, man.
No
he did a cameo at CRoM Con today.
That's freaking awesome,
cool.
dude. The king.
Yes.
Bitch slapped Andy Kaufman live on the David Letterman show.
I just don't know who that is, though.
If you don't know who Jerry Lawler is, Sim, do you know who Andy Kaufman was, right?
Yes.
Right? Have you ever seen
Remember the wrestling thing with Andy Kaufman?
Yes. That's him.
Okay, yeah. The one the bitch slapped him.
Tennessee.
Yeah, I just Googled it. I just saw his face and I remember.
He's the one that gave him the pile driver. That's why he was wearing the neck brace.
Yeah, by name I did not like replace him, but I went Google Fu and I found him. I'm like, yep, okay.
Oh, brilliant! Just brilliant between the two of them. Just brilliant.
So yeah, he's like, yeah, just hit me up. I'd love to be on the show, and I'm like, fuck, dude, I can't, dude.
Damn! Oh, that's amazing, dude. That's so freaking cool.
Yeah, y'all just say thank you to Jay Connolly for that, because he was walking around down there at the G.I. Joe Con during his segment. Daughters of Lord Satan. I've got to give him his plugs for his book, because he didn't even talk about his book. He walked around talking to other people and stuff. We met Jeremy Mace, the guy who runs the con down there, the G.I. Joe Con in Augusta, Georgia. He talked for a while. Gonna have him on the show. Look, we're just gonna keep growing. I don't give a shit what anybody says.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. No, that's fantastic, man. Lots of cons going down right now, which is exciting. Cons are coming back, like for real.
Anybody that wants to do a segment from a con you're at during CRoM Con, or even anytime, just like, yo, Pops, I'm gonna be out here this weekend. You want to do a fucking hour show? Hell yeah, I'll do an hour show from a con you're at.
Yeah, man.
Roving reporters and all that shit. That's part of the network, man.
Dude.
I'm gonna throw out a challenge then. So I just submitted to New York Comic Con for a book investment panel, and there's another reason why I'm launching my class on New York Comic Con, regardless, for my comic book investment thing, and I'm trying to keep it as dirt cheap as possible and still make some money with it. It's like a 20-hour class. I mean, it's a beast. But I don't know where I'm going to be streaming that, and I'm going to stream it regardless whether I can or I can't, because it's my panel, and I don't really care. They don't tell me how to operate, and I asked for forgiveness, not permission. My boss, a long time ago, who was former military, explained that to me. So I'm tempted, and I'm thinking about it, that would you be down if I streamed it on your channel?
Hell yes, dude.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
NYCC type audience looking at what's happening at CRoM Con. Hell yeah. Or on our channel.
If I get it, it'll be fun.
By the way, have fun at the frickin' Javits Center. It's like the worst place ever for a convention.
I've been there before. I hate it.
Is it awful?
I'm a man with a disability, so I walk around on crutches. It is hell.
Oh my God.
It is hell. And I am not happy about it, but I also understand that whether I get my panel there or not, if I got my panel, it's the best launching place.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. I mean, I sold a butt ton of books. I sold over 400 books within like 2 days. I ran out of books. How much are tables there now? I think they're they're way more expensive than they were back like in like 2017, which is when I was there. That was my first convention ever too, so it's like I jumped in at the deep end.
Now this is only available for 2 more hours, yo.
Oh snap!
I don't know about you guys. I know that the Comic Con here, it's like $450 just for an artist alley table and $750 for sellers or one of those. So but that's Canadian. I don't know if it's the same price or maybe a bit lower.
Right. Like all I know is that the I think the New York Comic Con is kind of like out of my price range at the moment. But
especially that it's more promoting the stars than actual book. For Andrew, that's a plus because he has cards of everything and books and all type of.
Yeah, man.
But trying to
sell
your own creation.
I'm just wanting to do the panel because it's my perfect audience. Because what better place and what better credibility? But I've actually presented at the Javits Center for not New York Comic Con though. I was at Anime NYC and I had a sold out. People were rejected from a panel I did in the Javits Center. So I've accomplished what I wanted to accomplish in the Javits Center.
That's awesome. Just bring food. I mean, I've heard it's gotten better. I've heard they got like food trucks outside. But when I was there, it's like I had to pay $8 for like a stale pretzel. It's madder than a motherfucker.
You can bring the Madness Network to the Javits Center anytime you want.
Don't get me started when I used to go to Toronto, dude.
Oh, was that a pain in the ass?
Yes.
Now C2E2 was the shiznit because it's like we're gonna get something to eat over there, right? And it was all like these food vendors like up against the far wall. Right? No missing them, and like a wide variety of food too. Javits Center, no freaking food.
So, the only thing that saves it a bit in Toronto because it was the Fan Expo, and the Fan Expo was in the big convention center. So you can imagine that anything around it, it's pretty goddamn expensive. But they started having those little trucks there that come and try and sell you hot dogs and stuff like that.
Right.
It's not regular hot dogs; it's those Italian sausage.
Right. And you got like, like people who are like independent business people that have like taco trucks where it's not just the same old shit. It's like a mobile restaurant.
Yes. And that's a big plus when you're paying $1,000 almost like for 2 nights for a room, and then you go,
Look, they at Heroes at Hall of Heroes Comic Con, they had food trucks outside. They had barbecue and Mexican food and pizza. And I mean, they had it all, dude, all the different trucks. And it was like, yeah, we're good. I'm glad that I had barbecue both times. I'm pretty sure we had barbecue both fucking times.
Man.
That's
I just want to take a second to say, yo, what's up, James Hayes?
Yeah.
What up, everybody in the chat? What up, James? Yo.
And thank you, Heroineburgh, for dropping links. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, seriously.
He said now to check out the Big Apple Con.
I like Big Apple Con. That's right. That's right near the garden, right?
I think so. I've never been to the Big Apple Con. I've been to the East Coast Comic Con, and that's a small con, but it's a good con because it's focused specifically on, shocker, comic books. Do you know what I'm saying? It's less about the video games.
I thought Big Apple was great because my story about Big Apples, I managed to snag myself free tickets all for Big Apple Con. So I saved myself like $20. And then my dad, you walk in and he sees Neil Adams, and it's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go buy a Creating Neil Adams book. And obviously Neil Adams just passed away a few months ago, rest in peace.
Yeah,
but it was really cool because it was just one of those things where my dad's now like really getting into like creative books. And so now he understands a little bit about what I did. We had a great time. It was a blast. I had a field day. I snagged some people from Big Apple that I wound up getting to interview for my show. And it was a cool thing. And it's like $20 and I had a great time. And then went to the Hooters like right next to it. And I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, with the Javits Center, it's like it's in the middle of nowhere, no trains running. Like, you can't even grab a cab. It's like you just have to fucking schlep your ass from fucking Grand Central Station to the friggin' Javits Center. I mean, maybe it's better now. I don't know, but that was a while ago. And then the problem is, I always explain this to people, is that it's not built for like one. It's not built for a big convention. It's built for like a medium-sized convention and like a small convention, right? Because you've got like on the one side, you've got this gigantic room. That's where the vendors are. That's where Independence Alley is, et cetera, et cetera. Then all the way on the other side, you've got the Artist Alley. And I just remember, of course, I was just like, shit, I want to like run over there. And I had people with me that were going to like run the table while I was in my absence, right? Always great to have backup like that. And I just remember just kind of like, it took me about a half an hour just to get to like look over the sea of people between me and Artist Alley. And I was just like, I was calculating in my head, okay, like getting there, going through Artist Alley, maybe talking to a couple of people, and then getting back, that would have been like 3 or 4 hours.
Yes.
Can't leave your table for that long.
I've only been to New York Comic Con once because I won free tickets from Midtown Comics.
Nice.
And it was great. And I had a mission. My mission was simple, to get my Saga 1 signed. That was it. That was the entire mission because Brian Vaughn and Fiona Staples were signing my Saga 1. And I was stupid. I didn't get it CGC, but I did get it CBCS verified. Came back as a 9.6, which is a pretty good grade for it. So very happy about that. But I had a very simple mission. That was the only thing I wanted to accomplish. I had a great time with it. And, you know, that was the only time I've been to New York Comic Con because the Java Center is not for me. It's not a good con to navigate for anybody. And then also, I used to live in DC, and so Awesome Con was my home con. And that's a great con to navigate because it's so spacious. It's so nice. Like, they put Celebrity Alley in the back, and it's so spacious. It's amazing. I guess alleys are wide. It's so nice.
That's awesome. Because I can imagine also if you have mobility issues, geez, right? At the Javits Center?
Also,
damn, man.
Also, the people at Awesome Con are very conscious of that. So one of the things that and I hate to say it, and I hate to play the disability card, but still was signing. But what they made sure that everybody who had a mobility problem got through first, and also got the ability to take their time. So now the disability had a separate line, so I don't have to wait 3 hours. I had to wait 30 minutes.
That's not playing the disability card, you know. The one shady thing of that, one thing that did feel shady was when I realized that I could use my pass, right, my vendor's pass, to jump the line at the Bandai booth, right? And I was but
I have to admit that is a fun thing.
That is great. That is great. But I felt like a piece of shit, right? And so I had to explain to people, it's just like, yeah, I'm jumping the line, but it's to buy like a toy for like my friend's son. Not that I didn't grab a little Godzilla something for myself too.
But come on, let's just be honest. You don't really need to do that. You just need to get there early or wait after it closes, and then you can go get whatever you want.
Yes. No, that's true. That's true.
See, I've never I've played the card where it's like, oh, cool. You know what it is? Boom, you have this. You get to cut, and then but I feel weird about it. So weird. But then again, there's all these other people who are like. So I have this Batman Beyond book, and Dan Jurgens was signing. Nice. So my relationship, I have a weird relationship with Paul Levitz. He was a professor of mine in college. Mm-hmm. So I got to see him for 15 weeks straight talking about writing for the media at Manhattanville College. Super cool. I'm the only kid in the class who actually read what he was doing.
Yeah.
So on day one, I said, hey, professor, after this class is over, can I interview you? So I got to interview him for my show in his house, of all places.
Nice.
And he got me Denny O'Neil, too, and Howard Cruz as well.
Wonderful.
He's both Howard Cruz and Denny.
But Denny was the shit, man. He taught a class of writing comics at my local community college, which was insane. Yeah, I got to know him a little bit. Real sweetheart.
A dumbass, okay? This is me going along the lines. So they're lecturing on 80 Years of Superman at the Library of Congress before Awesome Con. And apparently my boss sent it to me in an email because I'm a comic fan. So now I go, and apparently Tom King, I think, was lecturing earlier in the day, and all these top people from DC were lecturing because they were all at Awesome Con.
Right.
So now Levitz and Dan are having a discussion, and I raise my hand. I ask a question. I'm like, "Hey, professor, how are you?" While it's being recorded, and then I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's Andrew from Manhattanville." And I was asking about saying, obviously you guys were doing Doomsday, but also Nightfall was hitting. And what was this like? Because clearly Superman and Batman have been rivals forever, but these were two of the biggest events in DC history. And Levitz was like, "I wasn't complaining. I was selling a lot of books."
Yeah.
and so what I was smart enough, though, is that they were signing after. Right. So I snuck in, and then he just signed my program, and I was speaking to Levitz, and I said to Dan, I said, hey, maybe you could throw a little stinger on my Batman Beyond book that I'm going to be bringing it to you tomorrow or the next day.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I'll see what I can do. And so apparently all these people brought him playing sketches, and he wasn't really doing much on them. And then he remembered me. I paid my $10 I was going to get CGC that I didn't ask. And he just started sketching, and his handler knew not to interfere with touching Dan.
Right.
Whatever Dan was doing. And then his handler was like, by the way, Will Friedel's here, who plays Terry McGinnis in Batman Beyond. You're going to go get a signature. I'm like, nah, I'm not pushing my luck. I'm on crutches. I already realized I won.
Yeah.
So now, meanwhile, CGC's saying, Dan doesn't sketch. Dan doesn't do this. So now his handler brings me backstage to Will Friedel's handler. Will Friedel then writes, I am Batman, ... Will Friedel, on the book. CGC's with me. So now I have a beautifully signed Dan Jurgens book.
Fuck yeah.
Sketched. Like it's a quick sketch. It took him like 3 minutes, right? And
but
then
still, it's an original work of art.
It's awesome. And then you have Will Friedel signing it. I'm a huge Boy Meets World fan. And his handler was like, no, we're right here. Going behind stage. The entire line is sort of catching a glimpse of what's going on. I'm like, what's going on here? And then me and Will Friedel are speaking, and like, awesome.
I'll be back in a few minutes. I just want to say I have to go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
You got it.
Just
We'll hold the fort. We'll keep the home fires burning for you, brother.
Yeah, no, I don't want to be. It's always that you leave 15 minutes and then you come back and then somebody asks you a question.
I'll be
right back.
I just want Pale Rider to know.
Why'd you ruin it? Like.
I just want to let you know, hey, you never know what could happen. Sims here, they could play freaking games. You never know.
Yeah, that was fun.
But it is awesome when you have people that will go out of their way for the fans and do cool shit like that. I've always loved seeing people that will, like, when artists won't just sign a book, they'll do like a sketch of like a little beastie or something like that, right? Because even if it's just like a little doodle that they've done, you now have like an original piece of art, like with the signature. Like, how cool is that?
One of the cool things, Dave Finch did something very cool. I brought Dave Finch an old copy of Cyberforce, like the foil edition. It's $1 book. I don't know what Cyberforce was at the time that I bought it. It was just in $1 bin. I'm like, this is cool. This looks awesome.
Right.
And so I brought him a book that was getting CGC, and I brought him a book that was not. I just knew he did like 2 or 3 pages on it from 30 years ago. And so there's a line in the back, and he's just thumbing through it. He knows I don't care if it gets ruined. And he's like, and his handler knew to back off. And then he knew the other book was getting signed. So what he did is he did a little bat stinger on it.
That's so cool.
And so it took him 3 seconds.
Yeah.
His handler knew not to interfere. And that's the difference is that, and I talk about this all the time with people. I'm like, you should be courteous to people. And if you could always bring somebody something they haven't seen in 30 years, chances are they're going to be very nice to you. And they're going to be like, oh, that's cool. Let me see how I can help you out.
Oh, nothing makes them happier than being handed like a book that's like toe up. Do you know what I mean? Like a book that's just been obviously loved. Like something that was, rolled up and stuck in your back pocket when you were like a little kid. Mm-hmm. Holes in the cover and little tears. The Marvel value stamp or whatever the heck that was. Remember, you would put that little stamp in there, right? And if you were stupid, you would like cut that damn thing out.
That's true. You have no idea how true that is. I remember when I went to see Simon Bisley again and Simon a few things. Right.
Nice.
One of the things that he got surprised was the fact that I had a Bible. I had the illustrated Bible that he had, and it's very freaking it's rare. There's not many of it, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, I took out 2 copies, right? I bought an extra copy of. Remember, like you have the Batman Judge Dredd that he did.
Oh, of course, that's amazing. Right? Amazing.
So I brought my first copy that it's like my freaking Batman The Dark Knight. Like I still have the first copy I had in the 90s. Like you're saying. You have the creases on it, that it's been rolled up in my pocket. I taped the freaking edges of it because it's all taped up, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same. It's in the same condition, but I bought a new one. And when I showed him that one, he goes, "Oh, you just got that one." And I showed him the other one. I'm like, "Yeah, because I didn't want you to sign this one." Dude, you should have seen his face. It goes, "Okay, you've read that one a lot."
Yeah.
I'm like, you have no fucking idea. It's been with me through high school and everything. And he goes, "Seriously?" I go, "Yeah." It was folded in two into my back pocket with the Dark Knight Return for almost most of my goddamn high school years.
Right. And they love that shit. They love that. And another thing that they love, and they always look at me funny when I do this, but I'm always like, can you personalize that? Make that out to like Brian. And they kind of look at me, but I'm like, bitch, this is not going on eBay.
Yeah.
This is going on my wall or my shelf. Like and lets them know this is for me. Or this is for me.
My favorite thing is Scott Lobdell. I was up at a con in Poughkeepsie. So I used to live in New York, and I'm in Connecticut. I used to live in D.C. too. But I move around a lot, everybody. So anyway, what happened is that I brought Scott all these old books at this small con. I brought him a Generation X foil book. I brought him like a Teen Titans, like almost sketch cover wraparound book. And I brought him all these Teen Titans stuff. I said, "Hey, I'm a huge Teen Titans fan." And what's funny is I was running with his like niece during the entire time. But what ended up happening is that me and him started talking, and then he just gave me a free graphic novel and personalized it and said, "I look forward to seeing what you write in the future." And so I got to interview Scott, and we had like a 2-hour private conversation too. And like, it's just one of those things where, like, he realized very quickly that I was bringing him stuff that, like, I'm a huge fan of your work. And I can't explain it to somebody, but like, it makes you like love comics in some way. It's weird.
And dude, I like going back to Simon Bisley again. Like I was meeting that guy like every year at Comic-Con, so to keep that in mind. So the funny thing, it's after all these years of me going to see him to get him sign some stuff and saying hi and stuff like that. In 2016, I went to him and I asked him how much he would charge me to draw my characters. And trust me, if I told you the price he charged me, you'd go ballistic. Like I don't tell people, but let's just say I paid for those two things less than what people would buy for one. And that goes with what you're saying. It's like when they know that you're a fan, and he asked me, "What do you want to do with it?" Right? And I'm like, I just wanted to put on my campaigns, and they'll be either put in a book as as an art that I love, or given out as a ex libris. Meaning like a little print. And he goes, "Fair enough." And then he said, "I'll do it for that price." And I'm like, "What?" He goes, "I'll do it for that price and give me a copy of that book." I'm like,
Andrew
nobody beats the biz. Nobody beats the biz. I'm telling you, man.
Did the same thing to me. It's like I bought an autograph Hatchet book, and I wanted a book that he did the cover and whatnot, and he autographed it, and then he sent it around to all the people that he beheaded during the book.
Right.
The fans that he beheaded, right? He sent it around to all them, and they all signed it too. And he sent it to me, right? But he also didn't just send me that. He sent me this badass piece of Hatchet art too. And I was like, dude, you can't send me that for free. So I sent him some money, right? So what does he do? He sends me a bunch more autographed fucking books. It's like
class act, man. Class act.
When they know you're a fan, just like you said, when they know you're a fan, it's way different.
Yeah, it changes everything. Yeah, they know that you're not just getting something signed just to throw up on fucking eBay.
Yeah, right? Dude, he even looked at me and goes, "Dude, do you have my entire freaking collection?" I'm like, "Pretty much."
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Of course, I became an even bigger fan at the East Coast Comic Con when I just saw like the debased spectacle that was going on at his table. Just getting loaded with his fans, bottles getting passed around. It was crazy. I was just like, damn, like this is like that's how you treat your fans. It was just like, you know, we've seen people who are just awful to their fans,
No,
and he was like the exact polar opposite. I'm just like, God
it's
damn,
like that
man.
Mobius story that I told you.
Oh, it's the best. That's
Like
the best.
The guy, like, I'm sure you haven't heard it, Andrew, that one, but it's one of the.
Yeah,
it's
worth
one of
hearing.
It's one of the like biggest, like, you know, when you hate yourself for years because you kind of think that you fucked up. But
I know that. I believe Thursday was like that. I don't want to talk about that, but I realized it's been a long job thing, and you know, sometimes you're trying to figure out your best moves.
Mm-hmm.
Tell that story, Sim. I'm just gonna really quickly grab something to eat.
I think I was like between 13 or 15, right? It's right before I moved out on my own, right? I went to something called a Festival de la BD, something like that, right? It's a big comic book festival, and usually you have a lot of European comic books. So French people coming from France coming here, and you get to see their books, right? And I'm a huge fan of Mobius. I've always been, always will be, right? But I did not know back then his real name. I did not know the thing that he did before, like Blueberry under Jean Giraud. So I go there, and I'm one of those little, like, you know, a bit shyest type of kid. You know, you're still there trying to make your, you know, find your ground, your, you know, your inspiration still. I'm there, and I'm just looking at his shit, and I'm like, wow, man, it's so freaking beautiful. And I'm like, I see the fact that he did some cowboy stuff, and I'm like, oh, that's so amazing. Then an old guy comes next to me and he goes, you like that stuff? I go, yeah. I go, what do you like about it so much? And I start talking with the guy. Almost an hour. I had no clue who the fuck he was. Presents himself as Jean Giraud. I had no fucking clue. And I'm talking with the guy. And yeah, casual, just like that. He goes, you draw? I'm like, yeah. And he looks at my stuff and goes, dude, you have a lot of potential. And you know, that type of thing. And after he leaves, I'm still waiting for Mobius. Get it? I'm waiting for the table of Mobius, and there's a huge lineup, and I'm like, I'm never gonna get to see the guy. And then you see that guy sitting at that table, and so, but no, it was after somebody comes to me and goes, you know what the fuck you were talking to? Yeah, some old dude called Jean Giraud. It's pretty goddamn cool. That was fucking Mobius. Like, wait, what? Oh no, I fucked up. But then it's. I was talking with Vinny like probably like 3 years ago or something when I first talked about it, and he goes, "Dude, you realize that you got to know Mobius more than if you ever fucking met him, geeking out on him. Like if you would have known of him, you would never have got that conversation so long with him." And I'm like, you know what? I kind of had regrets for a long time, but you're fucking right. I'm just sad I didn't get to see him again before he passed. You know.
I mean, I can tell you one of my biggest regrets was I interviewed Howard Cruz and Denny very early on in my interview career, and I was not ready properly for Howard Cruz, and I was definitely not ready for Denny. And those are two of some biggest regrets I ever had in my career as of date, because honestly, if I was to do Howard Cruz now, Howard Cruz, for those who don't know, led the gay comics movement back in the 80s. He's like the guy who changed a lot of stuff, freedom of speech, pushing the line. And obviously Denny O'Neil, I don't think Denny needs an introduction. And the Denny issue, I think, was okay and was better than Howard Cruz. But man, I mean, my interview skills today, I wish I got another bite at Denny, because there's a million things I would have asked more. And I've even listened to like both those interviews, and I'm like, but at the same time, I'm like, it needed to happen nonetheless. And you have to take when you can take it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I understand that a lot of people are not going to be here forever. I mean, I'm interviewing all these voice actors now, and they're 60, 70 years old now, and it's like, you're not going to be here forever. And it's very important to understand that. So
yes, and they're people. And another great story I have is I'm a huge fan of Juan Jimenez. And that guy did one of my favorite goddamn books ever. He's one of my favorite artists with Bisley and stuff. And if you don't know his work, just go check it out. He did Meta Barons. And the guy does paintings and stuff, and it's pretty goddamn amazing. And I never thought that I would get to meet that guy. Ever. Right? He lived in Argentina, France, like that's all he does, right? He never comes here. One when I said that I was launching Tales from the Universe a while back, like Tales from the Universe 1 after Blood Hunt, I said that the biggest inspiration was him. Like, man, a Baron changed my goddamn life. Like, literally. Like, it changed my entire way of seeing comics. Like, as much as Frank Miller, Dark Knight Return, and some of those X-Men by Claremont made me want to do comics, and for Zeta, seeing the Death Dealer made me want to do art, they made me understand what I really wanted to do with comics, right? And I posted that, and I'm like, one of my biggest influences, Juan Ramirez. The guy added me as a friend on Facebook and sent me a message saying, thank you. I don't get that much appreciation. I am happy and blessed that I have inspired you. Dude, I fucking cried. Like, I'm not fucking kidding. I'm not crying of sadness. Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Not the inspiration, but that moment.
Yeah. It's like, holy shit, he reached out to me to tell me how moved he was about him moving me. I'm like, you took the time? I'm like, wow. And
it's weird, right?
That made me out of, like, and made me bulletproof. And no way. Like, you have no freaking idea. Like, it just zoned me the fuck out. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain, but you have those type of tears in your eyes where you're like, holy crap, man, what, my hero?
I mean, I assure you that I am Mr. Bad Girl Art by definition. There was a moment where I was stupid enough to ask Eric Basaluda for an interview, and he said yes. And I was like, oh shit! Like, it's like, can we do it today? And it was like, yes, we can. Like, and then I got to do J.P. Roth, who was his wife, and then obviously I've done people like Larry Welts, which is Cherry. I've done Dean Yeager, which is Mandy, Playboy. I mean, when you have a comic in Playboy, that's a whole different level of comic books. And then and then I've done like
and they used to do that often back in the days. The people the big guys from Marvel and stuff, they would always like have a little comic strip in Playboy. Yeah.
And then I got to do Ralph Tedesco from Zenescope, and I've been a fan for years. I just did Joe Bruscia, and it's so weird because it's like you get the sense that you made it, right? And that's what it is. I just did Joe Bruscia last week, and it's like, oh shit, I've made it.
It's like they're not just my I'm not just a fan anymore. I'm one of their peers. It's kind of weird, the feeling that you get at that point.
It's also interesting because me and Joe, and I don't think he's gonna mind. I mean, I'm not gonna look at the details of what we were talking about, but it became very personal very quickly after the interview. And I gave him some thoughts on me because he asked my opinion on something, and it's like, oh, okay, now we're getting into some inner working stuff, and so really interesting position for me on that front. And and I've been treated well by that company. I mean, they did me a solid where they just sent me a 1 out of 25 book prize. The book's worth $200 to $300 easy. I get taken care of, is my point.
Another one of those great artists that I like so much that did something similar that I'm surprised that I'm friends with. It's Liam Sharp. If you know that guy, Death Head 2, and he did Green Lantern lately. He did Death Dealer. Like, he's another guy influence of mine. And it's like being friends with Mike Barron. You're like, never thought that would happen.
Weird, right?
I know.
Too. I got to interview him. He's been on like a few streams of mine. I mean, who would have ever thought that would have happened in my world?
Like I remember the first time you sent me a message, want to trade book? I'm interested in reading your Blood Hunt. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, of course. Give me the address.
Me and Mike Barron never even traded books. Mike just sent me a book after my interview with him. He's like, yo, I'll send you a book.
Yeah.
Mike is a cool motherfucker.
Yeah, don't join the military.
That's what I'm going to say. All right. Mike is the first person in all of comics that texted me or, sent me a message on Facebook and said, here's my number, Pops. Call me. Like, everybody's real protective of their phone numbers and stuff nowadays. And I was like, this dude is like reaching out to me, you know, and telling me you can call me anytime, you know, and I don't call him all the time. I message him all the time on Facebook, but you know what I mean? It was like that blew me away that he was reaching out to me and going, here's my number. Give me a call, you know? And that was way back in the beginning, you know, like the second CRoM Con or something, you know. But he's one of the people, man, that encouraged me to keep doing what I'm doing, you know. I'd have quit doing this a long time ago if it wasn't for people like Brian and Mike, you know.
But
I was a cheerleader when I started. Yeah. I really do. Like, I was just like, fuck it. I mean, nobody ever said no. And look, I mean, people said no to me and wanted to do an interview. But nobody ever said, Andrew, you should stop. And I was just stupid enough to continue. So there you go.
And you know, I add to that, you know, as an artist, when you strive so hard to work on something like being a writer or an artist, let's be honest here, when you've worked so hard on that craft, to have somebody you look up to going, dude, I see you, I acknowledge you, and you're like, yeah, nah, it's so freaking worth it.
I mean, it's Roman Reigns right now in WWE. He's the head of the table. I mean, I hate to go back to wrestling here for a second, but it's this idea that the entire shtick is acknowledgement. And you know what, though? For the longest time, he wasn't acknowledged. And it's so honest, and that's why it's working.
And by the way, what's up, Bell Rider? In case we haven't said hi yet, I see you.
Yeah, we said hi.
I still don't know who that is.
He's a big supporter of CG books and stuff like that, and he's a painter, and he does great job. And he did one of the piece for he did a piece.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. It was just too easy. It was just too easy.
We don't know who the Pale Rider is.
Hey, some people don't. I'm just going with it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're talking about the character. The character. Nobody knows who he is.
For lack of a better word.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not fully unhinged. I've been on enough streams that I've been fully unhinged. I promise. This is like compared to everything else. If you Google me unhinged, you will see exactly how that looks.
Yes.
Have you seen me unhinged completely out of it? Like,
yeah, I've seen you drunk on my channel.
I don't think I was that bad on your channel. I mean, how many times have I been on your channel?
I mean, we were drinking, we were having fun. You remember the night?
I don't even think that was me. I was still in control. I like to think that at the very least.
Did you just say you don't think that was you?
No. I know it was me. I like to think that I was still in control.
You're saying he was not unhinged?
Oh, we did. You did okay. You did all right. Let me say you were real close to the edge, but you didn't fall off.
I've been on a few streams where I've been over the edge and then some.
I can imagine.
But let's just say that if you go back to January this year, it was a rough day. I was taking an exam, and you ever have a test where the test kicked your ass? And you're like, I studied, and I just spent 20 hours studying, and nothing I studied is on this test. That's the day I drank like a fish. No. And the way I was
yeah, Pearl Rider totally understands you. If you don't know who he is exactly like you.
Yeah.
Let's just say the bottle was like this, full, and then the bottle was like this at the end of the night. And there was no help. There was no, I guess, cushion. It was just straight up honey jack.
Oh, geez. Andrew, as always, it's always a pleasure having you out, bro.
I won't be back. I promise.
Will. Oh yeah, you will. Oh yeah, you will. Next month things might be slightly different though. I mean, we're still going to have slots, but we might be also doing this show from the floor of a Comic-Con.
That's fantastic.
So it might be a little different as far as scheduling goes and stuff. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to work it, but because there ain't going to be no people at the con at 7:00 at night. You understand what I'm saying? So
good.
Segment 2 might come later from the hotel. I don't know. I got to figure out how we're going to do this, but definitely going to be fun doing it from the floor of a con. If we can pull this off, it's going to be amazing. We'll have a madness table, be selling some books. Be selling some books like Ed Gein #1. If you didn't get yours, you'll be able to get it.
Dude, if that happens, you're gonna have so much fun.
And
you're gonna have a freaking blast.
I just saw one thing. I just want to take the time, in case you're in the chat. Thank you. I just sold like 3 books on my store. Somebody went and bought three books on my web store on Shopify. So thank you.
Hell yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're in the chat. So thank you.
Yeah, and we love our backers because they enable us to live a dream.
I'm not going to say your name until you say it. I don't do that shit.
What, you're not going to out your backers?
I never do that unless I know who exactly it is and they don't care.
Right.
Or I get a message and go right ahead.
That's cool. Pale Rider says, I've killed a jug of vodka during a morning roast show. That's when I have to rewind the stream to see what I did and said.
Dude, there's a moment he was so drunk that he could not even write a freaking chat properly. Remember that one?
Hi, are you guys familiar with Mr. Roland Mann from Silverline Comics?
No. Are you going to introduce them to us?
Oh, yes, I am.
Hell yeah.
Right now, baby.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
What's up? The pleasure's all mine.
Hey.
Who are you again?
I'm just some dude in Florida that makes comic books, man.
I'm Brian Christgau, the author of Six Gun Gorilla, Long Days of Vengeance.
Yes, he is. And tonight we're killing his campaign. So
all right.
We got the Six Gun Gorilla #8 right here. And later on tonight, we'll be shutting this campaign down. So if you guys aren't familiar with this, I'm sure the link is in the chat over there somewhere. Go check it out. That's a Preston Acevedo cover. It's a wraparound cover. It's super cool.
Yes, it is. And you can either get it with the title or you can get it virgin. Just let me know. Shoot me a message when you make your order. And,
so after this hour wherein we talk about Silverline Comics, we're going to go right back over there and we're going to shut that campaign down. And then, as you all know, when one great campaign ends, another begins, correct?
Yep, out with the old, in with the new.
So tonight we're not just going to end Brian Christgau's Six Gun Gorilla 8, but we are also going to launch Paul Roper's 21 Demons. So after the Silverline Hour, it's all action, bro. I mean, we're not going to slow down, So Roland has been doing this for a long time.
We can see just in the tooth. We can see just like from your background.
Yeah.
Like that's a brother right there.
Yeah.
I think they say he's the longest running indie comic creator in Florida.
Probably. Yeah. Yeah. In Florida. I have to think. I have to. Ooh. You know what? No, Bill Black is down here. Yeah. So,
but he don't come on our show, so
That's that guy.
How about this? How about I am the longest running indie creator in Florida that comes to CRoM Con.
There you go.
Yeah.
that's left-handed or has like your eye color.
Right, yeah.
and the same type of frame of glasses.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
So, Simon does Tales from the Nappers. He just released book 2 on Kickstarter.
Cool.
We got fully funded on Indiegogo prior though.
Yeah, baby.
Nice.
And Roland, you do all kind. You have a lot of titles, so it's like that's why we give you an hour. Bro.
I got so many titles, and because I can't see the backstage, so there's supposed to be some fellows joining me to pitch their books as we go along. I think Brent's supposed to show up around 8:15 to talk about one of his, and then a guy by the name of John Medic is going to show up closer to the bottom of the hour to talk about his. But yeah, man, we got so many books. I got to tell you, I didn't realize this. So if you ever seen any of our Kickstarters, so you know one of the things that we do on our Kickstarters, like a lot of folks, is that we make all of our back issues available so that people can, you can support the there you go. Heroineburgh says that only company do that longer than Silverline. Yeah, Bill Black's he's a cool dude. Shoot, where was I? What was I headed? What was I saying? I got distracted with Bill Black. Back issues, and so I was putting this list together the other day for the upcoming one. I started counting, and I'm like, 32 books. I've got 32 issues on this back issue order thing. Yeah, that's what I said. And look, I keep a little box under my feet, right? So that this is the stuff we've done over the last couple of years.
Wow.
There's a couple of them missing because I got a couple I'm writing on the next issue out there. Look at all these.
Bravo, sir. Stuff. Bravo.
I mean, this is what we've been doing here at Silverline. So, we make books, we get them out. We don't make a whole lot of noise. We aren't one of those. We're not one of those companies that is all up in your face, and we don't.
Advertise them in an obnoxious way.
No, we don't do any of that. We just, we're a bunch of folks who like comic books and we like to make them, and we just do them, and we do them regular. We ship when we say we're going to ship. We just make books. So
it's one of the nice things about you, honestly. I mean, Roland's been on. I was joking saying, "Who are you again?" Roland's been on a bunch of times, and also Roland's got to meet people on my show from Silverline. There's been a whole panel of people from Silverline on my show.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm going to be hitting up more people anytime you want on my show, or anybody you want on my show, just let me know. But you guys nail it. And that there's something to be said about that right now in the entire indie comic world is you say what you're going to deliver, and then you actually deliver.
Yeah.
And you're running a business, and that's what it comes down to. And as a consumer, I'm getting pissed off in the entire Kickstarter world, and I don't think you're a company that's pissing me off right now.
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's what one of the things when we first started with a lot of the crowdfunding stuff is we're like, you know what? Because I had backed some, and I'll be honest with you, the first Kickstarter I ever backed, I'm still waiting on it. Now, fortunately, that didn't dissuade me from backing others. So I've backed a whole bunch of projects since then. But the very first one I backed, I literally am still waiting, and I think this was 2014.
You do that.
One of the things that I said before we got started, I said, look, I see the people out there the backers out there who are like, man, I backed this Kickstarter now. I'm not getting it. It's 3 years later, blah, 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 or 2 years later or whatever. I'm like, I don't ever want to be that person. I said, that's not me. That's not who I want Silverline to be. I'm like, that is not what we're going to be. And so that's one of the things I tell folks, of course we don't take submissions anymore, but when we first started, I'm like, here's the deal. Here's the way I run my ship. If you're not okay with that, then there are a lot of other boats that you can get on. But this is the way the Silverline ship is going to run. And if you're cool with that, come on, let's do it. And so we've had we've had a good time making them. You know, I tell folks this. Here's the thing: when you back a Silverline campaign, one of the things I want you to be assured of as a backer is that you're going to get your product. Right. Now, I'm not going to promise to you that you will like every book that you back. I would love to say, oh man, you're going to love everything we do. They're the greatest things since sliced bread. I know better than that because we do a wide variety of stuff. We do superheroes. We do alternate history. We do horror. We do cutesy bears, right? We do a wide variety of stuff. So you might not like everything. Now, I happen to, because I believe in the stuff we do, right? I think that you're going to like most of it. But I get it. You might not like everything. But the thing you will do, you get your product, right? You're not going to be looking 3 months down the road and go, well, I was supposed to get my Silverline book in July, and I'm still looking for it.
You know, it burns my britches. It burns my britches when I see that there are creators out there whose books are 2 years late, 3 years late, in one case, 4 years late, going on 5.
Don't get me started. Like Kickstarter, I back some projects. Okay, like I back almost 100 project on Indiegogo because most of them have fulfilled. Like I can still pretty much count on my 2 hands the one that are over a year late. Okay.
Yeah.
But Kickstarter, out of the 9, and I had to refund one, so I had 10, but now I'm at 9. Dude, I only got 2 books, like two projects that fulfill out of 9. You know what I mean? I'm like, to me, it was not a really good track record.
No.
I have an advantage. Every project that I back, I would say 9 out of 10 of them I need to really create it before I back.
Mm-hmm. But I have realized
right now there are 3 that I am furious at. Now, one of them is Santine Phoenix. We're not going to talk about her because she's a friend, but that's a disaster. But the other 2, I am furious at both of those people. And I feel disrespected at one of them because his campaign funded $9,000, and he ran 2 other campaigns during that process that did over 20 apiece. Okay? And so that $9,000 campaign is 2 months late. It said it was going to be a year, and I'm pissed. And that person is not getting on my show and no updates, and I want answers. And you know what it is? We're getting closer and closer to me calling out people. And but that's
already have.
And another thing I'd like to add is the 2 ones I got was the 2 last ones I backed. It's weird. Nothing prior to 2016 I have gotten.
Wow. And isn't it interesting?
It's something that I've noticed that with the entire change with the CG thing and the entire shift in the indie comic medium.
Yeah.
I have to say I am more tempted right now to try it again to back some people on Kickstarter, which I have. That's what I'm saying. Like I went in and I tried to back my friend Liam Sharp. I backed another one of my friends. I backed a few people and I got the books. And I'm like, okay. But I'm worried of the big name guys, to be honest, on Kickstarter.
If your campaign has funded like $250,000, you're gonna be if you back the campaign that's that successful, you're gonna be waiting 2 or 3 years for your book. It's like the better a campaign does, the longer it takes for the book to come out. And to me, that burns my britches. I mean, I just I'll name names. Fucking Zach, for instance, right? I mean, dude.
So
you can't have 5 campaigns waiting.
No, brother, you mean to tell me you made $250,000 on a book, right? And 2 years later, you still haven't fulfilled. In that same time, I was like getting 4 hours of sleep a night, taking care of my sick mother who had Alzheimer's, and I fulfilled 2 campaigns in that same time. You mean to tell me that you made $250,000 and you can't fulfill on one?
You've heard me rant on this, dude. I'm like, dude, I'm a single dad. I make the big plunge. I work on it for myself, type of thing, and I don't make 25,000 or 50,000 a campaign yet.
No,
I must say
I've always made 10K and up, and I still deliver.
Yes. Well, all I'm going to do is I'm going to change slightly on this, where Ryan Brown and Charles Soule did 120,000 on curse words. Book was 3 months late. That's not bad.
No. That's not what we're talking about being late.
That's not what we're talking about at all.
Right?
Right?
My point is that
late. That's
I don't complain until it's over.
That's where I'm at. Hey guys, I'm sorry.
Once it's a year, okay, now I'm looking at you funny. 2 years, okay, now I'm pissed.
And
there's big chances I won't be back in again.
So I got a friend named Pat Chan. Pat Chan's shipping is messed up because of China and the entire shipping. And he's like, hey guys, I'm sorry, but guess what he's done? He said, I'm not launching another Kickstarter until this issue's solved. So guess what? He's not making money. So if I back Destiny New York or I back this project, and he says, I can't launch just in good faith, God bless him. He's saying, look, I'm losing tens of thousands of dollars, but you don't have your product.
But you said it there too. He updated people. He's transparent about it. Like, look, I'll tell you with Blood Hunt, right? It was my first campaign on Indiegogo. And I had to wait 4 months and a half to get my money. And I lost $250 because they charged me fees every time they tried to send it. Dude, it was 4 months and a half. So do you understand that during those 4 months and a half, I think I did more updates than I ever fucking did on a campaign. Just to make sure that everybody knew and updated at every step of the freaking way.
And that you have to do that.
Yeah.
As long as people know, for instance, I recently put out an update. I'm like, look, books are going out. Fulfillment is at about 90, 95%. But I'm sorry, I ran out of books. I ran out of Geminis. I ran out of bags and boards. So you're going to be waiting a little extra for your book, right? However, when you get your order, I'm going to throw a little something extra in there to compensate you for the wait.
Yeah.
Right?
I did the print thing because it was not my fault. And I said, you're all going to get a print out of this for free. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I mean, me and Pops have a friend, Chris Brown, who was Laughing Road. Perfect opportunity for somebody sponsoring this, and he does this beautiful book right here, guys. Beautiful book. Yeah, totally shelling right here for him.
I got one of those.
Great. Oh, yeah. And he's basically kept everybody up to date on Slaughterville 3 that, is sort of delayed in the process. But it's like, hey, look, if piece of this comes, I'm going to ship it at my own expense to you. So guess what? That's the whole thing. And when people let me know what's going on, guess what? You know what? I'm forgiving. The magic words of Kickstarter is, I am sorry.
Yes.
You're sorry. ...
I even had a backer reach out to me because during Blood Hunt it was the COVID thing and all the shipping doubled, right? So I had some people reaching out to me going, "Can I send you extra money?" I'm like, "No, it's okay." Yeah. And they're like, "You sure?" I'm like, dude, it's okay. I'll take care of it. Like it said, you have nothing to do with it. But when they came back, or some of them even went on the campaign to back the digital copy, I was like,
you get a customer for life. It's like, even if you're an a-hole, it is still in your own best self-interest to give people great customer service, right?
Yes.
Like the book that I sent to Singapore that looked like it had been nuked.
Why do you think I keep saying this? Like, it's on my campaign, and ever since I came up with that little slogan there, I keep using it. It's like, we may be the dreamers, right? But you are the dream makers. Because without you guys, we can't do shit.
Exactly. And we know that, and we recognize that, and that's why we genuinely love our backers. Unlike, people in Marvel and DC who actually actively hate your guts. And we'll let you know. Oh, there's Rocky. Is that Rocky that's talking up?
Yeah, it's Rocky. So, Roland.
Yes, sir.
You're doing 3 books on one campaign.
Yes, sir.
Are these all the next in line for those particular titles, or have these been seen before?
No, sir. These, now Switchblade has. Switchblade was it's one of we're doing some remix books, and so Switchblade's the only one that's been. No, that's not true. Sirens was the other one we did on our last Kickstarter. So we did some books in the 90s that were in black and white, and we decided, that was years ago, and they were all in black and white. No one around today remembers them, and so what we've done is we've kind of digitally remastered them, and we have colored them, and so we are putting them with we're kind of pairing them with our campaigns, and so Switchblade is our remix, but Team Beetle issue number 2 is the next one, and then Trump's number 3 is the next one of that one.
Cool.
Yeah, and I see Brent T. Larson is here.
Yes. Brent has me.
What up, Brent?
How you doing?
Doing all right. How are you guys doing on a Saturday night?
So Brent is the writer. I'll introduce you. Brent is the writer of Kalis, which is, I think at this point in time, the only Silverline book that has completed all of the issues of the miniseries. So you can get Kalis issues 1, 2, 3, 4, or you can get the Kalis trade. And we're actually getting ready now, not this Kickstarter, obviously, but in the next Kickstarter, I think, if all goes well, Brent will have a new book, a new title that we're going to kickstart. So can you tell us about that one, Pops?
Yes, that's why you're here.
Okay.
So tell us, Brent, tell a little bit about Kalis first, and then tell us about Cape Town.
Sure. Kalis is, like Roland said, it has completed its 4-issue arc for the first arc. But it is a story of a top secret CIA mission into space where they sent one of their agents up on a secret mission and he disappeared. This is back in the 60s, but he has now reappeared suddenly out of the sky, crash landing to Earth, and is starting on his quest, which is to get back to where he came from. And in the meantime, he has to deal with a government that wants to forget him, and a terrorist incursion into Anaheim Stadium, which seems odd in its coincidence, and also a group that wants to keep him from actually going back into space. And their story also evolves. But that's kind of the, it's kind of a superhero / government conspiracy story. And I'm really excited to announce actually that the Kalis, the second arc, is already well underway. In fact, art was completed this morning. I finally okayed it. So the next issue should be ready to go fairly soon. And yeah, it's a good time.
Sweet. I'm trying to send Pops some covers, but it's not.
I'm getting.
Good.
I'm getting. Is it that one?
There you go. Is that the only one you got?
Yeah.
No, I'm sure there's more. That's just the first thing I saw. So
yeah, that's issue number 2.
Oh, there you go. You got all kinds of stuff. Wolf Hunter.
That was from the last. This is pulling up all the images I've sent you. Yeah. Wolf Hunter was from the. There you go. Wolf Hunter was from the last campaign we did.
Right.
It's not, for some reason it's not sending. It's not going through those other ones. I don't know why.
Well, it might have hit right during that moment when I'm like every 10 minutes I'm getting bumped for like 10 seconds. And if you tried to send it to me right when I got bumped, then it didn't come. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
yeah. They messed the lines are still messed up from the storm last week.
Oh, really?
The power's okay, but the Comcast, they need to come out and fix their shit. I'm just saying. We never had this issue before, and now it's like about every 10 minutes we get bumped for 10 seconds. And it's horrible, like you're playing a video game, you're fighting the boss. You're whooping his ass, right? You're bam, 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 bam. And then all of a sudden, you're just standing there, and you come back laying on the ground because the boss done whooped your ass while you were offline. You know. That's what we've been going through. I asked my son today, man, are you having problems? He goes, yes, it's pissing me off. Well, okay, good. At least I know somebody else is feeling this.
Yeah, not just you, right?
And Heroineburgh says, find out more about the first 4-issue arc of Kalis at Silverline Comics website. And yes, if I could negotiate the website in the way that the guy who knows it really well could, I'd share the screen, but I figured he could share the screen because he knows where everything is already.
Not much, wink, wink.
Oh,
say no more.
Yeah, you know what? I think I can do that. Let me.
It wasn't that subtle, Roland.
Yeah. Let me.
I doesn't do well in subtleties. He's getting old and no time to waste, I guess.
You know what's up. I mean, amazing.
I'm just buying some time and doing some fillers while.
I like that one. I like that one.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get all of these open here.
That's a great cover.
Dude, real nice. Real nice.
That reminds me of remember the show Human Target?
Yeah.
Yes, based on the
show.
DC comic. Yeah.
Went away too soon.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this movie. Like for some reason, it's forgotten. I don't think it deserves to be. It's called Capricorn 1.
Yes.
Right. Which is about basically the faking of the moon landing.
Oh,
and
it's great. It's great.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Fantastic. And for some reason, this was making me think of that a little bit. Right? Because then, like, one of the astronauts escapes, and then a bunch of the astronauts escape. And, you know, they're out to get them.
Huh.
This reminds me of Charles Heston.
Okay.
A little bit.
That's probably my favorite one.
Oh, Brian, your buddy's here, Brian.
Who's that?
Your buddy's here, Brian.
Who's my buddy? Who's my buddy? Was that Rock?
Yep.
Aw.
You gonna say hi to Brian?
Hi, Rocky.
Oh, he's a good boy.
Oh, that face. That's a good boy.
What's up, dude? You sniffing? Oh, you're just sniffing for food, huh?
How? Talk. I love chatty dogs.
What can I do for you, buddy?
Aw.
Good boy.
Ooh, that face.
He knows I have a quesadilla and some ramen over here. See?
So now he's like your best buddy.
This is before we redid all of our. This shows you how.
I love
Kalis,
that cover.
yeah, how it evolved. Yeah, because Kalis was one of the very first issues. Kalis #1, I think Cat and Mouse #1, and then because this was kind of the first we did it, then we brought on Mike Belcher, and he designed this sweet looking, corporate stuff at the top. Yeah.
Big biker about to swing that pool cue.
Yeah.
But it looks like he came back to Earth the hard way, huh?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he
One of
did.
the
Let's see
best.
if I can get back to that. So this
I
is
love
the cover
the
to the
first
trade.
issue. One of the coolest things from the first issue is the splash page, which is his lander as it's entering Earth's atmosphere and breaking up. That's one of my favorite sketches from the whole series. I love when you imagine something but you can't actually draw it, and then you get an artist, and then they do it, but it's actually better than what you thought.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, that's fantastic. That's always an amazing feeling.
Yeah.
What page was that?
That was the second page of issue 1.
All right. Then this would be that one right there.
That's it. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. It was beautiful. So, anyway, that's Kalis.
Yeah.
And I should tell you about Cape Town, I suppose. Cape Town is the 4-issue series that Roland just mentioned a few minutes ago that I'm doing with Justin Franklin, and his wife is coloring, and it's looking really sharp. But that's the story of Cape Town. Is basically it's a city in the U.S. where basically cosplay is kind of a real way of living, in that you can actually be a superhero. There's not a lot of crazy sci-fi going on. It's just people who grew up on comics and decided, I actually want to do this in real life. And then something happened where people actually started to get some low-level powers, and everything was great until suddenly all the heroes disappeared. And that's where our story begins. Is there's a new guy who shows up on the scene who says, I want to do this, but something has happened to the heroes, and I want to know what happened. And he finds another guy who's just starting out, and together they start to investigate what has actually happened in this city.
Well, when you have heroes with superpowers, you have some supervillains. with Batman.
Yes, exactly.
So it's so it's a bit like the principle of the original Wanted, where the good guys disappear and the bad guys are in charge. Is that
yes?
Yeah.
Actually, in this case, the bad guys all got caught and sent to Supermax. So they're kind of off the board, except for one. One guy escaped, and he will actually pop up in a really weird place in issue 1. So, yeah, it was really just a thought that I had, which was I just one day was thinking, what would happen if I wanted to be a superhero? I mean, when I grew up, my friends all wanted to be doctors and astronauts, and I wanted to be Batman. And I was like, I don't think I can do that.
Not without getting hurt very, very badly.
Yeah, exactly. But then I was like, well, what would happen if I could? And not only that, but, like, say I had a wife, and she was like, sure, you want to be Batman? Okay, do that. But, let's do it safely. And you start thinking through, okay, how can I be a hero without doing something really stupid like accidentally falling off a building? And the answer is it can be done if you really, really want to do it. And out of this just spiraled this whole idea of, well, what if you lived in a place that actually encouraged that kind of thing? Like here, people would arrest you or call you a pervert or something. But if you lived in a city where, people just love dressing up, then suddenly people would be like, hey, look, it's that one guy. And then the city might actually want to start getting you on the news so that you could get more tourism in town. All this kind of stuff. It just really, I just kind of wanted to play around with the idea.
I love it.
It's a cool idea.
I love it, man. I really do, because I love the cosplay aspect of it. I love the superhero. I love the spin on it. And I just think that it's something that's different. And that's why I like it, because so many things are done where everybody's trying to just do it the same way. And this is such a different spin, and cosplay is bigger than it's ever been. So I think you nailed it with something.
Yeah. Well, I hope people like it. It's a ton of fun to write. It's funny. The advice used to be, don't write a superhero book because people only like Superman and Spider-Man and Batman. But what's funny is I don't believe that's true anymore. I think people genuinely love the idea of what would it be like if you had powers or even the wherewithal to fight crime. And you are a mature human being, and why would you put on a costume? Why do people even do that? Would you do that? Would you do it because?
I think I would.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a totally legitimate reason for why you'd wear a costume, and I actually put that in the book, and it makes sense to me. And then I think, well, does this mean I have to go write a Spider-Man story to explain why people wear costumes? I don't want to do that. Why don't I just tell my own story and explain
there you go.
And I don't know.
That way we don't have to kill Uncle Ben again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do agree what Andrew said before. It's like it's good to hear that there's different ideas, because there's way too many that's just trying to reproduce what they read before.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of them that when you look at it, it's just a rehash of that Batman issue you already read.
Right.
It's the exact same thing, except with a little difference. Instead of being Green Lantern, it's going to be maybe more Superman. Right? It's so on point for certain things, and you notice that as a reaction of the fans, they don't gravitate towards those neither. It's kind of weird. It's like they want Batman to be Batman, but now they do want to see another type of character that could probably stand side by side or confront Batman or something.
Right, or the thing about these characters like Batman, Superman, they're these great Jungian archetypes. So when you're working with those archetypes, you can just keep reinterpreting them over and over and coming up with fresh takes.
And you have to be careful because that's why there's deconstruct. Hold on, that's my French coming up. Deconstruction. Deconstruction.
Everything has to be watched.
And it's not all it. It's like being trying to make a superhero different, more human, or having flaws or stuff like that. It's not always deconstruction.
No, the cast was really good. The Boys was really good.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. So
And when you watch The Boys, one of the fun part is you really enjoy seeing those characters that are throwaway characters, but they're really just rip off of like the actual character. But you know that when it's one of those rip off, they're not gonna stick around for long.
No, generally speaking, not.
It's so true. I mean, I'm right now watching WWE Network Evil, and it's the whole breakdown of all these bad guy characters. And so they've gone through Sasha Banks, The Miz, Hollywood Hulk Hogan. And it's kind of nice to see that these bad guys have flaws. And I think that's something that really is coming out in comics right now, and why people are getting sick of the archetypes. And I think that's something that hopefully you're hitting on, where these people in this town who want to wear costumes and cosplay and are superheroes, they have flaws, and they're like me. I mean, they have a family, and it's also the idea how to do it safely. And I think that you have something, if you can hit those positions and make it so that, hey, this is just another human, and they make mistakes.
Yep.
I think you got a winner, man.
And it's one of the things I wondered why I liked Man of Steel, the movie, because that's what you saw of Superman. It was like the growth of a kid to being a man, making some stupid mistake, to the iconic, it's like the making of a king. Like the king is not a king when he starts. He made some mistake. He learned that he needs to put other people in front of him. He needs to change his way. That's what I liked about it so much. Even though I hated some parts of it, like the dad thing, they took away the entire premise of the fact, like, I don't care how he dies, but it has to be something that Superman is powerless to save. That was the entire shtick of that, is that he could not save his dad.
Yeah, in the original 1978 movie, for instance, his father has a heart attack and dies.
Yeah.
Right? There's nothing he can do about that. And it's like it learns that you can't save everybody. As for Man of Steel, I'm right with you. I genuinely love that movie, but I also think that many of the critiques of it are still valid.
Yes.
Yeah. Man of Steel.
But they tried to do something different. Like they always do the Boy Scout from the get-go, like the iconic Superman. To me, it was refreshing to see the growth of the man of, like you're trying to be a leader or something. You're trying to be something in life. Well, you had to make mistakes to learn to go, well, I cannot do this. I need to be more careful about collateral damage.
Right.
I can't get pissed because I live in a cardboard world. How the fuck did he learn that shit?
Right. Yeah.
So Roland,
it's always been one of my favorite lines of Superman.
Roland, you want to introduce this other guy that popped in?
Yeah, let's stop talking about Superman, corporate tools. John Medic, guy I've known for a long time, and in fact, I used to pronounce his last name wrong because
only for like 25 years.
I've known him so long. We used to correspond handwritten letters, and it didn't come with the pronunciation guide, right? So I've known John for a long time.
Howdy, John. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
How y'all doing? Do I sound okay, or do I need the?
You're good.
Coming in clear.
Cool.
John is the writer, creator of Sniper and Rook. And John, correct me here, but John started Sniper and Rook in the late 90s. Oh, hold on. I'll get you some
of that too.
Yeah. I can't talk and do this at the same time. So,
hey guys, I hate to do this, but I actually have to run. I promised my wife I'd only be on for a few minutes. So thanks so much for the chance to talk about this stuff. I love talking about it. So good to see you guys again. And John, you look awesome.
Pleasure to meet you, Brent.
Is it Brian? Your name?
Yeah.
I'm going to point out to you that obviously I'm Pop Anime Comics on Facebook. I'm Andrew Mecha Davis. I'm more than happy to have you on my show to talk about your books. So just throwing it out there. I run an interview.
Fantastic.
Totally selling.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, I'm looking forward to it. All right, bye, guys.
Bye, Brent.
Peace out.
So
I like to look at this right away. What do you got here?
Yeah, so this is from some of the original Sniper and Rook that John did. Started back in the late 90s. I don't remember the exact year, but
May of 1999 was first publication. Characters created in February 94. It took me a couple years to get it to fruition. And then took off from there. Volume 1 sort of wrapped up. Got one final story to tell on Volume 1, but proudly launched Volume 2 with the subtitle Area 50 under the Silverline banner earlier this year.
I'm rapidly trying to navigate to those covers.
Well, that's all good. And actually, the one that's up on the screen right now, issue 9, or issue 6 rather, my bad, ties into the new story through Silverline. Not that you had to read issue 6 before you get into the story. It's on its own. If you had some of the background information, it's kind of value added for some of the readers and the longtime fans. But yeah, that's a great cover to show up there. And this is some of the new stuff.
Yes, this is for the number 1 that we just did back in January.
Yes.
So,
and it's going to be available on Indie Planet very soon.
Yes, very soon. We hope. Let's see here. There we go. Yep. So these are the covers. If you backed our Kickstarter, these are some of the in January. These are some of the covers that you had the opportunity to get. So this is probably one of my favorites right there. Our retro one. So we do a retro version for all of our Kickstarters, and a lot of that's because we've got a couple of long in the tooth backers who are like, man, I love black and white books, right? Because
long in the tooth or don't got no teeth. Go ahead.
That's just long in the tooth. And of course, John and I both, we started doing comics when independent comics. It was more common than not for them not to have color because you couldn't afford it, right? It was expensive to do color. And so so what we decided we would do is we would offer look at that, Heroineburgh, man, he rocks it. I had the chance to meet Heroineburgh in Philly when I was up there, not Philly, Pittsburgh, sorry. He's going to kill me now. When I was
He's definitely one of the best informed moderators out there. He don't just drop a link. He reads about your stuff. He finds out who you are. And then when he talks about you as a moderator, he covers it.
Yep.
That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
So anyway, so we decided what we would do with our campaigns, we would offer what we call a retro. And I use the old, this is the way, if this was still the 1990s, this is the way the books would look, our covers. Obviously, they don't look like that. All right, they look like this with the sleek new. Although I noticed this is my PDF. It's got a problem there. Hopefully, that got cut off the Kickstarter versions. But yeah, so we do the retro versions, and they're all black and white on the interior. So just like independent comics of the 80s and 90s.
And the really cool thing about this story is that when the original artist did the first issue, he actually grayscaled the whole thing. So when we brought it over to Silverline, Roland has a colorist that he had been working with for quite a while that brought some spectacular colors to the original pages. But the original the retro black and white version was more than just black and white line art. We actually had 100% full grayscale version to drop in, so it looks sharp. It looks great.
Do you got any
of the retro stuff? Yeah, give me a second. I'll find it here.
I figured. Yeah, I froze up in the middle of a question. Do you got any of that interior art you can tease us with, Roland?
I absolutely do. So let's see here.
Not only that, but Frenchie's an actor. If he can't be French, then he's not an actor, right?
Exactly. That's my point. It's all about
That's exactly. Why would I care if he's Israeli? He pulls the French out. He sounds like he's from Marseille, like the guy from Taxi. You know?
Yeah. Exactly.
No, if the character would be called the Quebecer and sounded French from France, then that would be a different story. I'm from freaking Quebec. I'm no Frenchie.
Right. And also that character, the Frenchie character, isn't ethnically French. He's like a Muslim, right?
From the boys.
He's from Israeli. He says he's from Israel, and I'm like, but you also live in Marseille, and when he speaks, he sounds like he's a Marseille, from Marseille. It sounds like the guy in the movie The Taxi.
So he actually gets the regional accent down.
Yes, but not from France, from Marseille. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yeah.
It's awesome. Still French. It's still technically French.
Right. Yeah. Well, I remember people were bitching about Jason Momoa when he was.
And I can actually understand what he says.
That's great.
So, John, is this your art?
No, I actually for the book up until now, I had been doing everything on my own, from writing, lettering, editing, pre-press, publishing, and then when Roland relaunched Silverline 3.0 and invited me along for the ride, I'm like, oh yeah, let's take the publishing off of me. That'll be great. And with Roland in a full capacity.
That's one hat he threw in the corner. I ain't doing that.
For 30 years, so it's kind of nice to be able to do that. No, the art on here is done by a young man, well, older now, because this was done a few years ago, named Gene Kelly. Has nothing to do with the dancer. But so the way that I work is kind of like old school Marvel style, expanded. I basically know what I want.
It's nothing like Marvel. I've seen your scripts. It's nothing like them.
Okay, so yeah, I was like, yeah, it's a little bit more expanded though. So I basically have the whole issue written out. I give my artists page by page, panel by panel descriptions as to what's happening, what actions, et cetera, et cetera. Once the art comes in, I go back, figure out the dialogue based upon the amount of room that I have, the way that the characters are. We know that in America we read from left to right, so therefore the bottom, or actually, Roland, if you could go back one, if you take a look at the middle panels, the panel on the left, the dialogue would have been different if Rook, the girl, was on the left and Sniper was on the right. So depending on how the artist returns the art to me, that's going to impact how I script and dialogue, as well as how much room I have available for word balloons. That's when it really comes to fruition. I script as I'm actually doing the lettering on the computer as well. From there, if it goes to colors, it goes to colors. If it goes to black and white, it goes black to white, and then pre-press it and get to go. So I do everything but the pretty pictures.
Okay, cool. And how long you been working with that guy?
The artist on here? Gosh, the late 90s. So, we had talked about doing some stuff, and, we both got a little bit older. Time wasn't as plentiful as we had in our youth. So unfortunately, the one issue was all he was able to complete. However, Roland, being the master of knowing everybody, had a fantastic artist that he had worked with also in the past who reached out to him when we were down in, oh my gosh, Roland, where were we? Daytona Beach. And he had said that he was looking to do like 2, maybe 3 issues. I'm like, I've got 2 more issues in this miniseries that need to be done. And so we've got an artist in place for issue 2 who has already started. There's pencils, there's inks. So we hopefully get that one out to you guys before the year's end, is my hope.
Networking. It's a wonderful thing.
Amen to that.
Indeed it is. And now it's so simple with the internet.
Yes, it that really helped a lot, and that's kind of when things really picked up. As I mentioned, I created the characters in 94. It was 99 when I got my first book published, and that was because there were very few local artists that were able to stick to a gig. I'm Chicagoland, but the burbs, the West Burbs, so it's not like I'm in the heart of the city where everybody knows everybody. I had a couple false starts. Some artists that were great friends. We could either work together or be friends, or they had a completely different tone and changed stuff. So the internet really kind of did hit everything open. The first volume, the first 4 issues, were drawn by, at that point, a young man who was 17 when he first started with me. And his art, and just the quality of the art, was good with issue 1, but really grew to the end of issue 4. You saw some huge growth in that young man. And then he went off to college and got a real job, and I think makes probably more than twice what I make now as an educator in real life, but that's okay. So yeah, but the book has always been a labor of love. It's where my heart is. I refer to Sniper and Rook as my first kids. I still feel that way.
That's awesome.
Thanks. So what questions do you guys have about the book itself, or you just want me to go for the pitch, or?
Well, first of all, obviously we're going to be able to get the previous issues, right? Are you releasing this as a trade paperback or as singles?
We've got 2 trade paperbacks. Nice. Collection 1, collection 2. Roland showed covers for each of those. If he wants to flip back, that'd be cool. If not, that's cool too. Both of those are going to be up on Indie Planet if they're not already. And along with that, the Area 51 that Roland's showing you right now, the new one from Silverline, is going to be up on Indie Planet as well. So the first collection has the full first story arc, issues 1 through 5. And then the second collection has a short story from 7, all of 8, 9, and 11, because those tie together. You might say, where's issue 6? That was one of the covers that Roland showed. That's going to be in the next trade paperback that goes along with this new story from Silverline, because, like I said, the two are connected. For those folks who buy the first 3 issues of the new Silverline volume, it'll be a nice surprise to be able to read issue 6 if they get the trade paperback as well. That might be a stretch goal for our next Kickstarter. Roland and I talked about that. I still have some in my personal collection I might be willing to let go as a stretch goal. But that'll be the next trade paperback.
So my question is, when are you coming on my show?
Get me on your show. I think that's a better question.
Too easy, guys. It's just too easy.
So no, I would love to attend your show. So yes, Roland, thank you so much. So that's the first collection. The art on that one, it was an homage to some artwork that I had seen before, and I was always like, oh my god, that'd be great for Sniper and Rook piece. My buddy Mikey Babinski penciled and inked it up based upon that. So it does mention that it's after another artist, as is an homage. That's the one with the first 5 issues, and then the next one over that Roland had was the subsequent collection as well. So Andrew, yes, we definitely should talk about getting me on your show. I'd love that. That'd be fantastic. I can spread the word about Sniper and Rook, spread the word about Silverline, talk about comics and other fun things like that. Would be great.
I'm digging these covers.
We'll figure it out. I'm sorry. It's just too easy. It's like giving me candy. It's just the worst idea possible.
Yeah, candy is a good thing. Absolutely. So no, it sounds great. We'll make it happen.
Awesome.
So, Brian, looks like you were going to say something. Question?
Oh, I was just saying I love these covers.
Thanks. Yeah,
Pretty badass.
I've been pretty blessed with the quality of folks I've been able to work with. I've had everything, like I mentioned, from folks who had never been published before, looking for that first break. And actually that one's done by Rob Michael, one of the, actually the Image rookie, worked in Rob Liefeld's studio. First one that had his own book through there that he was artist on. That wasn't one of the original Image 7. So I've worked with folks who have worked at Marvel, Image, DC. When anybody, from a brand new talent never published to somebody who's a established industry veteran, when they take the time to work on my project, that really means a lot to me, and I'm always very appreciative for that. It's amazing, it's very humbling. So yeah, the covers are great. The interiors are great. I've really worked with a lot of great talent over the years, and I look forward to continuing with it for many more.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, and the cool thing is the guy he was mentioning who's penciled number 2, I just saw him recently announce that I think he's got a pinup in Rob Liefeld's 30-year anniversary Prophet issue.
More than a pinup. Actually, what Rob did for that was he took like the original issue and gave it to different artists to do different pages.
Okay.
So from my understanding, it's probably a full story page. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah. So that's kind of neat. That young man is quite talented. So,
yes, he is.
Yeah. So yeah, I can't wait until we get issue 2 from him and get that into Kickstarter and then move forward. So cool. Thank you. Yes, Indie Planet agreed, Hero, that we need to publicize Indie Planet more. The amount of quality indie books that are up there is just stunning.
Yeah, and we need to be clear that link that you just showed, that's actually not a Silverline. We need to get Indie Planet to change the title, because that's actually not the Silverline book. That's actually John's first issue from '99.
Yeah, and that's when we did for Daytona before the plague. We did a special printing, for the fans. They knew that I was.
Are you saying that there are actually first prints available of the first issue of this?
For some of them, yes. Yeah, I have. I kind of have a little bit of a hoarding problem, so yeah, I have held some stuff back. The original printings from like 1999, those were all digest size for issues 1 through 5. So think back, kind of ash can size.
Right. Okay.
Small publisher co-op. It's what I can.
My copies are right there, by the way.
Woo! I'm a collector, John. I was a collector and fan long before I started doing this. Okay, you know what I mean. This was a thing that happened through circumstance and necessity. When Emerald City went down in 2020, I had a whole bunch of friends that didn't have tables to set up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I started doing this. I gave them an online table.
That's
Come on, talk about your stuff.
That's so cool.
I've been a fan and a collector for a long time, and you'll hear me ask this question every day: are there first prints available of number one? Because that's what I mean. I want that first. I'm gonna read that, and if I like that, then I'm gonna be like, "Hey, can we get number two? What's up?" But I got to start at the beginning, and if you're gonna start at the beginning, you want to have a first print.
Yeah, we have, like I said, I do have a small cadre of actual original first prints. We've gone into multiple printings. So, for folks, who may not be as collector minded as yourself, if they don't care when it was printed, it'd be an easier way for them to grab it off of Indie Planet. But if somebody's looking for first prints, I'm sure that something could be arranged. So you definitely should chat. So, but yeah, it's
Heroineburgh, thank you. Yeah.
So
it's time for you to make your money on your first prints, man. I'm just saying. I mean, this is like my field, guys.
I've seen this, and he knows what I'm talking about. I gotta have that first print. What if that book turns out to be the next Turtles?
That would be wonderful.
Do you see what I'm saying? No, I gotta have the first print, not the third print.
Right.
I have the first print, right?
So this is when you go to back our Kickstarters. This is in fact, this is the one that will be on the next Kickstarter that launches in early July. This shows you all of the back issues that you can get. So this is the Sniper and Rook that John was talking about. But see, I can't do math. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 16, 17, 20.
Count the rows and multiply by 4.
29, 30. There you go. There's 30 books right there. There's 30 issues.
There is no reason that somebody can't find something in there that they like. I mean, that spans all the genres and all the story types and all the art styles. There's something there for everybody.
I'm going to throw out a name to you. You're a mini Zenoscope right now.
Oh, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, it is.
Okay, yeah. So that's the. So one of the things that sometimes people ask me, well, when can I get the back issues? I'm like, you know what? The best way to do that, you can go get them through Indie Planet. Absolutely. We love Indie Planet. But the absolute best way to do it is back a Kickstarter and just include them as add-ons. You'll save yourself a little bit of postage over what you would do at Indie Planet. But you'll do a couple of things. Number one, you'll help us fund our Kickstarter, right? And so you'll get the brand new books. But you'll also, we always do Kickstarter exclusive covers. So you'll get an exclusive cover that you can only get through our crowdfunding campaign, right? The books are going to be available, obviously, but you're not going to be able to get that cover. And then you can order any back issues that you want, anything that you look on here and you're like, you know what? That Divinity's been yelling out to me. I'm going to give that Divinity a try. Boom. You can just add it to your Kickstarter. Just like that. So easy.
Yeah.
So Roland, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So obviously, and anybody can answer this. So I'm a comic book shop advocate in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm, me too.
What is your position as Silverline on protecting comic shops, also getting into comic shops, making sure that they, I don't want to say have exclusives, but also just have access to this at a good price, where they can make money, you make money, and everybody's happy, and then their customers can get it at a good price as well.
Let me see if I can dig this up for you and show you.
I know exactly where you're going, boss.
What's that?
I know exactly where you're going.
Yes, you do.
I know where he's going too, to some degree, because I am what is known as an eBay comic shop. So I'm curious on my level of how can I get in the game, because I like to sell indie books on eBay when I can.
Listen, we've got every single Kickstarter, maybe not the first ones. I can't remember specifically. So don't ask me to promise that. But for the last, so many we've always offered a retailer pack. If you're a retailer and you want to get our books, basically you're going to get them at dirt cheap prices so that you can resell them. And let me see. I can't. Here we go. I'm talking again. I can't talk. And here we go. Well, I'm just going to show you.
Because it's the lifeblood, and obviously you want to be in shops and you want to take care of shops, and you also want to make money. And the idea is that you want to be introduced to a whole new set of fans that might be coming and say, "Hey, what's this book?" Right?
No.
And back in the day, I worked in comic shops. When I was in college, back in the day, before dinosaurs died out. But yeah, I've got love for the shops too. And
yeah, me too.
Yeah. It's lifeblood. And, if you think about like readers, you have to try to get, every reader exposed to your books, let them know what's out there. And not everybody is going to want to buy through the internet. Not everybody is going to have a credit card to be able to go through a Kickstarter. Some people are like I was when I started collecting junior high level. That's when I started collecting seriously. We don't necessarily think that the internet's the be all end all. Getting into the shops is very important. So, Roland made sure that was definitely something that we wanted to do, to have that extra exposure and to be available for all readers. Regardless of internet capability, credit card capability, etc.
And I will say, so if you're a comic retailer, again, we on every Kickstarter we have a retailer tier. Okay, there is a minimum for you to get your logo. But if you are like, hey, you know what, I want my logo, I want that exclusive cover. I'll usually say, hey, here are the 2 covers that we offer for you to put your logo on. And as you can see, this is a Coliseum of Comics edition. If you want this edition with the Coliseum of Comics logo of this comic, well, you got to go to Coliseum of Comics to get it. Now, someone asked me once before, hey, what if I want to do my own original cover, right? If I want an original cover, my answer is this. I am happy to do that if you fund the art. That's all I got. That's all we got to do, right? Well, you got to get the books too, but
I'm going to be at some point in that position.
Yep. Well, that's just reach out to me and we will make it happen.
I can tell you right now who the artist is. I can tell you who I'm thinking.
I would tell you this. When I first broke into comics, the retailers supported me like you wouldn't believe. I'm from Mississippi, and the retailers around where I was in Hattiesburg, which is where I was in college. All of the retailers around me ordered like 200 copies a piece. The retailers down in New Orleans, which is where Cat and Mouse was set, they ordered like 200 copies. These guys supported me and put my comic on their shelves, and ever since then, I have had a huge soft spot in my heart for retailers. So I will do everything that I possibly can to support the retailers. But the retailers, they if they want it, they can back it. They can get this at this level. Or they can talk to some other time. So, yeah, we absolutely love retailers. We want to work with them. But I will tell you this. I have found some resistance only because they're like, yeah, we don't know you. And, we don't know that you're going to deliver. And, of course, I keep telling them, look, dude, I ran this is going to be our 19th Kickstarter.
You got 30 issues out. What more do they want?
I think you resonate in the industry. Come on.
I'm kind of like, I'm like, okay, I'm on my 8th issue, right? And I think okay, that's pretty badass. You're on like issue 30.
So I'm an eBay guy, right? So I sell a lot of Zenescope books. So for me, my next position in my business is the following: it's to buy my own exclusives on my eBay store. Now, if I know what my customer's profile is, it is Zenescope-based art. So naturally, my best position is to go buy a retailer, have not use their artists, but say, look, my customer base wants Zenescope art. So not nudity. That's not what I'm interested in because that's a pain in the ass to sell. What it is though is that like hiring somebody like Greg Bo Watson, hiring a Keith Garvey, hiring a Sun Kumanaki, I will sell those books all day on any cover if it's similar to that. And that's the next step for me in the next 8 months. So that's why I'm very interested in this because I understand my customer's profile.
Well,
and that's where the resistance comes from. That's the question you should be asking in the comic shop, is what is your customer's profile?
Mm-hmm.
Because once you ask that question, you say, hey, I got the solution to your problem.
Well, Coliseum continues to back us. Coliseum is my local shop. It's my shop, right? And they continue to back us. And he tells me that they sell our comics very well there. So and the other thing is, we talked to him not too long ago, and he said, you know what? Here's the thing I like about you guys. He says, yeah, you're independent, but he goes, I know you're going to deliver because you've delivered on everything that you've said so far. And he said, so I'm going to keep backing you guys because your books sell too. So why would he not?
And Heroineburgh showed a list earlier of 200 retailers that have his books in their store.
That is nuts.
There are. Okay, and then William Quinton from 47, I think he's in 60-something retailers. There are retailers that are out there that'll do this for you guys, but like William calls 5 a day.
Wow.
He calls and talks to 5 retailers a day, checks them off the list, calls 5 more tomorrow, 5 days a week. That's how he got his book in 62 stores. He's probably talking to 800 people.
Sorry to interrupt, Pops. Let's say a shop says no. With Sam, he calls back in a few weeks. And he circles back, and that's the other thing. And I do it too, where circling back is very important. So Sam's a hustler, and I've said this before on my show, that you got to understand that you got to hustle like crazy. And that guy works his ass off. And he deserves everybody's respect in comics. And everybody can learn a lesson from Sam.
Sam's putting in the work. And that's what I'm saying. There are retailers out there that do, especially after the pencils down bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
There are retailers out there right now that have shelf space because where there used to be 100 DC titles, there's 34.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And let's not forget they also got screwed with all those 25 goddamn covers when they did the Wednesday thing.
Oh my god!
They published on a Wednesday, there was no cover on it, just with Wednesday on it. They got stuck with so many overprints that they were forced to buy. That when you go there, that there's more old stuff that don't sell than the new shit.
I actually have a store in my area that won't even buy any Marvel. They won't even carry any Marvel.
Most of the stores that I see here right now, they're living off Magic. Those board games. They all open up like a playing place area in their store, and they're starting to go more mangas and more trade paperbacks.
It lives off Zenescope. It lives off Partially Dynamite. It lives off Magic Gathering Draft Night. I mean, and then there's back issues where they're selling for $1. And I think also the idea is that, and look, I think everybody's got to adapt to how I function. I'm strictly an eBay store. I am doing great this year on my eBay store. I'm going to have a $20,000 to $30,000 year. I've never ever had one of those years, and I'm having one of those years. Now, I'm not making that money because I have expenses. I'm having a great year. And guess what? You know what? If you're a retailer, you can dial my number. You can hit me up on Facebook. You look me up. And it's like, you got to hit those avenues too. And I think, you know what it is? I'm in the next 8 to 12 months, I'm expanding and I want exclusives. And so you got to open up your retail package to me is all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is. And, I think it's so important also that we keep the brick and mortar stores open if possible. I mean, so many have vanished. The best term I've ever heard for them is geek churches, right? Because there aren't simply a place where you would go to get comics. It was also kind of like a community center, right? And then there's so much crossover with, Dungeons and Dragons and Magic, the Gathering and Warhammer and all that stuff. All of this stuff crosses over. Generally speaking, if you're into like one of these things, you're going to be into like one or more of the other as well. And the main thing, of course, is exposure. And how many times have we gone through a comic book store and gone, oh, that looks interesting, and you pick it up off the rack and you flip through it, and it goes in your pile.
I mean, I became introduced to Brian Polito because I was looking through a dollar bin and I got a leather copy of the Lady Death leather bag.
Ah,
I got one of those.
$1 bin?
For $1.
That's
awesome. Copy. That's how I got introduced to him. Okay.
Don't make me start pulling out Polito stuff, bro.
My point is that that's how I got introduced to Lady Death. It sounds crazy. I didn't know what Lady Death was. I was like, this book looks awesome. This is cool. And then you start, it's a book, let me take a risk, right? I came across it. The point I'm getting at is that I completely agree. And my objective as a business is not to put your local comic shop out of business. But I also think that people in this industry need to say, hey, you're running an eBay store and you need exclusives. I need to service you too. I just want a piece of the pie. That's all I want. And I would like to be included. And when retailers and people on Kickstarter allow me to participate, I'm a buyer. When you don't allow me to participate, I'm like, okay, I'll find somebody who will allow me to participate.
Right. No, that's a great idea. I mean, all of us should be hitting as many of these different outlets and opportunities as we can.
It's all just a different modality. It's still a store. It's still a different kind of store. Just like this is a convention, right?
Yes,
that's right. Convention.
Yes, absolutely.
This is a really different convention because, hey, where else can you get whorebots on the chat and shit, right? Look, I have a problem with this, and I'm going to tell you why. These YouTube allowing this stuff makes it impossible for you to have kid-friendly content.
Yeah.
And their algorithms will like take you off the air if you say the wrong words.
Oh yeah.
Or
But they won't get rid of that.
And they can't do anything about this.
Look, I don't want to have to label every one of my shows adults only because the chat has that crap in it.
Yep.
Okay, because
I've only had one video in the history of my YouTube career not being approved by StreamYard.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that my grandkids watch this shit.
Right.
Okay, now I have to go label this adults only because of the crap that's in my chat that aren't my fans.
Right.
Okay, they're not our subscribers. They're not people that care about what we're doing. And YouTube needs to do something about that. They really do.
Dude, they are sending those bots.
Exactly. That's what I think. I think there's like a little payola going on there because you can't tell me
That's
that
fine,
like
but
if we
I
say the wrong word.
What about the kid shows?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Who's stopping this from going in the kid shows? If you're stopping it from going there, you can stop it from going everywhere else.
When you do streams on YouTube, if you lower it down to the settings, you can go. This is for kids on. This is for kids or not for kids, and then you could put the 18 or not. And when you put that, this is for kids. This shit doesn't happen, but the thing is, don't swear neither. Don't do nothing because your stream's going to be taken down.
No, what I'm saying is you have to label this 18 or older if crap like that shows up in your chat.
Yeah, but you know,
you don't want kids seeing that crap.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. If you make it for kids, they won't be able to do it though.
In most of my interviews, I do not show the comments. For a good reason. I mean, there was an issue where I put up a video and somebody did something that I was not a fan of. It wasn't mean-spirited. It was mean-spirited, but wasn't inappropriate. But I'm not very happy with said person. But I'm like, okay. And it wasn't a stream, but it was an upload. And I'm like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? And I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. And I'm not going to go into the details, but I'm like, why? It's bewildering to me, but you know what is? I kind of gave up on all of this, and at this point, as a streamer and an interviewer and all that shit, I'm just like, cool, whatever. I'm just gonna play whatever I can play.
Yep.
If we label our shows 18 and up, then they should, they can do that. Whatever but unless we've labeled our show that way, they need to respect the audience that we have. Okay, that's what I'm saying. They're not respecting our audience by letting that crap be seen. I don't label this show as 18 or older, so there should be no naked whores or cheap fuck site shit in my chat.
I think you're awarding too much credit and intelligence to bots.
No, I'm saying YouTube needs to not allow that crap.
Yeah, but
I'm trying to keep myself as PG as possible, but it is hard.
It's impossible if that shows up in your chat. That's what I'm saying.
But I don't think me saying the word ass or L is going to push the line. I think
I got kids coming right now. And you see what I'm saying? Now I can't let them see this crap that's up here on my chat.
I agree.
Yeah, but the thing is, when we flag it,
We were wrestling and then his wiggly tooth got punched out. Well, like I was going to block like this, and my hand hit his mouth, and I saw the tooth fall, so I instantly go to the ground. And he said, "That was my wiggle."
You knocked your brother's tooth out?
It was wiggle. It was wiggly, and she barely even touched him. Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying, guys? I'm over here holding a napkin over the chat right now. Do you see what I'm saying? YouTube, you need to do something about this because this ain't something we promote. You know?
This is for my wiggly tooth.
There's your wiggly tooth. All right, dude.
Hey, let's go.
Okay. What?
Oh.
Get out of here. Go. I love you. Good night. Go. I love you. Good night.
I'm waiting for something.
What are you waiting for? Get out of here.
Not what I was waiting for.
Well, that's what you got. You don't get my hat? Go. Go, go, go.
okay.
I have to ask.
I just made.
I have to ask something that I don't do. Your grandkids just mentioned wrestling. Did they just mention something about wrestling?
Hi, Larry.
Okay, I was gonna say something, but I just made a test.
Say what?
I don't know what just happened.
And I went to incognito window to go see if we still see it if you're not logged in.
Right.
But that's stupid. You still see them as a message deleted.
Yeah.
That's fucking stupid.
It's like it doesn't take the title off at all.
Nope.
You know? And
but before they used to disappear. Once you flagged them, they used to disappear. Nobody would see them in the chat unless you on StreamYard. But now I went to check with an incognito window and they still show, but they say deleted. That's freaking stupid.
Well, I've got to follow suit, Pops, as your grandkids, and I need to make like a baby and head out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out with the boss too. I got dinner and I gotta call my mom back, so my job's never done. But thank you guys
great
for
talking to you guys, man.
Absolutely.
I'll see you next month.
Thank you. So yes, you will.
And Andrew, send me a note on Facebook. I'd love to be on your show.
I grabbed it. I'm going to send it to you, John.
Cool. Thanks, boss.
Yeah, I'll do it too, or Roland will do it, and we'll figure it out. But
yeah, I'll send it to him.
Awesome. Thanks,
Bob. Thank you so much, Brian. Sim, nice to meet you, man.
Later.
Yeah, I cleaned a little house right there. It's amazing how if you block somebody, they go away completely, but you can't block these.
Yeah, that's why I went. That's why I went to test the incognito window.
Yeah, it's if you block somebody who's being dick or whatever, it's like they just go away. You don't see them no more until they create a new account.
There's somebody that's pushing it with me. That I'm figuring out what to do. I don't want to get into it because I don't want to, public my dirty laundry here. But I'm not very happy with somebody who made a comment with me today on YouTube, and I don't really care the consequences of me speaking about it somewhat code-wise. And I has an idea who it is. It doesn't start with a later letter in the alphabet. Let's just start. Let's use code there.
What the hell did I just walk back into?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out right now.
No, Pops knows I speak in code.
Okay, that's all good.
I speak the way Penn and Teller speak. They speak in code. I speak in code too.
That works. Hey, that sounds like something that could come in handy.
No. But I'll speak directly. Where look, in the next 8 to 12 months, there's no question about that. I am looking to expand on my eBay store into eBay exclusives, essentially for me. That's what I'm looking to do in my business because I think it'll work. And I have a series of artists that in mind that I'll hit up. I'll book and cover with. I'll pay for the artwork. I'll pay for the printing. I just want to buy the license to print exclusives in 50 to 100, maybe 150 print runs. That's not me speaking in code. That's just me saying, hey, look, I have an audience that wants to buy Zenescope-based artwork. I have a very good relationship with Zenescope. No question about that. I've had Ralph on my show a bunch of times. I just had Joe Brusher on my show. Yeah. And so in my business, I'm smart enough to know where my audience is based. And I think that's the biggest mistake in everybody's Kickstarter, that they don't get where their audience is based. And once you understand that, you can understand how to make a lot of money.
Right, that makes sense. Right, because then if you're going to have like a variant cover for something, you're going to have it that's by one of the Zenescope artists or in the same style at the very least, right?
And also having even just something where it's almost like an homage to one of them.
Right. Yeah.
I'll get Ralph for Joe's blessing on it, which makes it even better. They're like, yo, we get it.
Yeah.
Because they know what I do with books. I have been referenced on their streams, and they ask me all the time in streams, hey, Andrew, check the value of this. And I'm smart enough that in the Zenescope community, I'm kind of the guy.
Right.
So at this point, this is the relationship I have with that company.
Niche marketing. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm a Zenescope guy. There's no question about it. I'm very loyal to them. And there's nothing.
I have a soft spot. A lot of people, I think, have a soft spot for Zenescope in their hearts. I'm primarily a 80s indie guy. Like, that's my shit, right? But, I love the Zenescope stuff. I was very disappointed when they went under.
Whoa, what are you talking about?
Like the Zenescope books from like the was it like the late 90s, early 2000s?
What do you mean? They were bigger before.
Zenescope started in 2004, 2005.
Yeah, you'll have to forgive me. It's just like I'm at that age where like my
Zenescope
of time is very warped
than ever, man.
Right. No, I know that.
I'm so.
But you remember? But I mean, you do remember like when they were?
I don't know. I used to see them in store and everywhere. Now I don't as much. I think that's what he means. They used to be a bit more everywhere than, That's what I think he means. Because I used to see
they're bigger than ever.
I'm thinking. No, I was thinking like back in the day. Or unless I'm getting them mixed up with another publisher.
I think you might.
I might. Who published Rune? Who published Rune? And
it's not them.
I gotta go find it now.
They just started with the fairy tales for adults. That's what
I'm going to give you a quick history on Zenescope. Right. So what Zenescope has figured out how to do is in the last 2 years, they have figured out how to sell more product directly to consumer. So they have live streams every single stream where they're probably doing $25,000 to $30,000 every single stream.
That's amazing.
Oh, it's it's unbelievable.
I never even heard of this, dude. You gotta hook us up with some links there.
They do two or three live streams, and they're selling so much merchandise, and they have such a loyal following. They get all their artists involved. They had all these people, and they basically made a determination. And they had a disastrous first stream. They acknowledge it. I acknowledge it. Everybody knows.
Who hasn't?
Abortion, to put it nicely. No,
yeah.
Sorry to make this like very quickly.
But most of us,
what they were doing is they were doing product codes when they should have just did book 1, book 2, book 3. But what started happening is that the first 6 of them were rough, but they started to ask their fans, "Hey guys, what do you want?" And then I made a recommendation for a book that I wanted, and guess what happened? The book I wanted, which was a reference to Sonic the Hedgehog, book sold out. They said, we got 30 in our archives. All 30 sold. They started asking their audience what they wanted.
Right.
And all of a sudden, they started selling more product. It was this amazing reaction. I'm like, did I get my book, guys? Because I made the recommendation that I wanted this Sonic the Hedgehog book. And in the middle of the stream, they said, what do you guys want? And then also they started saying, hey, Andrew, what do you have a recommendation for a sale? And so they created a Mecha sale. My Facebook name is Andrew Mecha Davis. They created a Mecha sale. So in order to get the sale, you had to type in Mecha, the Mecha pack.
Ah, gotcha.
So now I'm in the middle of a stream, and I'm like, this is a Nihao Rufino sale. And I'm like, oh, shit. Like, this is my idea. So they started asking us as consumers what we wanted. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And this is why they're doing well. And they have such a loyal fan base that they figured out saying, hey, what do you guys want? And so now, I mean, if I'm to produce a variant, I know what my eBay audience wants. So, guys, I'm going to give you Greg Watson all fucking day. I'm going to give you maybe Steph Wilson. I'm going to give you Keith Garvey. I'm going to give you Senko Naki. And I have access to these people because of my other business, which is my show.
That's fantastic, dude.
So I figured out how to do something that most people kill for, where I've interviewed all these people and I have access to these people.
That's freaking fantastic.
And I have no idea how I did it. But I guess I just fell into it. And if I shoot Dawn Matig an email, I get an answer. If I shoot Evass an email, I get an answer.
That's awesome.
When I shoot Ralph an email, I get an answer. That's how Joe Brusher came on my show. And guess what? I won 100 limited issue prize.
Send them guys all a message right now. Tell them to tell their friends we're about to close down Six Gun Gorilla number 8, and they need to know about it.
Well, I'm not saying this is gonna be your last chance to ever get Six Gun Gorilla. I'm saying this is your last chance to get like the variant covers and stuff.
Yeah.
Because please, be a winner and not a wiener, folks, because you don't want to be the person
Let me
do that.
Question.
Go right ahead.
Do you want me to bring in Dolan from Merc Mag into the stream?
Next month.
What?
Fine, I'll do it next month then. Perfect.
Brian, do
Bring
you
in
want
anybody
to
you want? Yeah.
Brian, ask Brian because we're closing his campaign.
Heck yeah.
It's your fault.
Yeah.
This isn't just about closing my campaign. This is about also out with the old, in with the new. And when I hit the button, another campaign will be going live.
We run into a slight snag with that, Brian.
Oh, we have? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Because I was looking forward to that. Because I like the spirit of
let me go ahead and try and tell everybody what's going on. Tank is at the hospital.
What?
So he hasn't quite finished getting Paul's campaign done. We're not going to launch it till the campaign page is done. We're not going to show you anything that's half-assed. So probably Monday we'll launch it before the madness. But it's still the same. As one goes out, another comes in because we're going to talk about Natverse.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right?
Oh, hell yeah.
On Kickstarter. So you see what I'm saying?
But dude, don't leave us hanging. Don't leave us hanging like that. Is Tank okay? Is he?
Yeah, like, is it just something real bad?
This is all I know is that he had to go to Immediate Med.
Okay.
That's all I just heard this like just a few minutes ago. So
he's the creator that whose campaign was gonna launch just as mine was closing.
Well, it's Paul's campaign, but Tank's the one that built the page.
Okay. Duh.
You guys know Tank Ferret, Chromtastic for Life.
Yeah. No, we know him well.
Yeah, why the hell do you think we're asking if he's okay? Like, if it's real bad or not?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Did he get hit by a bus? Did he cut his finger?
He just said he was real sick, man. He just said he's real sick. That's all I got. So.
The Rona, maybe? Oh man! Well, our best thoughts.
I just finished that one
right now.
Oh fuck! Rich has got it now.
I had it.
Did you?
But then why do you think I was so sick last week?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Rich has it now. He went and tested more bots. God damn.
I don't think I've had. I mean, are we talking about COVID?
The cuff. Yep. Yeah. Now see since you said that word, now the YouTube will like delete the stream, but the porn bots will still keep coming. No, I'm just busting your chops, dude.
Okay, let me tell a story. My sister was down in Georgia, and my uncle had it, and my sister and mom were down there. And mom's older, so all of a sudden my sister got it, and my sister and my mom were sharing a room. My uncle was sleeping on the couch, and I was like, "Ah, freaking frick!" Right?
Yeah.
Trying to be PG here. I'm like, "Great." My mom has it. I'm a little bit scared. She's older. It definitely affects other people worse than others. And my mom tests negative. Oh my God! I walk on crutches. I can't walk correctly. Boy, was I jumping up and down when she tested negative. I was like, "Woo! We avoided a bullet there."
Yeah, man. Jesus.
Thank God. Thank God.
Oh,
like,
man.
I don't think I can't afford to lose my mother right now. I'm so beyond stressed out.
I don't think anybody can ever afford to lose their mother. I'm just saying.
Fair enough.
It's inevitable. It's inevitable, but it's not easy. And in that case, also, that's a bad scenario because if you have mobility issues and your mom's sick, any loved one is sick, you're gonna have to take care of their ass because they're gonna be like wiped out so bad that they can't even like get out of the bed, from what I've heard.
But thank God is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You didn't test negative. I'm like, and then my sister's having a baby, and I'm like, my sister is crazy, and she's like, everybody's taking COVID test, and this, that. And I'm like, I don't go anywhere. Calm down. I don't have a life. I speak to people through the internet.
Yeah.
Calm down. So that's all my point is that, like, I'm just like, I'm at the stage where I'm just like, but I'm so beyond thankful she didn't get it.
That's awesome, dude.
Thank God. And I don't go anywhere, and I don't deal with people. Great. That's all I care about.
Yeah, dude, I was like kind of like in lockdown before lockdown. Like my mom got sick right before the Rona hit, so I had already been like for like 6 months, like had to quit my job and everything, and 4 hours of sleep a night taking care of mom, and then the Rona hit. And I was like kind of like to everybody else, yeah, welcome to my world, mofos.
I didn't leave my apartment for 3 months. I didn't leave my building for 3 months in the middle of this. The last event I went to was a gay wrestling show as a straight man.
How do you know it was gay?
What?
How do you know it was gay? I gotta know. Did they have a sign? Gay wrestling show?
and isn't the term gay wrestling like a little redundant?
Okay.
I say that as a wrestling fan, but wrestling is gay as hell. Nothing
No,
wrong with that.
It was a pride show. Well, let's put it this way. It was a pride show.
Okay.
It was on IWTV. I was sponsoring an event with one of my favorite wrestlers named Effie. I got to interview Effie. Effie came out wearing my shirt. Nobody knew he was wearing my shirt purposely. It's on IWTV. He wore my shirt. We didn't tell the promoters or anything. It was brilliant. Because I was at another show, and I threw out the idea to him. He's like, I'll do it. I'm like, I'm in. If I sponsor this, and I sponsor this match for $250, done. Nice. He wore my shirt out to the ring. I gave him another shirt. It was great. I have a great relationship with him. It's up on my Facebook wall. Me in a picture with Effie. Effie is an amazing superstar right now. Super smart to buy talent when they're dirt cheap. I get it.
Without a doubt. And the thing is, the current generation in wrestling, they're like probably the most talented generation ever. I think.
I mean, I'm wearing Billy Stark's shirt right now. I got to interview her twice. Nice. She is WWE future. She's an amazing wrestler because I understand how to find talent very, very quickly.
Can you get me Rosemary's phone number? Because like she's kind of my waifu.
I really want an interview with Rosemary from Impact.
Oh my God, she's so damn cute.
All right, I got a question.
Hey, bro. She's Full Metal Alchemist.
Question for Andrew.
Yeah,
I
she's
got a
like,
question for Andrew. Andrew, what do you know about these?
I know nothing about that except the fact that I need to interview this guy.
Oh, dude, it would be a pleasure. Yeah, man.
1 through 8. And number 8, we're about to say goodbye to this cover, I think. I don't think you're going to be able to beat that one no more.
This cover is going to go peace out at that point after I hit that button. Like I was saying before, be a winner, not a wiener, and back these now. And do not be that dude that hits me up the minute after I hit that button. It's going to happen, okay? It's going to happen. It happens every freaking time, right? The second I call it, boom, yo, dude, can I get that? Like a tsunami. And then I'm like, you mother effers.
Look, he is 2 backers short of 350, yo. 2 backers short of 350 backers. Let's get 2 before we close it.
Oh, dude, that'd be fantastic.
My problem as a person right now is I am in an economic quandary.
You and me both, brother.
No, I'm talking about hit
dude.
that share button, smash the like, share the stream everywhere. Let's get some people watching, so we can close this, man.
Oh, dude, seriously, anybody that like my fellow creators, for instance, like we see who backs our books. If a fellow creator, even a friend, doesn't back my book, I never look at them sideways. Like shit is tough right now. Like a lot of people do not have fucking money right now. Yeah. And I get that. I understand that. And I've had a couple people who've hit the refund button and sent me an email going, "Yo, I'm sorry, but I really I need the money right now." Nobody can hurt my fifis that way. It's like I get it.
Where I'm at right now is that I have my website built to come up. I just got billed $20. I have my other podcast bill. You
don't gotta explain your finances, bro. We get it.
No, dude. You're good.
I legitimately have the $700, but if I didn't run my Kickstarter in January, I'd be fucked. So
here's the thing. Like these variant covers, after I hit that button, you're not going to be able to buy these, but that doesn't mean I can't still give remaining copies away. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying these aren't going to be for sale, but I am going to have some leftover copies, and although I will not sell those, I will be giving those away.
What my plan is, I got all these metal cards, and these are limited to 50, and these are built out of the Kickstarter.
Nice.
25 of them are made for pretty much eBay. The other 25, I'm going to randomly send out to people in eBay orders and people who have taken care of me. And then my goal is that I'm creating exclusive interview-esque metal cards. At some point, for everybody who's been on my account on an interview of mine, is going to wind up getting a metal card. And also people who have taken care of and limited them. And then if I do get into New York Comic Con, the plan, first announced here, is to actually give out promo card free classes in every 50 metal cards that are distributed up to 500 for my class. So it's going to be a promo code, 50% off the class if you attend the New York Comic Con thing in a metal card, super limited, and there's going to be some free ones in there too. Of completely off, and so that's the goal. So
you do have to spend a certain, at least this is what I recommend as an indie comics creator. You do have to make sure that you have copies that you can send out, review copies. So for instance, if there's somebody like Mike Barron, for instance, if I want him to read my shit and then he gives me a nice quote to use.
No. In my class, there's a whole list about 50 people who are going to get into my class for free. No question. Mike Barron hit me up. It pops. You hit me up. You're going to get into my class for free. That's not the issue. Right? Chris is going to get into my class for free. The difference is that I want to give people who attend my panel a good reason to say, man, you just gave me a 50% discount? Bro, I'm in. I want to reward people.
Yes.
Coming out for day one. The
Yes.
have the concept of day one. I want to give them not only the opportunity to get 50% off, but also a memory. So I'm spending $250 out of nowhere, borrowing from myself essentially, and saying I am going to take care of you, and nobody from this point on will get 50% off. If Mike Barron wanted to take my class for free, no question, because Mike Barron is taking care of me. I don't need people's quotes. I don't.
Yeah.
I think we like them though.
I'll take them.
We like introductions by people like Mike Barron.
Oh my God, dude!
Quotes on the back of your book by Mike Barron. We like that kind of stuff, man. You know.
There was like I'll never forget. Like the first big moment for me was when I came out with the very first issue of this book, and I sent a copy to Jo Lansdale, whom I'm a huge fan of. Now, if you're a comic book guy, you might know who Jo Lansdale is. He was a horror writer who transitioned into writing for comics. Has written Conan the Barbarian, Jonah Hex. He did a whole 2 Jonah Hex series with Timothy Truman, and is also a very accomplished mystery novelist. Huge fan of this fucking dude. I sent him the book, and he sends me back like a quote that was so damn beautiful. I had it printed on my background, the poster. What are those called again? I know I got one. I forget what they're called, but you know the thing that you put up behind you, though, your backdrop, right, for the convention for your table. Big fucking quote from Jo Lansdale, and I remember when I got that message from him. I was like, okay, I'm going to allow myself to be happy for like 5 minutes. Because I'm a miserable motherfucker. I got depression issues and shit. And I know I'm going to be down again. And but for 5 minutes, dude, let yourself go. Booyah!
You know,
nobody could ever take that away from me.
When Mike sent me the introduction for the Cromniverse.
Oh, man.
When he sent me that, I was just blown away.
So cool. No. You love Mike, man. He's
got
real
Mike Barron doing the introduction for a bunch of our little short stories about CRoM. I was
for a headshot comic. Yeah, for like we got Mike Barron to do an introduction for a headshot comic.
I mean, my entire position is that I'm teaching a financial class essentially on how to invest in comic books and make a ton of money doing it, which is what I'm doing right now. So obviously, if I need an introduction, I need somebody who's an alt investor or somewhat of like, I guess, a Bill Ackerman who's a top investor. That's what, or Jim Cramer would be fucking fantastic, right? But at the same time, I'm like, look, you know, I'm throwing this stuff on your demo. So when I run a comic book, Mike Barron can be very helpful. In the alternative investment segment, there are other people who would be beyond useful. But I get the point.
I just seen Brad Arney posted, I am bored. I posted back, are you not watching CRoM Con?
And I love that cover.
Isn't that beautiful? Preston Acevedo. Some beautiful art right there. He did pretty much all of it, didn't he? Didn't he, Brian?
Yes, you did.
Brian's gone.
Probably went to get something to drink.
What are you drinking? Is my question.
I'm drinking water, bro.
I know he drinks a lot of tea. Maybe right now he's on beer or something. I don't know.
I am drinking water right now.
I heard he had a bottle of tequila yesterday, I think.
Oh, I can't touch tequila anymore.
I love tequila. It's got to be the good stuff, though. It's got to be Cabo or Patron, something good.
I love rum, but I can't stand white rum. It has to be like dark one.
I'm a Sailor Jerry's guy.
But I'm not a drinker, so I rarely drink.
I'm a big drinker. My blood's alcoholism, for sure. My mom's a drinker. My dad is not. You don't know what genes I inherited.
I'm a smoker. I'm a joker.
Dude, in my 4 years of streaming, I think there's only 2 streams that I drank. And that was celebrations. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I rarely drink otherwise.
Oh my God.
But it's not that I don't like alcohol. There's some, like, I love rum and Coke. I love some bourbon with Coke or something, like, you know, but I just don't like drinking that much.
I think I can mention this person that Pops doesn't have an issue with.
Internet. Stupid internet. God, I'm getting tired of that. I really am. YouTube.
Is Travis okay to talk about? Because I love Travis.
What? Who?
Travis.
Travis who?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't have nothing to do with Six Gun Gorilla. We're closing out Six Gun Gorilla, bro.
I mean, you know what? I'll say one thing about Six Gun Gorilla, just to, you know, type of segue to it. I got it for my girl. Like, it's like the premise of it did not interest me as much as I like. It looked good and everything, right? Like, it's not that book; it was the previous one, right? And he had already taken up the trade paperback from the campaign, and I'm like, is there a way I can get it, right? Go, yeah, later on you could get it. So I backed the campaign for my girl, because when she saw it, she was very interested in me. When I looked at it, it's not like what would be automatically in my cup of tea. Like, I'm not into Western comics that much. And, you know, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll give it a try and I'll support Brian, right? So I got it, and he sent me a copy of the trade for my girl, right? And she read it. She loved it. She told me that it was freaking great. So I grabbed it and I read it myself, and I loved it. It was really like, it's really well written. He knows the shit, and I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. And that's the thing. It's like, I never expected everybody to like this thing. I thought, like, you know, it's not for everybody. I thought that some people were going to like it. Some people were really going to like it. And that other people would be like, it's not my cup of tea. But everybody who's read this has given it like a rave review. And that's not me boasting. That's me being really, really, really freaking grateful.
So
because, we put our hearts out there, right? And we make ourselves vulnerable in that way. We're artists. We're really like, you know, pissy, temperamental creatures. We don't know if people are going to connect with our stuff or not. You put it out there, and it's out in the world, and you
hope for the best.
And you hope for the best. And
you guys are so different than me. You are completely different than me.
Yeah.
My podcast and my creation is not for anybody but me. It legitimately is about me. Because it gives me the ability to spot trends, which helps my ego because it's in the back end.
Yeah, but because the difference is you are what you're selling. You're selling yourself to sell your books. We're trying to sell ourselves.
I'm not selling no books. I have no books. I am completely not comic creative. I do not have a comic book.
I know you're not comic creative, but you're trying to sell yourself as a product because you sell books that you collect on eBay.
Right.
So the product that you're selling, it's your image. While we have to think about our image and the property that we do. That's why it's a bit different when you create something and you put it outside, as in the difference of selling something else.
What I'm getting at, though, is that I don't know anything about this book. And so I'm super curious, because if you're like me, I'm a consumer, right? I'm a fan as just as much as anybody else.
Yeah, we all are.
So where my business gets really interesting is that I'm a super fan, and then I'm also a seller, right? And then my selling position diverges into two, and it diverges into investment and diverges into personal collection. So look, I back people's Kickstarters. I'm like, hey man, you need an opportunity. You need a break. You need my $12, and my $12 may or may not make a difference. But look, we've all been there where somebody says, hey, I've taken a risk on you. There have been plenty of people during my Kickstarter that said, "Hey, man, I don't know who the hell you are, but I want to bet on you."
Well,
And
that's the thing about crowdfunding. That's the nature of the crowdfunding beast, is that our backers have a relationship with us. We make ourselves accessible, right? And if they have, like, for instance, if they have a problem with their order, who do they talk to? They don't talk to like a publisher or something like that. They talk directly to us, right? My only regret is that I can't actually operate the printing machine, right? Or press the button or something, right? That's the
even me, I was checking into that.
right? Right? You get me, Sim, right? You
Yeah.
almost wish that you could make these by hand.
Dude, I even bought a 3D printer. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've checked into it.
Yeah.
25K plus.
So two people on this campaign actually got Sim sketch cards. You see that right there? See that right there?
Yep.
Yes,
This is Simon Poitier sketch card. That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sam.
My pleasure, dude.
And it was difficult for me not to keep these for myself. But when it comes to that, I'm always like, dude, you're funding the next book. You're funding the next book. It's just all about funding the next book. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
And technically, it's to pay your artist for the next project, and
Right. And because we don't make a lot of money off these books.
Nope.
And this is something that we're doing out of love. And that's why we're so grateful to our backers, and why we try to be as good to our backers as possible and to have a relationship with them, is because it's like, holy crap, we literally couldn't do this without you. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That makes them feel good. And
I agree. I'll throw something out to everybody. So I've got 5 backers who have supported my campaign.
Yeah.
You say, hey, look, I got a spot for an hour. Do you want to come on to promote yourself? None of them took it, which I think is foolish. I'm going to be very honest about it. I think it's very foolish that nobody's like, hey, I took care of you on the back end. Let me take care of you now. And look, I host these comic hangouts, and because the way I view it, and I'm hoping you view it the same way, is that if you say, hey, I bet on Andrew, great, you're now my family. I'm going to fucking come up, and I'm going to back your project.
Yeah.
You need a comic hangout? Cool. There are people who missed the campaign, said, let me throw you $25. Somebody just said, hey, let me throw you some more money. I'm like, no, it's not necessary. You gave me X amount of money. I'm not going to ask you again this year for money.
Right.
I'm just not.
Right.
I might run something in November. I do not know at this point if I'm going to do it, because I don't know how intensive October is going to be.
Right.
When I went to my class, and there's a good reason why I'm very hesitant about coming back to Kickstarter. I got a lot of shit for what I did on Kickstarter.
So, is this going to be your first time doing this? This class or seminar? Would it be better described as a seminar?
The class. I mean, I'm putting up on Udemy. It's probably 20 hours. I mean, the first 25% of it is about 4.5 hours.
Wow.
Have
you ever done it before? Have you ever done this before? Because I know, you live a pretty sheltered life as I have, for the last couple of years. But because then you're going to be like New York Comic Con. Expect a little bit of a shock.
No. I wouldn't say I've been sheltered, because I've been at Comic Cons before.
Okay.
I've never. I mean, this is at New York Comic Con. It would be my 21st panel.
Okay, gotcha.
So I never taught a class before.
Right.
But I've been in this space for over 10 years.
Nice.
Podcasting. I've been doing panels. I've spoken at everything from Osamu Tezuka to comic book investing. I've done sports panels, anime, and I've done everything in between. You name it, I've done it. I'm very, very, very comfortable public speaking.
Good.
I've been in veteran issues in DC. I've been in House Appropriations. I've been all over the place in the last 10 years. Where I'm at is as a person is I've been to New York Comic Con. I know New York Comic Con is a fucking beast.
It is.
And I would prefer not to. I just know that I could run really, really good ads on Facebook during that time period, because I understand how many people come to it. I understand the problem. I understand this sector. But because everybody's like, hey, I want to make money with comic books. And the solution is saying, hey, you got a problem here. I can solve your issue. And what better place? I don't think I'm going to get my panel, to be very honest. I think that I'm going to wind up getting rejected. But there's a rationale behind it, because if I get rejected, I personally do not care, because the ability to run the ads and make people say, hey, it's off Broadway, right?
Yeah. That happens. That's a thing that can happen with conventions, especially the bigger, more exclusive ones, is that there's still other stuff that's going on in town at the same time. You know,
well, I mean, I could run a Facebook ad within 3 blocks and target everybody in that convention center on Facebook. And if I have enough money, and I think I will, I mean, if I got a 2,000 budget, which I can easily raise the money on, whether it's self-funded or not, I could target everybody where everybody's ads when they're waiting online will be my clients with ease. It's not even a joke. I mean, I legitimately can get everybody's Facebook position where you will see my ads on Facebook. No question about it. While you're waiting in line for your sign, waiting an hour and a half. Get your favorite song. So,
Andrew,
there's some serious rationale that was put into this.
Andrew, quick question. What are we drinking tonight? Busted.
The victory of your victory. No, I'm having
a little tequila.
I'm a rum guy. I really am.
Okay.
So I am drinking Dr. Pepper and some rum, and Sailor Jerry's to be exact. And
just remember to hydrate.
Jerry's position has clearly been reevaluated tonight, but that's not the point. Who do I have?
You got it. It's dope.
What up, Dolan? Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
You bet. How you doing?
I am not bad. Not bad. Just got back from a family dinner. Just got home. You messaged me when I was on the road back home. I was like, I guess I can join.
Hell yeah. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah, you're welcome. No problem.
Well, what we got going on here is the final segment of CRoM Con 26 Day 1. And what we're doing is closing down the 6-Gun Gorilla #8 campaign. I don't know if you're familiar with Mr. Christgau below me right here, Brian Christgau, but this is his campaign, his 8th.
I'm not, but it looks a lot of fun. I like this idea. It's cool.
I received this package recently that has all these books in it, right? And there's 6-Gun Gorilla 1 through 8. I ordered #8, and Brian, because he's just a great guy, sent me all of them so that I could get totally caught up with the story. If he just sent me #1 with the #8 I ordered, I'd have been ecstatic. But he sent me the whole story. Now I've read the first 4, and I'm like, this is really, really good. And I really, really like where it's going. And then the power came back on, and I had to go back to work.
Look, dude, how many times have you had me on to help me pimp my stuff? Like, if you deserve anything, it's free comics.
Well,
and who doesn't like free comics?
And what am I going to do but show them all off? I'm going to show it to everybody, right?
I appreciate that. And
Heroineburgh was out here earlier. I won these on Don Chin's show the other day, #1 and #2, right?
You're just dominating on Don's stream, man.
Well,
when Don does the quizzes,
old school comic trivia. Come on.
Yeah.
You know.
Dolan, I'm not sure if you know who Don Chin is. Don Chin,
is it the radically radiated?
Yes.
Adolescent.
I actually bought a lot of comic books from him on eBay.
And X-Files.
Let me interrupt everybody for a second here. Does anybody know who Dolan works for?
Does anybody know who Dolan works for?
It's a trivia question. It's a very important one.
CIA?
No, Dolan, you can't answer.
The NSA? The PMRC?
So I don't know Jamie Tyndall is. I mean, Jamie Tyndall does Merc Mac, And Mag is slaying dragons right now.
Right. Dolan, you're a Xenoscope dude, aren't you?
No, I'm with Merc. I'm working with I'm the writer of Born of Blood for Jamie.
And, rock and roll.
And
Jamie's Xenoscope in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I'm co-wrote with Murat Michaels on Battlefield and Yeti versus Red Sonja.
I do have that. I got another book you worked with then. If you give me a sec, in my intoxicated state.
You're slightly impaired state. And dude, just remember, like for every drink, every alcoholic drink you have, one glass of water. I'm that guy. I'm that dick who's hanging out at the bar, telling his friends to drink water so they don't have a hangover the next day.
Yeah, I had so much fun writing that. Yeah, Cat Pipe versus Naughty and Nice. Have you read it yet?
Oh, I have not even opened it yet.
Oh man, I had so much fun writing that. Half the comic is just the three of them beating the shit out of each other. I had so much fun.
There's a person in this company I do not like. That's not the point here.
That's the thing that people don't understand.
Take him out. Don't doubt me. Believe me, there will be an RKO coming for said person.
You see, that's the thing, though, man. It's we're not just comics creators; we're fans too. We wouldn't be doing this stuff if we weren't fans. And the thing is that this is work where if you're not having fun while you're doing it wrong. It's your professional responsibility to have as much fun as possible while you're doing this shit.
No! It is my professional position to RKO said person. And if you don't think I can play RKO.
I'm more of a bionic elbow guy, but I'm old school like that.
I mean, let's just say that we could do an AA too. I mean, it's all depending on how you want to run this, but I got no problem. I mean, if I need to do a running knee, I will put my crutches down anytime you need me to. If you gotta go all elite, I will go that way too.
Well, dude, I mean, you've got two foreign objects handy right then and there.
Don't throw it away.
I've seen big pop pump people.
It's going to be a referee, clearly.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to? I mean, I'm not Eddie Guerrero, eh?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, we completely got off the rails. Pops, do you want to play the trailer maybe?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Dylan a question though. Murat Michaels, Don McTeague. This all sounds very close to Coffin Comics. Have you done anything with Brian yet, or do you plan to?
I haven't yet, but I'm still relatively new to the game. I only started writing last year, at this point last year, and I'm going to have 7 or 8 comics out by the end of the year.
Nice.
Cheers. Cheers.
It's wild and insane, and it's just I only hope I do a good enough job that I do get the attention of Brian Polito and the others. But let's just say I had a good conversation with Murat at Dallas Fan Expo, and there may that's all I'm going to say.
Look, it's networking, okay? Brian was at the very first time I did CRoM Con 2 years ago. He was he's the inspiration for it, no doubt. When Emerald City went down in 2020, when they said there's going to be no con, the first thing I did was ask Brian, what are you going to do? Well, Francesca was already on top of it. She had stopped shipping, had them ship everything else back to Phoenix. It never got in the building and locked in. Mm-hmm. Okay, it never made it to Seattle and got locked in the building. So he had all his merch. So he just had a sale the next weekend online. Well, Brian has a huge following and he can do that, right? But I had all these other friends that didn't have a huge following and couldn't get their money back and couldn't, it was a mess. You guys know.
I mean,
you were set up for any cons in 2020. You know how screwed up it was trying to get your money back, if you got it back at all, or they applied it to next year. Hotel and travel stuff that you had paid for that you pretty much got screwed out of. I heard a lot of bad things that summer, you know. So we started doing CRoM Con. Brian, he's the one that inspired it, though. I was like, well, damn, if he can do it. I had a little group with 400 people in it, Dolan. My little group on Facebook had 400 people in it. I'm like, if he can do it, I can do it.
Well, look, the scene that we have here, this indie comics creator scene that we have, it's like Sim always says it best. It's a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week con.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to. Promote. I tell everybody all the time, self-promotion is the next important thing once the product's done.
And also getting to know your fellow creators, forming, not just, partnerships and collaborations, but also real friendships with people. That's been such a wonderful part of this experience for me. I'm just like super blessed and super lucky.
I'm going to slightly disagree with Pops. I think self-promotion is the number one thing. I don't think it's the second thing. I think it's
you got to have a product to promote first. I mean,
you know what? I'll give an example of what I mean by this. So Zenescope, I trust Zenescope as a brand. I don't trust Zenescope as a product anymore. I trust Dolan as a brand. So
but they built that. You see what I'm saying? They built it with promotion and promotion and promotion and more good stuff and more good stuff. You don't
Before people can buy your stuff, they have to know it exists.
Yeah, CRoM Con wasn't nothing the first time. If it wasn't for people like Brian Polito and Keith Williams, some old school, cool ass people that came out and made this show happen, right? I mean, we had some new people, but we had Jay Lipson. We had some serious mainstream people from back in the day that did some cool shit. And we had a blast that day, or that weekend, I should say. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're sitting here 26 shows later, guys. I've done this every month since.
So I'm going to ask Pops a question. When did I come into CRoM Con? I came in once and then I disappeared for a while.
Well, I mean, I don't even remember what you were promoting then. It was a book, though. It wasn't your show, I don't think.
Yeah, I was promoting something about comic investing. I think I met Sam that day. It was a crazy position.
Oh, you came into a panel. That's what you did. You showed up at a CRoM Con panel where anything can happen, but networking usually does. That's the wonderful thing I like about doing this, too.
And Pops, I mean, am I wrong that I brought you Chris?
Who?
Chris Brown.
No, you did. And he likes what we're doing, and he liked it enough to throw a sponsorship at us. So, Laughing Rose.
I don't bring this up to give me credit. What I'm trying to prove is that networking is everything.
Yes.
You direct the link to Dolan. The whole point is that I understand what this platform is. And now, I'm not in the position where, I mean, obviously I want Dolan to be on my show all the time. I would like Dolan to throw me some free shit every once in a while, but that's not the point.
Well, Dolan can find everything that I do and everything that we do right there at the Comic Related Madness on Facebook.
But more important, is that my objective in life right now is that I'm in the position as my show where I'm covered for the next 12 months. And is to connect as many people to other people as humanly possible. And that's the whole point of what I'm trying to do here. And I'm hoping people say, hey, I get what you're trying to do, and I just want to help you out when you need help. And I think that's the whole thing. And so that's why I brought you in, Dolan.
And Dolan, what that group is a networking and promotions group.
Cool.
We encourage you to come out and tell us what you're doing, bro. Yeah, that's the one right there. That's it. I encourage everybody, come out and tell us what you're doing. Keep us up to date. Talk about it all the time. It's like Brian knows, Sim knows. Come out and tell everybody. Once a day, drop a link to what you're doing if you got something live.
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
the purpose.
And that's the thing. It's like we all know. It's like I can't back all of the books that I'd like to back, right? But I can click that retweet button, right?
Yeah.
And that takes nothing. And when people do that for me, I'm always super grateful.
Yep.
But you know, we're
No, like I used to say too, it may not be your cup of tea, but it might be one of your followers' cup of tea.
Absolutely.
One of your friends might love
Right.
it.
Like,
you know?
oh, I know, like so and so is really gonna dig this.
Yeah.
This isn't up my alley, but it's I know who would definitely be like all over this, like, you know, white on
Now,
white.
if you're not familiar with the Six Gun Gorilla saga, I'm gonna go ahead and play this trailer. I think you guys are gonna love it.
Thank you, sir.
I know you're gonna love it. It's just the way.
It's just the way it is.
Just muted himself in advance.
Brian Christgau, your book, Six Gun Gorilla, is excellent. Six Gun Gorilla, awesome. Awesome comic book.
We've all heard the stories. We've all heard the legends. Wyatt Earp, Doc Holliday, Billy the Kid. But there's a secret history to the Old West. One that seems too strange to be true, but, well, we all know what they say about the truth. Very big ape, very big guns, blowing very big holes, very bad people. I think the world is finally ready to hear the story of the strangest, the most startling Western hero of them all. Six Gun Gorilla, Long Days of Vengeance.
Damn, there's some good shit.
Wow.
It turned out, man, I'm so happy with how that trailer turned out. So happy. I mean, I'm not the one who put it together, but, you know, it was very easy for me to script it and storyboard it, because for the storyboards, I didn't have to storyboard. I just was cutting and pasting from the comic and just drawing in little arrows. Like, can you make this thing go that way? Right? And luckily, Adrian, you know, the artist on the book, he had a friend of his in lovely Buenos Aires, Argentina, who just did a fantastic job on that. And that was me doing my best Sam Elliott impression, which unfortunately still leaves a lot to be desired.
Oh man, we have to get Doc to do it for you next time. Huh?
Yeah, man, without a doubt.
But yeah, having read, like I said, I read the first 4 last week when the power was out, you know, because that's what I do when the power goes out. I read my stack of unread comics, you know.
And also, folks can get the first issue for free. That's something I really believe in strongly, right? Like if I have a table at a convention, one of the things I do is I put my books out, right? Have a copy of each book out so people could just flip through it, right? And kick the tires and like see if this is something that they want to spend their money on. So you can download the first issue completely for free. That's for 2 reasons. It's one, to show that I have self-confidence in my product, but also because, you know, like the drug dealers know, the first one's always for free. And then hopefully you're going to be like this.
Yeah, you got to get addicted. You got to drop the addiction, man. You got to drop the addiction.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, like I said, super, 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 super happy with the reaction that I've gotten to this book. It blows my mind. I can't believe it. I'm so lucky. But, you know, as the saying goes, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. And you know, I worked hard at you know, being a writer for 20 plus years, 25, like 30 years. It took me about 20 before I wrote the first thing that I thought like, okay, this is professional quality, right? And yeah, no, people love this book. They've connected with it in a way that that's very humbling. You know,
and you've had your ups and I mean, you've had your own personal journey with this too, with the losing your artist.
Very much so. Very much so. Yeah, I mean, in a lot of respects too, because like the year that everything went to hell for me, right when my mom got sick, I had to quit my job to take care of her, blah blah blah. That's when I had time to just hang out online, and I got connected with this incredible community of creators, and you know, they were doing crowdfunding and doing it well, and you know, I was lucky to find a group of people that helped to mentor me the same way that they do and that I and other people try to do to anybody that's new that's coming in through the door, right? It's like we can't guarantee that your book is going to get sold. We can't guarantee, like, if you have a crappy product, sorry, you're shit out of luck, but at the very least, we will help you take your best shot. Because I think that's something that every artist wants and every wannabe wants. It's the old Rocky thing, like, I just want my shot.
Isn't there a saying where I just dealt with someone, not to take credit off of you, so he said, I mean, you shouldn't ask for money on Kickstarter. And I could say, and this is my response, saying, why shouldn't I? If you don't find value in what I do, that's cool, and you can tell me that. Right. And if you want to support me, that's fine. I get it. I, as an individual, can respect that. But tell me that I shouldn't do something, well, my answer is fuck you. It's very straightforward. It's
yeah, it comes to the point, doesn't it?
Better yet, in Gordon Ramsay's words, fuck off, will you? And that's my solution is that. And so, I mean, I got no problem. Somebody just said that to me and wants to join my Facebook group. And I'm like, and we got to this big thing. And I'm like, are you telling me that you don't find value in me? Or are you telling me that I shouldn't do it? He was telling me I shouldn't do it.
Who is this?
Fuck off.
Who is this? Who was coming at you like that? Or like harshing your buzz?
Oh, Nick Gibson.
Oh, well, come on, man.
Well, I don't know.
Hold on. First off, just the blank faces tells it all.
I don't know who that is. That is. But I am inclined to think. I'm inclined to think if he was coming at you in such a rude and discouraging way that he could possibly, I don't know, eat like a.
No, it gets better. It gets better, everybody. No, it gets better. He said, I could sold that 15 hours. So fine, let's do it live, man. He didn't want to do it live. I want this debate. I'll pay him $100.
People are fucking cowards, dude. This goes all the way back to like the early days of the internet. I mean, I don't mean the really early days. I mean, like, you know, like late 90s, how motherfuckers would like come at you like they were like Charles Bronson in a flame war, and then I'd like meet them at a club, and they'd be like, "Oh, please don't hit me."
You let me for 5 minutes, please. This goes back to January of this year, where he didn't like the fact that I ran a Kickstarter for my podcast, and he didn't like. I said no. He didn't like it.
He doesn't have to support it.
He didn't support it either.
What with your dollar?
The debate ended when I brought the Spice Girls into this fight. I brought the Spice Girls, and I had a whole bunch of music ready to shoot off the trigger.
So you were going to use the Spice Girls? You're going to weaponize the Spice Girls?
Yes, he did. He did.
You weaponized the Spice Girls.
This is the problem with this. Hold on. This is the problem. Nick Gibson is such a soft target that was all it took.
Keep it up the world. Every boy, every girl. You know what's crazy? I actually watched Spice World, and that's actually kind of a good movie.
No. I wanted the war. You didn't understand. I had 50 songs ready to go off. I would have enjoyed it. You understand? I would have gone Wannabe. I would have gone Taylor Swift. I would have gone Backstreet Boys. I would have gone In Sync. Hell, you would have gone country on this
You
stuff.
have no obligation. You have no obligation to be encouraging towards people in their endeavors. However, you're an asshole if you actually go and you discourage people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If you go out of your way to discourage people, tell them you ain't shit, you shouldn't be doing this, that sort of thing, then you're just an a-hole. Then you just have bad manners.
Yeah.
I want no. I don't think anybody understands. I'll pay him to come on my show to have this discussion.
Yeah.
I want this war. See, because here's what's going to happen. I will make it so bad for this guy. He will be out.
No, you don't want to do that, dude. You don't want to do that.
No.
Here's the thing about
I'll give him enough rope to hang himself. That's the
He don't
problem.
even look.
Doesn't deserve your time or your attention, and by like directing like anger at him, you're just taking away from yourself, dude.
No. I'm gonna enjoy it because here's what's gonna happen.
Oh, if you're just gonna fuck with him for shits and giggles, that's different.
I'm gonna be civil. See, the difference is that I'm going to be the adult in the room. I'm going to say, okay, why do you have a problem with being Max? What's the problem?
My grandkids can talk to Nick and be the adult in the room. You're not look. You're just showing who he is, and those who need to be addressed usually, like they mess themselves up.
I have no idea who this person is.
I know you don't, and I'm not going to out him by the name he goes by. Look, I'm not going to out him by the name he goes by, okay? But he's been in the circle. Okay.
I know who this is.
Obviously, clearly, that has been
established. First time around, he fulfilled like shit. Okay, people got books that were destroyed, and he never replaced them, and that was the end of my response. That was the end of my promotion of that guy. Okay.
Right. Do I know who this is or no?
Huh?
Do I know who this is or no?
Nick Gibson.
Yeah, it's the guy that you're just talking about having like a war with.
The guy you're talking about. Okay.
I didn't know if we were.
Are you hydrating? Are you hydrating, sir?
After I saw how he fulfilled, I left that guy behind.
Well, look. Every indie creator, every crowdfunder that doesn't fulfill is doing a disservice to all the other people that are doing this. Because
it wasn't just bad fulfillment, but it was kind of like, fuck you, I'm not replacing it. And okay, look, now he did a new campaign and he wanted to charge people for Geminis so that he didn't have, come on, man.
You wanted to charge people for Geminis? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I'll shoot in the envelope unless you want a Gemini, you can pay for it. It's like, are you like super serious right now? I had the man bear pig thing going on. I couldn't believe it. It's super serious.
I don't know. Where's he from? Because I know here in Canada, I can't even get Geminis unless I ordered them from eBay or something. It cost me the
Well, welcome to the crew, Dolan. I'm just going to say that. I'm sure
poor Dolan just like has no idea what he just like walked into.
Yeah,
like a deer in the headlights.
All I know is like I said, I've been doing this for a year now. It's like I'm starting to learn the different circles, the different cafeteria tables, if you will.
You're learning very quickly that I've never written a comic book. I'm the odd man out here that I know.
But you might sometime.
Yeah.
But you might sometime. That's the thing. One of the things I love about this scene is that there are people that will see who have their name from the chats, right? And one day they're just like, hey, like that guy's doing it and he doesn't seem so bright, so maybe I'll have a shot, right? And then they give it a shot, and then people like Sim or Preston will come in and they'll sort of like midwife their project. If they're, it's the craziest thing. If you have a campaign that's like looks like it's not going to get funded, that it's just like it's just a little too low, you're getting a free piece of art from like Sim and Preston. It's like guaranteed.
Yeah, they'll help you get over the hump. They'll help you give you advice. And this is what it's about. You said the cafeteria tables. I love that. Supposing there's 15 people at every table, one of them people hates me.
Oh, I mean, I know people hate me, man. People hate me for my January Kickstarter. No question about it.
And they might get mad at their friends for coming on my show.
Well, that's the thing.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, my policy has always been very simple and very strict. That is, I don't have a problem with you unless you tell me who I can and can't hang out with. Then we have a problem. Right? Because I try to be friendly with everybody, and so I can't keep track of all the feuds and who's mad at who. And I can't.
Dude, I've always said it. It's like it's a known fact in people's behavior. If you just check a little bit into psychology.
Yes.
When something happens and you're stuck between two friends, the one that will go, you should probably stop seeing that guy, is usually the one that's gonna leave.
Yeah,
it's the one you should.
Nobody likes to be told who to be friends with.
No. And it's
especially not a critical mind.
That's one of the things that ends a friendship with me is people have said, "Oh, you shouldn't hang out with this person. Shouldn't have." And when both those people who don't like each other said it to me, guess what fucking happens?
Quit talking to both of them.
You both cut out. It's nothing personal. You both cut out.
I got a nugget. Look, there's enough negative shit like just in everyday life. It's just difficult enough just being human and having to get up out of bed every day. Do you know what I mean? And just deal with basic human shit. How bored are people when they start fucking with each other? But that's the thing. It's human nature. If you get a group of more than like 5 or 6 people, you're going to start seeing people breaking into cliques and shit. That's one of the, the amazing thing about human beings as a species is that we can get together and work together to do incredible things.
I mean,
but then we're always fighting.
I don't know how many people know of my background. I have very interesting relationships with people. I have relationships with the porn community. I have relationships with the comic community. I have relationships with cosplay, relationships with voice acting, cosplay, and then guess what? I have a relationship with wrestling. So you know what it is? Here's the thing, is that I'm moving away from comics right now. I'm moving more into cosplay and voice acting. Hell, you might see me interviewing a bunch of porn stars in the next few months, for fuck's sake.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
You invite me.
No. What's happened is that
I'm German. I like my
community to be so toxic that you guys basically said, hey, you guys are toxic. I don't want to hang out with most of you people right now. That's how it seems to me, and you know what is? I trust my gut.
These are very discouraging times in many respects. These are very discouraging times in many respects, and it breaks my heart when I see how people that I thought were more level-headed are just like insane right now. They've been driven insane by fear, and they're full, and their hearts are full of hate, and it breaks my heart to see that. But it's like if I try to get them to if you tell somebody that's upset to calm the fuck down, what are they going to do? They're going to get more pissed off, and then they're going to get pissed off at you, and that's exactly what happens to me. I'm like, calm the fuck down.
And you don't get into a fight. You don't get in between a fight between two people because one, you don't know the background, you don't know their dealings, you don't know anything. And usually, perfect example, go to a fucking Irish bar. Right? See 2 guys fighting, just go there friendly and going, hey, don't fight. They'll both turn around, beat the fuck out of you, then go grab a beer going, hey, what's up, mate?
Yeah.
You don't do that shit.
Right.
Let me tell you where I was at on Thursday. There was a job thing and I was a mess. You know what I didn't do? I didn't fucking blast it on social media. Because guess what? It's a fucking problem for me. I'm not here to whine and bitch. There's a guy every fucking day. He complains about running a comic shop on fucking Facebook, and I'm like, why do you do this? You don't see me bitching every fucking day. Hell, I don't bitch publicly for a reason. Guess what? Because I'm a fucking man. And
There it is. Face it, don't Facebook it.
Yeah. He did send me a message on Thursday that said something like, you ever had one of those days?
Oh, look.
Oh my God.
I do have an inner drama queen, right? My inner drama queen I think Sim has seen it at least once, but like the bitch like leaves town pretty quickly. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I could be like a drama queen for a day, and then on the next day I'm like, what the fuck was I like so bent out of shape over? Right?
Mhm.
But some people make a career out of it.
Didn't last 2
I remember
days.
you sending me a message going like, and I'm not gonna freaking go, but it's technically the end of the goddamn world. It's over. It's done. I'm finished. And I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? Then I just answered a few things. Tick, and he's like, oh, you're right.
What I needed.
And he was done.
What can the motherfucker actually do to you? This guy that's threatening to cancel you. What can he actually do?
Yeah.
Nothing. So calm the fuck down.
Yeah.
So what was going on is that there was I was just questioning, did I make the right decision about this job position and all this shit? Cool. I was having a moment of did I fuck up my life just now? Right? It happens in those. So you question if you made a decision. So what did I do?
Once a month.
Yeah.
But my point is that what I've done in the last 2 days is I've just sat down and I just said, hey, you know what? I'm going to take a break. I watched a hell of a bunch of WWE. I watched a lot of wrestling. And I watched a bunch of anime. And I just said, hey, fuck, I'm just going to take a break from society. And I'm going to do shit. I'm going to watch a ridiculous anime about people beating the shit out of each other. It's anime. I'm not dealing with people. I'm not seeking interviews. I took 2 days off. And it calmed me down. That's my point.
Did you watch Caddyshack like I told you to?
Self-care.
I did watch Caddyshack. It was great.
Good job.
It's fantastic.
Nice.
Saw that shit in the theater.
I told him to watch that. He goes, I need a movie. What should I watch? I was like, watch Caddyshack, bro. You got to get back in your rhythm. You got to get that.
There's certain music. Yeah. Like when I'm feeling really down and discouraged, I'll throw in like an El Santo movie. And I'll be like, how the fuck can I be depressed watching like Mexican horror wrestling? Right? I mean, because that's the thing is we can take shit way too seriously sometimes.
Yeah.
And
it's one of the main things you need to understand. It's stop taking yourself also so goddamn seriously.
Exactly. Oh, dude, that's like the most important lesson a human being.
Like it's one of the best lessons you learn in life. It's you have to be able to laugh at yourself.
Oh my god. It's like a suit of armor, dude. It's like a self-deprecating sense of humor. It's like a suit of armor.
Learn to laugh at your absurdities. It's the main way that your body will get you in a position of fighting back or resisting anything, and you have to stop taking it so goddamn seriously.
Yes.
And don't take stuff personal. If you don't know the person personally, why take it personal?
Exactly. Right. Well, I mean, that's the thing. This is what I always tell people, like in the in my depression bipolar support group, is that like, well, we're like hypersensitive motherfuckers. We're not necessarily, we have like an illness of perception, and once you put things into perspective and you realize, it's just like, wait, why do I care what this stranger thinks about me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the person that I've never met, or this rando on Twitter that's like coming at me all hostile. But that's the thing is like when I posted that Superman thing, where he gets like raped in the ass with a piece of rebar, I was like, I was like, it was my first time getting like dogpiled on Twitter, and it was like a half an hour I was getting into it with these fools, and I felt like this cramping feeling in like right above my stomach.
Yeah,
and then
that's
anxiety, and I was just like, which I've been, I have trained very hard to recognize that, right? That's one thing that meditation and mindfulness is great about, is it helps you pay attention to your body and what and the messages it's giving you. And so I felt that feeling, and then I just went, what the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. And I just went block, see ya.
Yeah, because there's no point interacting. There's no point interacting with it too much, because the idea is, like I always said, it's like arguing with stupid.
No, you said it best.
So they'll bring it down to your level and beat you with experience. And the other thing I like to say is, if you stop at every barking dog, that's a goddamn stone, you'll never get to destination.
That's what you said.
Learn to pick your goddamn fights.
Right.
I mean, I've learned that battle, and
only throw rocks at the ones that are really gonna bite you.
Yeah.
Right. Well, look, but yeah. Also, not taking yourself seriously, like want to take your work seriously. You want
Yes.
to take your relationships with people seriously. You want to take family seriously. All that stuff, but never take yourself seriously.
No,
Then
don't
you're marking yourself.
No,
basically, it's like a term that wrestlers use.
I would
Marking
it's
yourself when you believe your own bullshit.
I think it's better to say don't take yourself too seriously.
So this is the
There's
problem.
certain,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Where somebody made a comment to another guest, and obviously I have no problem saying it, is that I cut this person out of my life, and they've made a comment to another guest on a YouTube video that I released of an interview I did a while back, technically on my birthday, and I'm like,
oh man,
what?
Bad form.
What would you say?
I said bad form. That's bad manners. School on Sunday, no class.
And I'm like, why are you doing this? And I don't get it. And I take it as an offensive strike to me. See, I don't take it as a personal attack. I take it as you're trying to be antagonistic.
Yeah, they're just trying to rustle your jimmies.
And my solution is that I'm in lockdown mode with you, and I'm not going to acknowledge you.
Right.
That's how I view it. I haven't responded, and that's my plan. Is that we're in lockdown mode.
That's the how.
My
That's
favorite
that's
story.
that's
who I'm talking about.
Let me
My
segue.
favorite-
Let me use this as a segue here. You want to get away from all this drama and all this, intoxicating negativity? Go back 6 Gun Gorilla, pure entertainment and escapism.
Yes. And also, Tales from the Gnatverse, another book that really deserves the attention that it is not getting the attention that it deserves. Is
Work Magazine, guys. Work Magazine. That's all.
I need a link for Born of Blood too. I need to see this.
Well, actually, hold on 1 second because I do have a campaign up right now on Kickstarter. I'll send you the link in the chat.
Oh
Yeah,
my god!
Let's talk about that.
I'm trying to find it. $15, man. I'm really trying here.
No, dude, you're good.
This is how we do this, Dolan. As one great campaign comes to an end, which this one is, we're going to introduce the audience to something new.
This Ali Garza with essentially what is supposed to be a White Claw is so great. Just her ass is just fucking fantastic.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're talking about the Kulo now. I'm all about the Kulo now. I need to see the picture.
The link is in the private chat.
I'm just saying.
I lived in a Puerto Rican neighborhood. Okay, I know nice looking interior
thing. After his Zenoscope Super Mario Van Helsing cover,
oh yeah,
oh brilliant, just absolutely wonderful.
Damn, 50K, nice.
Actually, we just crossed 51, which is amazing. And
booyah!
Murphy is the editor in chief at Merc Publishing, and I came in to sign. I've been signing my comics like crazy the last 2 weeks. And earlier this month, she was like, "Hey, you want to co-write a summer beach volleyball special with me?" I was like,
okay.
Yeah, I'm like, sure.
Yeah.
Why not? I was expecting that. So, just a silly beach volleyball story we came up with, but fortunately enough, we've got.
Brian, I got to pull this up.
Oh, dude, I know. Yeah, seriously, we need to. Yeah, I mean, sorry to interrupt you, Dolan, but yeah, we need to. You need the visual.
Oh, you got to see what we're talking about over here.
My God.
Unbelievable.
I mean, the pull up the Ali Garza shot.
Professor, what's another name for pirate treasure?
Marissa Pope is good in this book. Ali Garza is good in this book. TriStar Tristan Thompson, who's been on my shows, is good in this book. But that fucking Ali Garza astronaut, I can shoot the whole fucking day.
How did I not how did I just now learn about this?
That's what I'm saying.
You're not the Zenoscope.
Sorry.
Just Jamie Till to the max, bro.
Right.
Ryan Kincaid, come on, man.
Piper is in this shit. See the Aligarza white claw shot right there, man. I tell you the bikini and the thong shot. Ooh,
pumps and a bump. We're like the girls with the pumps and a bump.
Look at that.
One more cover to go. One cover left.
That's amazing.
Straight out of Top Cow, then Zenoscope, then Merc. Come on, we got to call it what it is, right?
Virgin covers are definitely cool.
The salty set.
The salty set.
Yeah, we're down to, I think, two.
Next gen
left.
of Warlock
Three
right
left of those.
Only
yeah.
2 or 3 of these left.
Yeah.
It says 669.
I just saw the Beavis and Butthead trailer, and they actually do make that joke in the.
Yeah, they sure do.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
The thing you were asking, if you do back this, one of the if you pledge, one of the pledges to the side, you can back Born of Blood 1 and 2, which is in there as well.
I'm gonna post this on my Twitter.
No, I don't. I have a question to ask. How's the tattoo?
What's that?
What's the tattoo gonna be?
Oh, it's gonna be the Jay Ferguson. Did
you take my idea with it, please?
I gotta find a good tattoo artist first. I'm not sure which convention it'll be at where I get it, but it's gonna happen.
Nice.
So I'm trying to figure out who I know who's a tattoo artist that's good.
So what? These would be like rub-on tattoos?
No, an actual tattoo. So for issue 1 of Born of Blood, so before backer kit we hit 98,000, and after backer kit it hit around 120, 130,000. But one of the stretch goals was that I get a tattoo. We hit a certain metric, and it hit it. So it's like,
oh no way!
Yeah.
Now I know a couple of really good,
please.
a couple of really good tattooists
I
that
never
are
even
also
thought about that. That's great.
I know a couple really good tattooists that are also comic book artists.
Preston,
Edwin Badillo, and Ryan Caius. Caius.
Preston's doing tattoos now.
Yeah, Preston, the guy who did the cover for number 8 on Six Gun Gorilla, does tattoos.
Man, the variant.
I made a recommendation, and I thought it was cool with the forearm, right? Coming out of your wrist.
It'd probably be above my Batman tattoo. I've got probably be like up here in my upper arm, probably just because I still work in a professional environment. This is writing comics is a side hustle for me, so it's I got to look somewhat professional. So it'll probably be up here somewhere where I can still see it. But yeah.
As long as it's not like running up your neck, you should.
No.
I know. Then you're gonna get stopped in airports. Like,
yeah, it's like I don't want to be a top buttoner. I can't be a top buttoner. I hate doing that.
Hell with that. You know what's crazy is that everybody has tattoos now, and people are still freaked out about tattoos.
Yeah, it's like I remember even 15, 20 years ago having tattoos. Like, oh my god, he's got a tattoo. Did you know that?
You a biker?
But now it's like I see so many people who are like my age, middle age, older, like they've all got tattoos. They got
everybody.
Sleeves. So what's going on now?
Beach volleyball. Everybody loves beach volleyball. Yo.
Yeah, can you just like hang on like the image of like of that sim drawing?
I'm still
because
trying to find
to me
the
this is all about Nat rocking the banana hammock. Have you guys ever seen the MC Hammer Pumps in a Bump video where he's like wearing a Speedo and he's obviously been fluffing himself, right? Because he's got like a full. If it's not a full erection, it's at least 3/4.
So
that was technically an answer to some of the the girl fans in the chat saying that nobody actually like showed the junk in the trunk, that the guys would have. So I'm like, you know what? You're right.
Yes.
I'm like, let's put him in a Speedo with a beard and enjoying a nice volleyball of babes.
Yeah, man.
Brad.
And Dolan, the little guy underneath the chair.
Yeah.
That's our dude CRoM.
Hey,
that's our dude CRoM. He's our mascot, the comic related madness mascot.
You got to show him the dank dealer.
I don't have that.
The dank dealer is like one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
I have the cover, the Eddie cover. Okay, the tribute to Iron Maiden.
That's badass. Yeah, that's
we have the homage that Jim O'Reilly did with CRoM as the Hulk.
Fantastic.
This is one of my favorites by Lee Reed.
It captures his character well.
I'm a big Robert E. Howard fan, so I got my Chronicles here. But like,
put that back up there. Put that back up there. Show that again.
Oh, yeah, right here, Conan Chronicles by Robert E. Howard. Yeah.
Hell yeah. One of my heroes.
Now, see,
And,
that's
we say CRoM. I'm picturing. I wonder if that's what CRoM really looks like. You know?
well, see, nobody knows, right? It could be him, right? Actually, the name CRoM came from the whole thing was. Look, I'll start at the beginning. Edwin won the logo contest with this logo for the Comic Related Madness. We had a contest, and a bunch of people submitted logos, and this one won. And then everybody wanted to name the little guy. So I put a poll up, and everybody can put names up, and we, I liked the fact that I was looking for a acronym for Comic Related Madness. So CRoM didn't sound good, and Cram didn't sound good, and you know what I mean. But CRoM, if we spell it right, if it's capital C, capital R, little O, capital M, people might not see it as Conan's CRoM, and they might get it that it's a acronym for the Comic Related Madness, right?
Yeah.
The little guy totally took on a life of his own, man.
Yeah, he did.
Now there's actually stories. People have done crossover stories with him. We tried to get an anthology out there, but we will be relaunching it. We're not giving up. We just retooling our campaign a little bit, but we do have that's why you see this cover right here, Enter the CRoMniverse. It's an anthology, a whole bunch of stories of people doing crossovers.
I tried. That's what I'm going to say. I tried.
It's what?
I tried.
Oh, don't worry. We have a plan for that.
Yeah, man, most definitely.
We have a plan for that. We will be retooling and relaunching that campaign.
Pops,
It's
like
a joke.
not to be pushy or anything.
It's the pension plan.
Pops, not to you're not my monkey or anything like that, but could you just begin? CRoM, I've never played it before. I do not have the tongue for it. No one will remember whether we were good men or bad. Only that few, not many.
What sword is that?
That's what's important.
It's the Atlantean sword from Conan.
That is awesome. That is awesome.
It's the only fantasy sword that I will allow in my house.
Wow.
The rest of them got to be real deal, okay?
I still don't know what sword you have.
That's the Conan sword. It's the Conan sword, dude.
Yeah, since Dolan brought up Robert E. Howard, I mean, not that the John Milius Conan is like totally accurate to the Robert E. Howard character, but what can I say? It's one of my favorite movies, and I wanted one of these since I was 13, 14, 15 years old. So when these became available, I was just like, I really shouldn't be spending money on swords.
So
I gotta have
that the only sword that is acceptable in your house?
No. I have a huge sword collection. This is the only fantasy sword.
Oh, really? So how would you classify a thunder swords?
Oh, those? Like the anime swords? Like there's an Irish dude that actually makes
a Thundercat sword. It's not an anime sword.
Oh, the Thundercat sword. Oh, there's still replicas of that too. You can pretty much get anything.
Do you have the Highlander? Do you have the Highlander, Brian?
Oh, I'm sorry?
Do you have the Highlander sword?
The Highlander sword? Oh no, those are very easy to come by.
Yeah, I know. That's why I asked if you have one.
No, because the thing is, they're not carbon steel; they're stainless steel, and you don't want to have a stainless steel sword because stainless steel doesn't bend; it shatters.
Yeah,
as a guy on
no give.
I think most of us have seen that video of the guy on the knife show on the Home Shopping Network. He's like, here, check this out. Boom, boom. Bang! And the fucking...
it got me. It got me.
Yeah. This, even though it's really mainly just a wall hanger, it's still carbon steel, right? And the balance is all fucked up, This is not... I would not want to have to, fight somebody with this. Let me put it that way, right? But it's not going to break. But it's not going to break. It's not going to shatter. It would bend.
Right.
I just want to take this moment to apologize to Dolan. Reason.
Yeah,
I am so sorry for bringing you into this.
I know.
So many ways.
And he's still hanging out too. I was for sure he would have pieced out, pulled the ripcord already. But man, this looks badass.
Hi, Murphy. See, we'll give Murphy a little airtime here. Your editor-in-chief at Merc, what's up?
Yeah, she's really cool. Yeah, it's because of her and Sean, I got to write Born of Blood, my very first comic book professionally last year, and yeah, it's done beyond what I thought it would do in every metric. And all the positive reviews it's gotten from Gabe Hernandez at Comical Opinions, he loved it. Called it the spiritual successor to 300. I couldn't believe that.
Nice.
And yeah.
That's a hell of a compliment.
There's that goofball. Yeah.
And what did I say? I got the opportunity to reach out, and I was stupid enough. And again, that's how I view everything. Is that I said, hey, let me reach out to Jamie Tyndall. Interviewed Jamie Tyndall. Got a 25-minute interview with Jamie Tyndall, which was super cool. Super happy about that. And then I reached out to Murphy again. I said, hey, anybody you need an interview for Merc Mag? Got hooked up with Dolan. Obviously, that was cool. We did a great interview together. What was it, an hour and a half, I want to say?
Yeah, it was a good interview. Yeah.
Yeah, and beyond happy, I just said, hey, whatever you got, I'm good with. I got TriStar after that as well, which is super cool, which started season 3 of my entire show for the 3rd season, which was fun. And obviously, hopefully, I'm going to get you back again, Dylan, anytime you want. Just hit me up. And but again, obviously, I didn't back Born of Blood because I felt guilty that I wanted to back your project. I thought it was a cool project.
Thanks. Yeah, Nick, we've got a big team. Hey, we just brought on Joe Corallo. Oh, there's Sean. Yep, we brought on Joe Corallo and Aaron Sparrow to the team. And Joe, I'm writing Born of Blood 4 right now. I'm on the 2nd draft. Just submitted that. And Joe is doing some great stuff, just telling me, like, hey, it's like, you might want to fix this. This is not that good. It's like, all right, this is why you're here. Love it.
And look, you got to get me Sean on. I'm going to challenge you, right, publicly. No offense. But I would love to have a conversation with Sean.
A lot of people want to have a conversation with Sean. I would love to have a conversation with Sean right now. But it's like he is so hard to pin down.
I want to have a conversation with both him and the wife because I'm always interacting with her posts, and I hardly ever see his.
All jokes aside, obviously, I mean, Comics Elite is slaying dragons right now. They clearly have their shit together, for lack of a better word. Not to give promo there, but obviously I would love to have an interview with Murphy as well at some point. I'm sure it's going to happen because I'm in this space. I'm slowing down right now for the summer on a personal level. I'm also taking more of a voice actor cosplay position for the next month or two. But again, obviously, if you need the interview, Dylan, you're more than welcome to hit me up. We could figure something out. I got some availabilities in the next 2 weeks. I'm more than happy to make time for you. But again, the point I'm getting at is that, I like interviewing cool people.
Thanks. Yeah, and when we launch Born of Blood 3 later this year, I'll probably reach out to you for that too.
I just want the free White Claw. All right, guys. Guys.
I don't know if you really, if you totally get what it is that I do, but the last weekend of every month, I do a online con, and it runs all day Saturday and all day Sunday. So you are more than welcome to come join us anytime. We also have weekly shows, Monday Madness and whatnot. Anytime you got something to promote, my audience is your audience, bro.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I will probably in the future. I will take you up on that.
And like I said, drop the links in the Madness anytime. That's why that group exists, is for you guys to promote what you're doing. Because then I can take that link and I can send it to Twitter, and I can do something with it over here on my personal page, and I can do something over there. That's what I do all day, is share stuff out everywhere. But I go to my group looking for the stuff to share out. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
The more people that post stuff there, the more stuff I can get people's eyes on. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, and as the days wind down for my project, I will be posting it on probably your page. So.
What day does it end?
Seriously, when we're doing this interview for the swimsuit dish, you know this is right in my
10 days.
Yep.
You got 10 days. Let me look at the old calendar.
Sean, if you are not on my show in the next 10 days, we do not have a friendship.
So that means it ends on like the 7th or something like that, right?
That means me
July
going
6th. Wednesday the 6th.
It ends on the. Okay, so I want to see you on Monday Madness on the 4th.
And I want to see you on the 5th.
Monday Madness, that's my weekly show. It's in the afternoon on Mondays from 4 to 6 p.m.
And I want to see you on the 5th on 7 o'clock, man. We're doing it. It's over. We just did a tweet just like that.
Monday Madness format is just like the CRoM Con. I get 4 guests out here. I give them all 30 minutes. Nice. So anytime between 4 and 6 on the 4th, pick a time. Let me know. I'll lock you in. We'll rock that thing a couple days before it's over and make sure everybody sees it.
7 o'clock. We're on July 5th.
All right.
It's done.
We're on the clock. Yeah, there we go.
Or 9 o'clock if you want 9 o'clock. I'll give you 9 o'clock. I don't really care at this point. I'm going to accommodate,
That's good.
So all these characters in this swimsuit book, are they all from different Merc books or?
Yeah. So we have Miss Meow, which is so a lot of the Merc books now are now in Lunar Publishing, in the Lunar catalog. So comic book stores now can order our comics. So Miss Meow
3 was just in previews, might I add.
Yes, it was.
1 was in previews.
Sean just got the numbers back from Death Rage, and the numbers were higher than he thought they were going to be, which is fantastic.
Good.
So Miss Meow, Death Rage, they're all in here, and a lot of the other characters from Miss Meow and Catfight is going to be involved too. So it's the whole Merc universe. It's going to be
Catfight. Is Catfight out yet or no?
No, there isn't a series yet for Catfight.
Just because I know that Catfight kind of just dropped. That's why I asked that question, because I know that just went through previews.
Yeah, she's kind of doing her own thing, but the character, but she pops up in Catfight versus Naughty and Nice. She's in Miss Meow, but yeah.
You get what I'm asking is that I know that I went through previews and I scrolled through an Independence on Midtown, and I'm like, oh snap, Born of Blood is out. Oh snap, Death Rage 3 came out. Sort of the Thompson cover, Tristan TriStar. I think it's Tristan Thompson, right?
Tristan Thompson, TriStar. Yeah.
It gets confusing with Zenescope, is the point.
Yeah.
But I just ordered that one, and so obviously there's a lot of stuff where people could order directly from Kickstarter. They can go previews if they miss the Kickstarter, and again, exclusive cover stuff, fun stuff.
Yeah, and I'm letting everyone know right now, the guy, so the top row in the middle, Shikari. Be on the lookout for this guy, Shikari. He's done 2 covers for us. 2, I think actually 3 he's done for us so far. He did one for Timothy Lim for Common America, and we are attempting to lock him down. He is going to be a superstar here in the next year or so. I guarantee.
I'm going to let you know. I might challenge you on that. I might steal Shikari from you at some point.
Where is Shikari from?
He's in India. He lives in India, and he is incredible.
Shit. Damn. You see, that's one of the things also that I love about this indie comic scene is that since we're working with the internet, boundaries don't exist.
No.
And that's amazing. You're working with somebody from
I'm
India. I love that.
Who's the other India star right now?
Is India like the new place? Is it like the new Latin America?
There's one other person that's the correct answer. Do you know?
Well, there's a few others. I mean,
Dolan knows who it is, but I'm not going to ask Dolan this question.
Art Germ, Bjorn Barons.
Art is not from India.
No, but I'm just figuring a lot of them are
Who's
Southeast.
the other India star that's worked for Merc? Dolan, you know who it is, right?
Not right off the top of my head. No.
Andrew Navagun. I mean, you got to know Sanju. Sanju's like
Sanju. Yes, Sanju. Okay, yes.
Sanju's like the colorist in the world. That guy is savage. If you don't know who Sanju Navagun is, like you clearly need to resign. You need to say, "Hey, my comic book days, we're good. I'm done. I'm okay." Woo.
It's just amazing when you you look at your own country and you see all this like really crappy like Tumblr art.
Yeah.
And then like out of like Latin America, it's like there was just
what's great about their culture is that they're not afraid to draw women as beautiful. They're not afraid to, especially Shikari. Shikari is not afraid at all to draw a very bosomy woman.
Right. No uniboob.
Right?
Yeah, no uniboob.
About Zenoscope, right? My whole position is you look at Ebas, Dalmati, Sunkumanaki, Keith Garvey.
I'm feeling, I don't know about this. I'm feeling kind of like conflicted and triggered because where are her organs? I mean, come on. Don't these guys realize that fantasy art is supposed to be an accurate representation of reality?
I tell them to live between two pixels.
I'm just saying that
it's insane. It's madness. It's complete insanity.
Marissa Pope. I mean, Mike the Baffa.
Mike CRoM. Mike CRoM is another one. Oh,
what is it saying? CRoM from Down Under, right? Isn't that
so much talent?
I mean, seriously, like I'm Zenoscope through and through, and this is my position. I said Joe Brush on this week. I mean, he's a co-founder of Zenoscope. He's like almost the CEO of Zenoscope at this point. I think he is. And president maybe, but like I have a very good relationship with both Joe and Ralph, and that's the whole point here. We look at this stuff, and I'm like, look, Merc is a Zenoscope. They just don't have the infrastructure per se. They're gonna get there.
We've only been doing this for about a year and a half.
No. And this is not a criticism. Don't think this is a criticism.
No, it's I don't take it as it's not one at all. But we're a new fish in the pond, and we've only been doing this for a year and a half. So we're trying to
get whipping much ass, if I may be so bold as to say. I mean, my God, 55K. That's a first campaign.
No, we've done like Miss Meow, Death Rage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've done all these. They've all been fulfilled. They've all been at least 50 or more, 50K or more.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And like I said, we're in the Lunar catalog now. So all of our books after the Kickstarters are going to be in Lunar. So
that's awesome. Congratulations, dude.
Thanks.
Isn't it a weird feeling when people start like giving you money to like write comics for them?
It's just weird. It's weird. Period. Like I posted on Facebook. About a month ago, I'm like, it was a year ago at this point where I wasn't even considering writing comic books professionally. And all of a sudden, I'm going to have 7 or 8 out by the end of the year.
That's awesome.
What the hell happened? I don't get it. And
that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's freaky. It's freaky. It's
surreal. It's surreal. And I'm signing, I was at the Dallas Fan Expo, like I said, and like I'm signing my book 50, 60 times, different books. I'm like, what is going on here? But I realize it could all end tomorrow. I got to remember that. Stay humble. It could all end tomorrow. And
But also,
this is what I teach, guys. I mean, seriously, if you want to consult me, I'm not that expensive. I'm a very interesting person, and all you got to do is talk to me for a few minutes, and you'll understand how I make a fuck ton of money.
It is 11 p.m.
It
Brian.
is. I am ready to hit that button, people. I'm ready to
we
hit
did
that
it.
button.
It's the 2-minute warning. The 2-minute warning.
Your last chance to get the Vinnie Tartamella cover for the trade paperback. This is issues 1 through 6. Right? You should be able to add 7 and 8 as add-ons if you like. Also, your last opportunity, your final opportunity to get the Preston Acevedo cover. Either with the title like this.
And the poster.
Oh yeah, and also the poster. What blows my mind, I think we've only sold maybe like 5 of these, maybe. And people are like, "Dude, you gotta release that as a poster." Okay, And it's going to be a nice size poster too. It's not going to be like a little postcard. It's going to be like movie poster size.
I'm sorry, I'm broke, man.
Acrylics? No, dude. You're good. You're good. And like I said,
so
I won't be selling
That's
these.
my
I won't
wallet
be
is
selling these anymore. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to still be able to give some of these away as gifts.
It's not charity, man. I'm just so fucking.
No, that's nothing. No,
And my wallet
not about
echoes,
that.
and my Nikes look like the retros.
It's all good, man. It's all good. You know, I like to support people that are, you know, that are like promoting other creators and such. You know,
It's all right. It's all right. I give back enough, and I am so broke that my Nikes are retro.
I can't back as much stuff as I'd like to. You know, it's money's tight right now. You know?
I'm broke away for my issue for my cover for Born of Blood 2. I'm broke.
Whoa!
Wait, hold up. What's that? Put that back up there.
Whoa!
This, by Lobos. This is the original art for Born of Blood #2 that he did, and he had it for sale at the Dallas Fan Expo. I'm like, I got to have one of my covers.
Oh,
on my
that's
wall.
dope as fuck.
Dude, that's beautiful.
Yeah, this is another guy. Be on the lookout for Lobos. He is incredible.
Preston would love that shit.
Yeah, he would. That's
I mean,
sweet.
Jay Ferguson is a beast and so
Yeah.
many ways, and that guy's fantastic.
That's fucking beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Whenever I get, and I know I talk about this too much probably. Whenever I get artwork in from the artists I'm collaborating with, when I get the pencils, I'm always like, this is so beautiful. Can we just like print it like this?
Yeah.
Right? I don't want to see them. I don't want to see that shit inked. I don't want to see it colored. It's just like, this is so pretty. Let's just do this.
Yeah.
I got lucky with this one because, you know, Preston, who stepped in on artist duties for issue number 8, Ollie from 656 colored his work and preserved like every single line from of his like beautiful pencils. Yeah. And you know, I was going to originally release a tier that had a artist edition that was just going to be the pencils. Nice. And but then I saw this and I was just like, oh no, okay. it's taken care of. Yeah, and Preston quote unquote inked this himself while he was drawing it with pencil. Yeah. And so it's just colors on pencil. And I'm one of those people that likes their art to be messy's not the right word, but I like to see the human hand. I'm not especially crazy about art that's maybe a little too clean. If that makes any sense. That's a little too neat.
Now,
yeah,
Ollie colored this, right?
What was that? Yeah.
Ollie colored this?
Colored the entire issue and just did an absolutely fantastic job of
this. This is what I like. Okay, a lot of times you'll see a colorist and he will wash out line work.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm looking at this right now and I'm like, yeah, you can see
every
every
line.
No. This is important to go back to the idea that we need to understand where a handler, an artist, an inker, and a colorist knows where the lines are in a project.
And they don't make it about themselves. I mean, I remember being on a stream with Preston where we were talking about Bernie Wrightson. And he was showing me this beautiful Bernie Wrightson hardcover that he had. And on one page was the pencils that Wrightson had done. And the next page over was the same piece colored, and it looked like the colorist, I don't know, just like puked all over it.
I mean,
you know,
right? You don't want that. You don't want that.
And another artist who's a victim of that is Miko Soyan right now. Miko's art, if you look at his pencils and his inks, they are beautiful. They are fucking gorgeous. Yeah. But the colorist just washes out all that line work. It is a straight up shame. And so I do know, like Big Time Collectibles, that his black and white covers, when they do get that in, they make that the exclusive chaser you can only get at a convention. So because they know his pencils are just that good.
Right. Look, I mean, I'll be very honest. When I do a whole podcast, it is about the artist. I hate doing collaborations. I hate when there's like 3-4 artists in there. I hate it.
Dude.
It beats the purpose of it. I
Here's
like
the thing.
one-on-ones.
Here's the thing about comic book writers, that every comic book writer that's out there, if they're keeping it real, will admit to you that the reason why we're comic book writers is because we can't be comic book artists. Right? Yeah. We wish we could draw like this, but we can't, right? However, we're, if we're lucky, we get
He can.
Right? Not
I mean,
me.
I guarantee you that I mean, as a thinker and as a writer, I can give an artist so much shit. Like, bro.
Well, the artist is always here's the thing. It's a writer-driven medium right now. It has been for like the last 20 years, right? However, I always feel like the artists should be the rock stars. I always feel like their work is going to be like, instead of like 50-50, it's like more like 55%, 60% in their favor. Because if you're like going through a book, right? Like if you see this on a shelf and you're like, oh, that looks pretty dope, and you pick it up and you flip through it and the art makes you go, ew, it's going back on the rack.
Yeah, it's a visual medium. Comic books are a visual medium, and if you have
I'm going to challenge on that position.
Yeah. As
I'm
President
going to
says,
call challenge on that because, and the reason why I call challenge on that is I find, and this is not me being very, very honest with you, is I find as a reader, I'm finding that so many people are being complacent. I want to push the line. See, I want to go into uncharted territory. Hate to take out a position of wrestling, but I want to try new ideas. I think the art. No, let me finish. And I hate to be adversarial here. No,
you're not being adversarial. You're just stating a opposing opinion.
But I think that the writing hasn't evolved the same way the art has, and I think art as a position needs the push of writing at this point. And I think people have become unbelievably complacent in writing. I mean, I see all these stories. I'm like, what the fuck are we reading?
It's disgusting. One of the things that
Look,
I really wanted to do with the first issue was to make sure that it was show don't tell, right? I wanted to use as little dialogue as possible because we have too much of like the talking head style that Brian Michael Bendis made so popular.
I'm a story guy. Okay, you guys know this. I'm a story guy, and I can't tell if I'm going to like the story until I've read the beginning of the story. Okay, so you got to read book one. Okay, very rarely do I look at a cover of a comic book and go, I got to have that because of the art. I got to have a story. Now, look,
the story keeps you coming back.
I got a huge collection of comic books because there's a whole bunch of people writing good fucking stories right now.
Well, look, dude, I'm sorry, but the guy that could walk through a comic book store that sees Six Gun Gorilla on the shelf and doesn't go, well, at least pick it up and look through it. I don't understand that cat. I don't understand that dude. I don't understand him.
Right. So I looked at Gun Hunt. I said, man, if you got a fucking title that's called Gun Honey, I'm in. Gun Honey? Oh my, it's brilliant. I got it from day one, right?
Yeah.
So if I come out with a book where I call this, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna call it yet, but I call it Money Blood. I mean, hell, I got a script, I got a concept in my head. I don't want to dive too much into it because it's still in the works. But man, this book, like the title, cool. I want everybody to get it. Oh shit, this is the book, right?
See, that's what happened. I said that I'm a story guy, and art doesn't get me. This book right here, Six Gun Gorilla number 8, the Preston Acevedo cover, got me. That's one of the rare fucking times where Pops bought a book, no idea what this story's about. No idea what the first 7 books had in them. I bought that book because of that cover. period. Now, Brian was cool and sent me all the rest of them so I can actually read the story and love the story.
Right.
But
that's why the artist is
actually
always
bought that book on the visual. Like,
But
though
that's the
it's
thing,
a
though.
visual medium. Right?
Become what I become, which is called an investor. Now, I am smart enough that I assess very differently than you assess. Where I am, and I don't have this in my pet right now, but typically on my StreamYards right now, I'm Andrew the Investor Davis. So now, I view a book and I'm like, hey, I bought this book for 20.
But see, we're not talking about what its value is going to be tomorrow. That's a whole different thing. You're thinking as an investor, and I'm talking to you as a fan, bro. As a fan. Okay. I didn't get these books to resell them or for what their future value might be or whatever. I saw Preston's cover and I went, oh, that's fucking badass. I think I'm going to buy that. And it was the second cover that I got that's Preston's art. And both of them are amazing. The first one I got was...
And you need to wear the full cap, right?
Most people buy comics because they're fans, bro.
See, I disagree.
Oh, you can't disagree. People buy comics because they're fans, not because they're investors. There are investors, but that's not the majority of comic buyers.
No. I think that's a disagreement, though. And this is where I'm challenging you.
There's no the numbers don't bear your disagreement, so just save it. There are not more investors than there are fans. There never have been, and there never will be.
No. I don't know if that's true, though.
I know it's true because there ain't enough. There's more fans that don't have the money to invest than there are investors. Look. If all the comic fans could be investors, they would be, but they're not. They're fans, bro. They buy the stuff they like because they like it, not because they might be able to sell it later. There is a small group of people that do that.
Investors. See, this is the whole thing, is that maybe we are on different terms here. I think every fan is an investor.
No, some people buy them and could care less about after they've read them, dude. Some people
like that. Yes, I will say we're going to comicsgate. There are some people not everyone. There are some people like that. Yes.
Bags and boards weren't even a thing for regular comic fans until people started grading books, and then everybody, oh my god, I got to keep them in a bag and board now. You see what I'm saying? People used to keep long. I have long boxes that I bought as long boxes, comics with no bags and boards at all from forever ago. Right? Fans didn't take care of
dress for the sake of having a friendship.
Well, look.
At some point, me and Pals are gonna have a beer in person together. I can't wait for that day, right?
You got Matt Burke. Matt Burke is in the chat. He's
let me tell you what's gonna happen when I come to Michigan. When I come to Michigan at a Comic-Con, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna see Pops at a con. Pops will be like, Andrew, you're here. I'm like, Pops, you're here. It's gonna be a fantastic. Bro, there's a bar 5 blocks away. You're in Crutches. Fantastic.
Are you going to be investing in the beer? Or are you going to be... Hold up. Are you going to be investing in the beer? Or are you going to be buying it because you're a fan?
The beer or the comic? Where we're at right now. Sorry. Where are we at?
Just want to let everybody know. I just hit the button.
It's over.
It's over.
So it's going to be closing soon.
Yes. So my request is being processed. Please allow 3 business days. So
it can sometimes close right now or in 3 business days.
So you might still go get it.
Yeah, you still might be able to get the exclusive covers, the variants, but
and I highly recommend that you do.
I hate the internet.
Like I said, I'll say one last time since it's about to close.
Yes.
I backed that book because my girl found it interesting and me was not my cup of tea. It looked good, but not my cup of tea. I'm in Canada, so every book that's $25 cost me about $60 with the shipping. So think about it. I'm very selective, right? So the thing that dripped the thing was my girl going, hey, I'm really interested in that book. So I bought the first book and I told him, look, I backed it through. Can you say something like it's for you, Al, you know? And he said, yeah. And he sent me the trade paperback with it for her. Right?
Yeah.
And she read it. And she told me she really enjoyed it. And she said I should read it. So I did. And I'm happy I freaking did because it's pretty goddamn good. And
Thanks,
like I said, it's not my cup of tea because I'm not really into Far West stuff. It's not the fact that it's a gorilla.
Right.
Like, you know, if it would have been a sci-fi gorilla, I would have been in right now.
Yeah. No, this is more in the weird Western.
Hence why I took that
genre, I
cover.
would say.
The cyborg gorilla. That's the cover I bought because I'm like, yeah, that's what I would have done.
I'm gonna ask the question here. How do you feel about Harambe? Because I was devastated.
Well, what about Chungusto? You know that spider monkey, the cartel monkey? Balls out for Chungusto. Balls out for Chungusto. You didn't hear about that? There was like a cartel like shootout. Like the guys from 656, who are a fucking pisser, by the way. You know, they were doing a stream. Those dudes are like from, like, I think half of them are from Juarez.
Yeah.
Right? Which is like cartel country. And they'll tell you stories that will like raise like the small hairs on the back of your neck, right? And there was like a huge like shootout, a cartel shootout, and amongst like the dead bodies of like the narcos, they found a dead spider monkey that was wearing a tactical vest. I'm probably going to hell for finding this shit so funny, but I can't.
That is a comic book story right there. I would love to write. That sounds amazing.
Right?
Have you read? Let me ask you a question.
What was it? Like, what was it? Where did he go wrong? Like, what happened to him where he chose that wrong path?
Yes, I got it, guys. I got it. Are you ready?
Yeah, man.
Cartel chimpanzee.
Already got Buckshot Bonobo and Minigun Mandrill.
I know. Throw in space at the end, and I'll be interested.
So, Buckshot Bonobo is my favorite wild card because he doesn't want to make. You know, he's a bonobo, so bonobos make love, not war. So, like, when it's time to shoot somebody, he's just like, "Hey, can I just go over there and maybe just like give that guy a Hummer?" And then like, no, dude. And that's why the shotgun, the sawed-off, is his weapon of choice. It's because that's a weapon that he can just kind of point and close his eyes.
I just want to say again, I am so sorry, Dylan. Your comic career is over. It's all right though. You can send me any free comics you want. I am more than happy to accept anything you send me.
Are we
for my address in private chat? Anyway,
are we not talking about Tales from the Napverse, the Kickstarter campaign? I'm also really curious to see where that's at right now.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Where's it at right now? Let me share my screen because I have it up.
What is it for Dylan's career? I'm just saying.
They just say we're less than
Seriously,
$400.
Dolan, thanks for hanging out and like enduring us.
I would say this. I would say, Dolan, welcome to the madness, my friend.
There it is. There it
Dolan,
is.
Welcome to your comic career end. If I'm right, you know, I will get all the credit for it. If I'm wrong,
easy come, easy go, brother.
Yep, yeah, like I said, get all in tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
Now this is already funded on Indiegogo. You guys know that.
Yeah,
so
man.
This is like a chance to open it up to the Kickstarter community as well. So if you're not familiar with what Sim does, look, I'm just going to play this trailer first, and then we'll go from there. How's that?
Hell yeah.
Good idea.
Hello, my name is Sim, and welcome to the Natverse. Tales from the Natverse is an anthology series of multiple short stories, all interconnected within the same universe. This is issue 2 of this series. In this issue, you get Luwani, Murder Doll, followed by Planet 69, and Not the Merc story. That will be followed by Luwani, Metal Valkyrie, concluded by Matt the Merc, Blood Brothers Part 2, a sequel to Blood Brothers Part 1 that was in issue 1, also available as an add-on or in the catch-up tier. This campaign is to finance and print Tales from the Nadverse 2, a 100-page book. It's also to print more copies of Tales from the Nadverse 1, finance the first animated episode that will be available on my YouTube. So arm up and join in the Nadverse.
It's like Heavy Metal Magazine is all pussified now. It's not heavy metal anymore. This is heavy metal. More heavy metal than the actual the Metal Holland or what passes for it these days.
But that's how the entire idea started from, because I'm a big fan of heavy metal.
Yeah, me too.
You know, like
Yeah,
Metal Baron and all those European comic books,
Yep.
as much as comic books. And it was a project I was putting together for a 3D animated series when I was in college.
Mhm.
So I started working on it, like I think it was 2009. Right? But I published the first story in something called Zidara 9 in French, which is technically like a heavy metal type of thing. It was an anthology of different stories. And when he approached me, I'm like, I don't want to just do little throwaways. How can I do something where every story is all building up to something and without even the reader knowing?
Right.
So that's what I did for the first three stories until, it decided to go a bit more on the other side and having it was a bit too violent or something.
Right.
Technically they went full feminist for 1-2 issues and didn't go too well. It got canceled.
Yeah, isn't it amazing that people don't want to read like watered down sexy sci-fi adventure comics?
Yeah, pretty much. Everything is about I remember they were saying it's over sexualizing female characters, and I'm like, dude, I'm over sexualizing guys too. Shut up.
Yeah, what about fucking Nat in the Speedo? He might have been fluffing himself a little too, like MC Hammer was.
Outrage! I am so offended right now. Oh my goodness.
Triggered.
Triggered.
But the entire premise didn't work because people were fans, and that's how I continued working on it for a little while until I did the first Kickstarter for the first campaign after I did Blood on It. And that was reprinting the old stuff from 2012 to 2015, and then all the new stories. And the issue number 2, it's all new stories. So it's a 100-page book. 100-page book. So there's 4 stories, and there's a possibility of unlocking an extra one and an extra book if you reach 35K. So everybody's gonna get an extra comic that's gonna be like the Nadverse Bible, like a source book. So if you look at the stretch goal, everything's there. But what's fun is everything that unlocks on Kickstarter also unlocks for the people that back me on Indiegogo, because we already got funded there. So if you back both campaigns where they each have their own exclusive covers, you get double the rewards.
Right back at you, Mike. Right back at you. Everybody go back Long Shadow.
Yes, Long Shadow. That's another one that's out there that needs support. And you guys, there's too many good books. There really are too many good books out here right now. I got to do this all day again tomorrow, guys. I could sit out here till 5 in the morning, but then I'd have to be back up at noon.
I gotta get something to eat myself before I keel over.
Hey, I was just need the money, guys. So if you want to support independent projects, I need the money. So
likewise. Well, that's the thing is we don't make a lot of money on these campaigns, but the money that we do make, it goes right into the next book.
Yep.
Because we're in it to win it.
I'll say this openly. This is my biggest problem with independent comics right now, is that you guys all support, and it's a problem on Kickstarter. You gotta say, hey, you're for independence. But I feel like you don't support the understructure of the entire project, where there's a lot of people who do podcasts. And I mean, not just my project, but
we support the people who support us. Believe you me. You know,
trust me, we help a lot of channel reach over 1,000 freaking
You
followers.
notice, I don't see it. I don't see the likes. I don't see the shares. And you know what it is? I'm calling bullshit on it. I don't call maybe.
Well, you can call it bullshit
that ain't
if
us.
you want.
That ain't not. Yeah, but here's the thing. That must be a different set that you're rolling with, because
Yeah, it is. It's a completely different set.
Yeah, the folks that I know, and that's why I love people like Sim. I love people like Pops. I love people like Preston, and so many other people too that I'm not even naming, who will go out of their way to help their fellow creators, but also, best of all, nurture new talent. Actually, like when people are just coming in the door and they don't know which end is up, they'll be like, okay, here's how you do this, and here's like some tips on making your art better, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I found that this community has been
the same thing with
very generous.
I've done layouts to help people.
I've had a mixed experience with people said, hey,
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's the same with Dolan. Dolan hasn't been around very long, but obviously he had some cool ass people reach out and go, hey man, I can help you with this. You know, what are you doing? And ask him to be part of the project. He's got 7 or 8 fucking books.
I know, that's amazing, dude.
I mean, let me put it a different way. For me, I've had a very different experience.
Well, real quick, I'm sorry, fellas, I gotta bow out. Everybody, go back, Tales from the Nat first. Dolan, nice meeting you. And of course, Andrew, nice meeting you. Pops, you're my boy.
Later,
you're
bro.
my boy. Sim, you're my boy.
Sure
And the chat, everybody else.
At some point, we're
Much
going
love.
to be here. It's going to be a great time. We're going to have a great time. I promise
love
to be more sober. I'll actually.
That's okay.
You're sober? He says when we're sober, like everybody else is drinking.
I know. I only had 2 shots of tequila, so I'm okay. Anyway, everybody, peace and love.
Hey, I love Brian. Good dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and cut this off because, like I said, I got to do this all day again tomorrow, guys.
I just want to say, before you cut it off, I just want to say, I think people need to give Pops a lot of credit. He does this because he loves to do it, and you need to support it. I've been a big supporter of it for a while. Last month, I did support it, and once I get more money, I will continue to support it because this is necessary for the comic community. Just like much everything else, and part of me being inebriated at the moment. It's an long night. I had a few drinks already, so coming on. But you do need to actually not just say, "Hey, I'm about it," but you need to bring your money behind it. And he's doing a great job with this, and I really wish that more people. Chris Brown is a good person, Laughing Rogue. You gotta put your money where your mouth is. All I'm gonna say.
It's growing. I'm really happy with not having to sweat it all year now. I know the show's going to go on all year, so I'm like, that took a lot of the pressure off. There ain't no bullshit about that. Every month I come out here, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pay the StreamYard this month, and it's like
that's where I'm at, man. I feel you.
Like, I know I don't have to worry about it till 2023. I'm feeling good right now. The show's good. Okay. So, my focus now is what you guys do for the rest of the year. My focus is what you guys do. So with that being said, I want to know what you guys are doing all the time. Even like if it's an update on your campaign, that's something that's newsworthy to me because me and some of my friends back your book or have plans to. Okay, like with the case of Sim, if it wasn't for the fact that he did a second chance campaign on his first book, I'd have missed out.
Mm-hmm.
He just, I don't know, he answered the call. There's a lot of people that go, "Hey man, we missed out."
And I'm like, okay, I'll do a second chance campaign. And when I ordered the print for the first campaign, I also ordered the covers for the second chance campaign. That was those variant covers and ahead of time. So
yeah, so thinking about your fans makes us like you a lot too. I'm just saying, you do this because you have a story inside you you're trying to get out, but you also do it for your fans. Make them happy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I always tell my fans, like, I don't interact in drama, but I pay attention to what they're saying.
Look, I want to know what my fans are thinking. Look, if my fan has a problem, I mean, look, a fan had to cancel with my position. I said, look, man, I'm going to take care of you. Because when I did not run a Kickstarter and you donated to buy me on a coffee, you know, I'm going to take care of you. And that's the thing is that, you know, I get it. Shit happens. I'm not here to penalize somebody. I'm here to make sure that you're protected. But if you would like to support me, my Kickstarter is out there and my Buy Me Coffee's out there. That's how I feel. Is that I'm not looking to make money off of what I do. I'm looking just to make and break even. And I hope people realize that and they appreciate what I do. And it means a lot to me when they say, hey, I get it.
All right. There you go. CRoM Con 26 day 1. We're going to call it a wrap. We'll be out here all day tomorrow. Now, Dolan, like I said, we have an open draw stream on Sundays that we do. We have the Monday Madness. Tuesday morning brew, you might want to avoid that one. Might want you just because there's no structure to that show. Everybody just comes out and whatever, you know. So you might want to
go in full madness.
Yeah, it's all madness, bro. But you know, tune in Monday Madness. We'll definitely get you out before the campaign's over. I definitely want to get you out on next Monday.
I got 3 first crops. That's all I'm gonna say.
So, I will get with you on the side. We'll figure out a time for next Monday because I definitely want to have you on the show right before the campaign ends so that we get that my audience doesn't know who you are, bro. You know what I mean? I need to get you out in front of the madness. So, looking forward to doing that on Monday. Andrew, as always, you're entertaining.
I'm only here for you, Pops. I'm only here for you. That's
I hear you,
come out for every month, man. I mean, hell, we would not be here if my dog was not okay. She's doing great.
Simon always got a soft spot for you, bud. You know what's up.
Yep.
You know what's up. I will see all you guys tomorrow. I hope you tune in because we got a big show tomorrow too. I'm going to play a couple of commercials on my way out of here because I didn't have time to play them all before the show. That's kind of crazy.
I'm sorry. It's my fault. I will take the blame. Don't worry.
So you all have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for coming out. Check out Born of Blood on the Merc Universe. The Merc Universe.
Stay around for after hours.
Tales from the Natverse. You want to check that out. You definitely want to watch Andrew's interviews because they're always entertaining and enlightening.
I'm not that good, everybody. I'm just saying.
Y'all have a great night. Peace.
Later.
There is another world. The world of darkness.
The world is rotten all around me. The stench and decay is present as these flesh eaters all surround me. Covered in blood just to blend in, that's my disguise. I'm trying to find my family, I'm suspecting that they might have died. It ain't so easy believing in peace. We killing zombies who deceased and now deep in the streets. I won't leave in defeat, but still it's hard to cope or find hope when all these evil creatures so eager to eat. Yeah, asylum seekers need to move faster. Everything was fine until they first attacked the newscaster. Body in shock, nothing but doom after. I've even seen them shot and then they move after. Total disaster like I'm on the track for race again. The Midwest was hit the hardest, millions dead in Michigan. This is the end times, homie, I will defend mine. Believe in one piece without leaving people behind. Mass panic, hit the station.
Yeah, look, yeah. Shout out to my man Tom Rapka. Yeah, everybody involved with making the comic. Look, Nick Natoli, yeah, death dwells, this is death dwells. Shout out Tom Rapka, baby, this is death dwells, this is death dwells.
In a world ravaged by monsters, a new evil has risen, poisoning the land and threatening humanity. Now, the Monster Matador, along with the meanest and baddest kaiju killers, have joined forces to kick its ass. Monster Matador, Afropocalypse.
Comic Books for Kids provides comic books to kids in hospitals and cancer centers across the U.S. It's a place where we can all work together to make sure every child has a comic book. 100% of all proceeds go towards the kids. It's about making a difference, and while they're in the hospital, allowing them to fly like a superhero, battle dragons, or rescue teddy bears. We are in every state in the country and now support over 160 hospitals. Every month, we add more.